The wind wasn't just cold, it was cruel. It scraped against the rusted iron bars of my cage like a knife on bone. My name is Zara, and this tiny, stinking cage in the underbelly of the shadowed pack was my entire world now. Not that I had much of a world to begin with. To them, I was nothing, a ghost, a flicker of a wolf who never truly manifested. At my coming-of-age ceremony, when all the other pups shifted with howls of power and joy, from me came only a whimper, a pathetic shimmer of silver light, and then nothing. No fur, no fangs, no strength. Just me. Small, weak, human. They called me the Broken One, the Silent Wolf, an Omega in title only, because even Omegas had a spark. I had silence, an echoing, hollow emptiness where the wolf should have been. My own family looked away in shame, and then they gave me away, traded to the shadowed pack for a handful of silver and a promise of peace they never intended to keep. Here, in this damp pit below their fighting arena, I learned the true meaning of silence. It wasn't the absence of sound, it was the absence of hope. Every day I heard them, the roars from above, a tidal wave of bloodlust, the screams of the fighters, some triumphant, most ending in terrible, wet finality, and then the dragging sounds as the losers were removed. I'd count the cracks in the stone ceiling. 312. I knew every one. They were my companions, my only certainty. Until today. The heavy bootsteps stopped outside my cage, not the usual careless guard. These were deliberate, heavy. A key turned with a screech that set my teeth on edge. The door swung open, and the hulking form of Kale, the arena master, filled the space. His smile was a gash in his brutish face, missing several teeth. Up, little moth, time to earn your keep. My blood turned to ice. What? Big match tonight, he sneered, grabbing my arm and hauling me out. My bones protested, frail against his grip. Big match, special event. Alpha Roderick wants a show. He dragged me into the torchlit tunnel, the roars from above growing deafening, pounding in my skull. We're pitting our champion against something fresh, something weak. The crowd loves an easy kill. Terror, sharp and acidic, rose in my throat. I stumbled, my bare feet scraping on rough stone. Please, I'm not a fighter. I can't. He laughed, the sound echoing. Ha! You don't have to fight, girl. You just have to run. You just have to scream. Makes the beast chase harder. He shoved me towards another gate, the one that led to the sand. Make it good. The Alpha King himself is in attendance. He's come to see our operations. Alpha King, the words meant nothing and everything. A ruler so distant, so powerful, he was a myth, and he was here to watch me die. The gate groaned open, blinding light and a wall of sound, a physical force, hit me, and I staggered onto the blood-soaked sand. The arena was a bowl of roaring faces, a sea of teeth and fury. And in the high royal box, seated amid vulgar splendor, was a figure that commanded the very air. He was not looking at the crowd, he was not smiling, he was staring at me. His hair was the color of midnight, his eyes a piercing storm cloud gray that seemed to see through the grime and the rags, straight into the hollow space where my soul should have been. Alpha King Thorne. He leaned forward, his strong hands gripping the railing, his expression of not bloodlust, but cold, calculating observation, and something else, a flicker of recognition? But I had no time. The opposite gate crashed open, and the champion, Brute, emerged. He was already half-shifted, a mountain of scarred muscle and rage. He didn't look at me as an opponent, he looked at me as a snack. The crowd's roar reached a pitch peak. A gong sounded, a death knell. Brute charged, no ceremony, no stalk, just pure murderous intent. I ran. It was pure instinct, an animal scramble of terror. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape. The sand slipped under my feet. I fell, scrambled up, ran again. His hot breath was on my neck, the smell of old blood and rotting meat. He was playing with me, hurting me, letting the crowd savor my fear. I tripped over a discarded weapon, a broken spear, and went down hard. The wind was knocked from my lungs. I rolled onto my back, staring up at the monster looming over me. His jaws opened, dripping saliva. His yellow eyes held nothing but simple, savage hunger. This was it, the end of the silent wolf, a short, meaningless life snuffed out for sport. But as I stared into the face of that violent, empty death, something stirred. Not in my chest, not a wolf, something deeper, older, a coil of power that had slept through the shame, through the exile, through the cold and the hunger. It unspooled now, not with a roar, but with a silent, definitive snap. A warmth immense and terrifying erupted from my core. It was not fire, it was pure, blinding light. It tore through my veins, not as pain, but as power, ancient, serene, and utterly lethal. A silent scream tore from my lips, not of fear, but of release. My body changed. Bones realigned with a series of resonant musical cracks. Fur, not gray or brown, but a luminous moon-silver white burst from my skin. I grew, my form elongating into something sleek, powerful, and radiant. Two magnificent tails like cascading waterfalls of solidified moonlight fanned out behind me. My senses exploded. I could hear the gasp of every single person in the arena, smell their shock, their awe, their sudden primal fear. Where a frail girl had cowered, now stood a wolf of legend, a celestial creature in a pit of filth. Brute skidded to a halt, his snarl dying. His eyes widened, reflecting not just my new form, but his own instinctive, soul-deep terror. He took a step back, a whimper escaping his throat. The arena fell into a silence so profound, so sudden, it was louder than any cheer. In that dead quiet, a single word was spoken. It did not shout, it did not need to. It rolled across the sand like a peal of thunder, leaving no room for doubt, for question, for anything but absolute obedience. Enough. All heads, including mine, turned to the royal box. Alpha King Thorne was standing, his storm-gray eyes blazing, fixed solely on me. The look of cold observation was gone, replaced with something fierce, possessive, and stunned. He vaulted over the railing, landing in a crouch on the bloody sand. He rose, a king descending into the muck, and began to walk toward me. The crowd was a painting of frozen shock. Brute, confused, took another step back. Thorne stopped a few paces away, close enough that I could see the tempest in his eyes, feel the overwhelming gravity of his presence. He spoke, his voice low, for me alone, yet it carried in the silence. Mine. The word was a claim, a verdict, a sacred law written in the air between us. He pointed at me, his gaze never wavering, and addressed the stadium, the world. "This Omega," he declared, his voice ringing with finality, "is under my protection. By the ancient laws of the moon, she is claimed. Any wolf who challenges this, challenges me." He took one final step, his hand reaching out, not to strike but to hover near my muzzle. My luminous silver eyes met his stormy gray ones. The bond he spoke of, I felt it then, a golden, warm, unbreakable thread pulling taut between our souls. It hummed with a truth deeper than any secret, any fear. He had not saved me from the beast. He had arrived just in time to witness a miracle, and now he was claiming it, claiming me. But as his guards moved forward, not toward the cowering champion, but to form a circle around me, a cold realization slithered through the awe. Surviving the pit was only the beginning. I had just shifted into a myth and caught the eye of the most powerful wolf in the kingdom, a king who did not ask, a king who took. And the shadows from which I came, they were not the type to let a treasure go so easily. The game had changed. The stakes were higher than life and death. And I, the broken one, the silent wolf, was now the most coveted prize in all the realm. The silence in the arena was a living thing, thick and heavy, pressing down on us all. I stood there, in this impossible new body, feeling the coarse sand beneath my paws, the chill of the night air on my luminous fur. My heart was a frantic drum, not from fear of the beast now, but from the sheer, terrifying impossibility of it all. I had shifted, but not into any wolf I'd ever seen in stories. I was a creature of moonlight and myth, trapped in a circle of grim-faced royal guards. Alpha King Thorne did not approach me again. He turned, his dark cloak sweeping the sand, and issued quiet orders to a stern-faced captain. "Secure the perimeter. We leave immediately. No one touches her." His voice was absolute. The guards, clad in polished steel that gleamed under the torchlight, moved with a unison that spoke of lethal discipline. They formed a tight protective wedge around me, their spears a bristling wall pointed outward at the still stunned crowd. I was a strange, radiant jewel at the center of a steel setting. I looked up at the royal box. Alpha Roderick of the Shadowed Pack was on his feet, his face a mask of thwarted greed and seething rage. He had seen a worthless prisoner become a legend before his eyes, and that legend was being taken from him. His eyes met Thorne's, and for a moment the air crackled with unspoken threat. But Thorne merely gave a curt, dismissive nod, as if closing a business transaction. The message was clear. The matter is settled. Thorne then looked back at me. "Can you walk?" he asked, his tone surprisingly practical amidst the chaos. I took a tentative step. My new limbs were strong, powerful, but the coordination was foreign. I stumbled, my two tails flicking for balance. A low whine escaped my throat before I could stop it. He didn't smile. He didn't offer pity. He simply assessed. "We'll move slowly. Stay within the guard." He then did something that shocked me more than the shift itself. He turned his back to me, placing himself at the head of the formation, between me and the gate we had entered through. The Alpha King was leading the way, acting as my vanguard. We began to move, a slow, deliberate procession through the gawking crowd. The guards' armored boots crunched in unison. Whispers erupted around us, hissing like snakes. A moonwolf? The king's fated? Roderick will never let this stand. I kept my head high, my silver gaze fixed on Thorne's broad back. He walked with an unshakable confidence of a man who owned the very ground beneath his feet. Yet I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hand rested on the hilt of his sword. He was expecting trouble. We exited the arena not through the prisoner's tunnel, but through a main gate that led into the heart of the Shadowed Pack's stronghold, a chaotic, muddy courtyard ringed by rough wooden buildings. Torches flickered, throwing dancing shadows that seemed to reach for us. Warriors of the Shadowed Pack lined the way, their expressions a mixture of awe, confusion, and hostility. From a darkened doorway a figure emerged, slinking into the torchlight. It was Kale, the arena master. His beady eyes glittered with malice as they locked on me. "A pretty trick, little moth," he spat, his voice loud enough to carry. "But a wolf is judged by its bite, not its shine. You're still just a broken one wearing a fancy pelt." A ripple of nervous laughter went through some of his men. The guard around me tightened their formation. Thorne didn't even break stride. But Cale wasn't finished. He took one step closer, his gaze shifting to Thorne. "My king, such a rare creature. Are you certain she's stable? What if her light flickers out again? The Shadowed Pack would be honored to study her, for the good of all our kind, of course." His words were oily, layered with false deference and very real threat. Thorne stopped. The entire procession halted. He turned his head just slightly, the torchlight carving his profile from stone. "The only study to be done," he said, his voice so quiet it was more terrifying than a shout, "will be on the consequences of barring my path. Move." The final word was a whip-crack of command that made even Cale flinch. Cale's smirk vanished, replaced with a look of pure venom. He stepped back, melting into the shadows, but his eyes promised this wasn't over. We reached the main gates of the Shadowed Pack's stronghold. Thorne's own contingent waited there, 24 more warriors on horseback, their banners bearing a silver mountain peak against a field of black. The sight of them was like a breath of clean air in a fetid swamp. A warrior brought forward a massive, patient-looking horse for Thorne. He mounted with an easy grace, then looked down at me. "The journey to my fortress, Stonehaven, is 3 days' hard ride. Can you keep pace?" I looked at my powerful, unfamiliar legs. I felt the energy coursing through me, a vibrant, humming thing. I gave a single, firm nod. A ghost of something, approval, perhaps, flickered in his stormy eyes. "Good. Stay by my horse. Do not stray." He gave a signal. The gates were hauled open, revealing the wild, star-flecked night beyond. With a final glance at the seething Shadowed Pack, we moved out, leaving the stench of blood and despair behind. The cold night air was a shock, scouring away the heat and stink of the arena. It smelled of pine, frost, and freedom. I ran beside Thorne's towering stallion, my silver coat glowing like a fallen star against the dark earth. The rhythmic thunder of hooves, the jangle of harnesses became a strange, urgent lullaby. But my mind raced faster than my paws. What am I? The question was a scream inside my skull. This power, it didn't feel like the fierce, earthy strength of the wolves I knew. It felt old, celestial, lonely. And Thorne, his claim, it hung around me like an invisible collar. Mine. What did that mean? A possession? A prisoner of a higher rank? We rode for hours until the moon was high. Thorne called a halt in a small, defensible clearing by a frozen stream. His warriors moved with seamless efficiency, establishing a perimeter, building a small, smokeless fire. I shifted back to my human form, the process easier this time, but leaving me shivering and exposed in my rags. Before the chill could fully bite, a guard, the same stern captain from the arena, wordlessly offered me a thick woolen travel cloak. I took it, wrapping it tightly around myself. It smelled of leather and cold air. Thorne dismissed his captains with a nod and came to sit on a log across the small fire from me. The flames cast dancing shadows on his impassive face. For a long time he simply stared at me, as if trying to solve a complex riddle. "Your name," he stated finally. It wasn't a question. "Zara," I whispered, my voice hoarse from disuse and shock. "Zara," he repeated, testing the sound. The silent wolf of the Shadowed Pack, a human girl with no shift. His gaze was piercing. That was the report my scout gave before tonight. It seems his information was incomplete. "I didn't know," I burst out, the words tumbling free. "I swear I never felt it, not until he was going to kill me." I hugged the cloak tighter. What am I?" He poked the fire with a stick, sending up a shower of sparks. "You are a moonwolf, a living myth. There hasn't been one seen in over 5 centuries. They were said to be guardians, healers, conduits of pure lunar power." He looked at me, his gray eyes reflecting the fire. "They were also said to be the fated anchors of the strongest alphas, a balance to their raw, earthly strength." Fated. the word from the arena. My throat tightened. So your claim, it's because of a story? A legend? My claim, he said, his voice low and intent, is because the moment your light filled that pit, something in the world clicked into place. A lock I didn't know existed found its key. I felt it, the bond. Did you? I wanted to deny it, to cling to the fragile independence of the girl who had been no one, but I couldn't lie, not when I could feel it even now, a warm, golden thread tethering my core to his, a silent, insistent pull. I gave the barest nod, unable to meet his eyes. The bond is real, he said, as if confirming it for himself. But a bond is a connection, it is not a command. You are under my protection, Zara, because that is the law, and because every hungry eye from here to the coast will now be upon you, but you are not my prisoner. He stood up, his tall frame blocking out the stars. Rest, we have a long journey ahead to Stonehaven. There you will be safe. Safe from others, I murmured, staring into the flames. But what about from you? He paused, halfway to turning away. He didn't look back, but his shoulders stiffened. That, he said, his voice barely audible over the crackle of the fire, is a question only you can answer. He walked away to speak with his captain, leaving me alone with the cloak, the fire, and the terrifying, glowing thread in my soul. Safe? Stonehaven might be a fortress, but I was bringing a storm with me. The king had claimed a mystery, and mysteries have a way of unraveling in the most dangerous of ways. And as I closed my eyes, the memory of Kale's venomous promise echoed in the dark. You're still just a broken one wearing a fancy pelt. The crown of his protection was heavy, and I feared the weight of it might crush the very light he sought to shield. Stonehaven didn't emerge from the landscape, it imposed itself upon it. For the last half day of our journey, the Iron Peak Mountains had been a jagged line on the horizon. Now they reared up before us, and carved into the very bones of the tallest peak was the fortress. It was not beautiful, it was a statement. Towers of dark gray stone thrust skyward like claws. Walls, thick and sheer, followed the brutal contours of the mountain, making the stronghold look as if it had been grown, not built. Banners of black and silver snapped in the vicious wind that howled down from the heights. It was powerful, austere, and utterly forbidding. My paws ached, my breath came in plumes that froze in my silver fur. The journey had been a relentless push through frozen forests and across wind-scoured passes. Thorne pushed the pace, his jaw set, his eyes constantly scanning the high rocks. The attack he expected didn't come on the open road, but the tension had been a constant gnawing companion. The bond between us hummed with it, a low, wary thrum of shared vigilance. Now, as we approached the colossal gates, a different kind of tension took hold. On the high battlements, figures were visible, watching our approach. Not just guards, others, clad in furs and fine wool. The court of Stonehaven was coming to see what their king had brought home. I felt a surge of panic, a desire to shrink, to hide my glowing pelt. I was a spectacle again. Thorne, sensing it perhaps, guided his horse closer to my side. "Hold your head high," he said, his voice barely carrying over the wind. "They see a legend, show them one." The gates, twice the height of 5 men, swung inward with a groan that spoke of immense weight. We passed under the shadow of the portcullis, its iron teeth like a frozen snarl above us, and emerged into the outer bailey. And they were all there. Hundreds of them, lined along the stone walkways, crowding the doorways of workshops and barracks. A sea of faces, all turned toward our small, weary procession. The silence was heavier than the mountain above us. It was the silence of shock, of appraisal, of icy curiosity. My senses, still heightened from my shift, were overwhelmed. I could smell their scents: wolf musk, wood smoke, perfumed oils, the sharp tang of distrust. I could hear the rustle of fabric, the subtle intake of breaths, the rapid, nervous heartbeat of a young page, and I could feel their stares, a physical pressure against my skin. Thorne dismounted, his boots crunching on the frosted cobbles. He did not look at the crowd. His attention was on a group of 3 figures who descended the steps from the inner keep. The first was a woman. She was perhaps Thorne's age, with hair the color of winter wheat braided in a severe crown, and eyes of a clear, assessing blue. She moved with a calm, poised authority, her gown of deep blue wool simple but impeccably cut. This was someone of importance. To her right stood a man whose very posture radiated disdain. He was older, his dark hair streaked with silver, his face handsome in a sharp, cruel way. His clothes were the richest I saw, dark velvet trimmed with sable. His eyes, a pale, cold green, swept over me and dismissed me in an instant before fixing on Thorne with a look of thinly veiled challenge. "Lord Cedric," my instincts whispered. "Danger." To the woman's left was a bear of a man, a warrior with a scarred face and arms thick as tree trunks. He watched Thorne with unwavering loyalty, his gaze flicking to me only with blunt curiosity. General Yoren, the king's fist. The woman reached the bottom of the steps and offered a deep, graceful curtsy. "Welcome home, my king." Her voice was melodious, controlled. "We received your rider. The news was astonishing." "Lady Ilara," Thorne acknowledged, his tone formal. "This is Zara." Lady Ilara's blue eyes met mine. There was no warmth in them, but no immediate hostility either. It was the look of a steward surveying a new, potentially troublesome piece of furniture. "The Moonwolf," she said, the title hanging in the cold air. "Stonehaven is honored by your presence." The pause before honored was infinitesimal, but I heard it. "It is under my protection," Thorne stated, his voice lifting to carry across the silent yard. "She is to be accorded every courtesy as an honored guest. Her safety is the safety of this hold. Is that understood?" A murmur rippled through the crowd. Guest, not mate, not queen. Guest. The distinction was a chasm, and everyone heard it. The cold-eyed lord, Cedric, stepped forward, a polished smile on his lips. "Of course, my king, a living myth walks among us. We are all agog." His gaze slithered back to me. "Though she appears travel-worn. The stories spoke of radiant light. One hopes the mountain air won't dim her." It was an elegant insult, questioning my very nature. A low growl vibrated in my throat before I could stop it. The sound, so clearly bestial, made several in the crowd gasp and step back. Thorne's expression didn't change, but a new frost entered his eyes. "Her light is not your concern, Cedric. Your concern is ensuring the East Wing chambers are prepared and a guard detail assigned. Captain Rylan will oversee it." The scarred warrior, General Yoren, grunted in approval. The captain from the arena, Rylan, stepped forward with a sharp salute. "At once, my king." Thorne finally turned to me. "Zara, come." He didn't offer his arm, he simply expected me to follow. I shifted back to my human form, the change drawing another wave of whispers. Clad only in the travel cloak, I felt smaller than ever, but I kept my chin up, my steps deliberate as I followed Thorne up the wide stone steps, past the staring Lady Ilara and the smirking Lord Cedric. The interior of Stonehaven was a realm of shadows and stone. Tapestries depicting battles and hunts lined the walls, but did little to soften the grimness. Our footsteps echoed in cavernous halls. Servants scurried out of our path, their eyes wide. The air was cold, smelling of damp rock and old incense. We climbed a spiraling staircase that seemed to go on forever, finally emerging into a corridor high in a tower. It was quieter here. Rylan opened a heavy oak door. The room within was large, circular, dominated by a window that looked out over a terrifying and breathtaking panorama of plunging cliffs and endless snow-capped peaks. A fire crackled in a grand hearth. There was a large bed heaped with furs, a carved wooden chest, a table and chairs. It was austere but clean and solid, a gilded cage with a magnificent view. "These are your quarters," Thorne said, standing in the doorway. "The Moon Tower. It is the most defensible point in Stonehaven, save for my own chambers. Rylan and his men will guard the stair. No one enters without my express permission or yours." He paused. "You may go where you wish within the tower and the private walled garden below. The guards are for your safety, not your confinement." The same words as in the forest, but the walls here felt more real. "When do I see you?" The question left my lips before I could censor it, born of a sudden, desperate sense of isolation. His stormy gaze held mine. "I have a kingdom to rule. The incident with the Shadowed Pack has ripples. There will be a council, but I will send for you for the evening meal." He seemed to hesitate, a crack in his royal facade. "Rest, Zara. You are safe here." He left, closing the door with a soft but final thud. The sound echoed in the vast, quiet room. I was alone. I walked to the window, pressing my hands against the cold glass. The world outside was immense, violent, and beautiful, so different from the cramped, filthy darkness of my cage. But was this any less of a prison? The walls were just higher, the lock more subtle. A hesitant knock came at the door. It opened to reveal a young maid, her eyes downcast. She carried a tray with a steaming bowl of broth, bread, and a goblet. "My lady," she mumbled, placing it on the table before scurrying out. "My lady," the title jarred me. I was Zara, the broken one. Now I was a lady, a myth, a guest. I ate, the food tasteless in my mouth. The exhaustion of the journey, the emotional whiplash, settled on me like a lead weight. I sank onto the bed, the furs soft and alien. I wanted to sleep, to escape, but my mind churned. Thorne's claim, Cedric's disdain, Ilara's cool appraisal, the staring crowds. I was a stone thrown into the still pond of Stonehaven, and the ripples were just beginning. What did Thorne truly want? A symbol? A mate? A weapon? And what of the power inside me? The moonlight that had erupted in desperation, could I call it again? Or was it a one-time miracle, leaving me once more a fraud in a grand tower? As dusk painted the peaks in shades of violet and gold, the bond in my chest gave a gentle, steady pulse, a reminder, a tether. He was somewhere in this vast stone labyrinth, thinking of me. The feeling was both a comfort and a profound violation. Safety, Thorne promised, but as I looked out at the darkening, hostile mountains, I knew the greatest danger might not be outside the walls. It was in the calculated smiles, the veiled words, the politics of a court that saw me as either a prize or a problem. The unwelcome guest had arrived, and her first night in Stonehaven was going to be a long, cold vigil waiting for the wolves in human skin to make their first move. Sleep, when it came, was a shallow, troubled thing. I dreamed of shifting sands that turned to icy stone, of Thorne's gray eyes watching me from a great height, and of Kale's raspy whisper slithering through the dream fog. Fancy pelt. I woke with a start, the first pale light of dawn seeping into the tower room. For a disorienting moment, I didn't know where I was. The silence was profound, broken only by the crackle of the dying fire and the distant, mournful cry of a wind eagle. Then it all rushed back: the shift, the claim, the fortress, the isolation. A different maid brought breakfast: porridge with honey, dried fruit, more bread. She was older, with a kind, wrinkled face and work-roughened hands. She didn't speak, but her eyes held a spark of genuine curiosity, not fear. She pointed helpfully to a screen in the corner, behind which I found a copper tub and a ewer of hot water, a simple, profound luxury. After I had washed and dressed in one of the plain woolen gowns that had appeared in the chest, I felt marginally more human. The gown was a deep charcoal gray, sturdy and warm. It made me feel less like a shimmering spectacle and more like someone who could perhaps blend into the stone. The urge to see the sky, to feel something other than hewn rock, was overwhelming. Remembering Thorne's words, I ventured out of my chamber. A single silver guard, not Rylan, stood at attention at the top of the spiral stair. He gave me a respectful nod but said nothing. I descended. The stairs led out into the high corridor. Following the memory of cool, damp air from the previous day, I found a narrow archway that led outside onto a sheltered walkway. It connected to another, smaller tower, and from there a final set of steps descended into the walled garden Thorne had mentioned. It was a pocket of stark, sleeping beauty. Frost clung to the skeletal branches of carefully pruned trees. Neat beds, now bare, were edged with stone. A single ancient pine, its needles a dusty green, stood sentinel in the center. The high walls blocked the worst of the wind and the view of the city below, creating a world of whispered silence. I walked the gravel path, my breath pluming, the crunch under my boots the only sound. This was peace, or the illusion of it. "So, you are the one causing all the fuss." The voice, smooth and male, came from behind me. I whirled, my heart leaping. Lord Cedric leaned against the garden archway, having entered as silently as a shadow. He was dressed for the day in dark green velvets, a silver brooch at his throat. His pale green eyes held that same look of amused contempt. "My lord," I said, forcing my voice to neutrality. I did not curtsy. I wasn't sure how. He pushed off the wall and strolled toward me, his steps unhurried. "Please, Cedric is fine. We are to be, what, fellow guests under the king's generous roof?" He stopped a few paces away, his gaze traveling over my simple gown, my unadorned hair. The stories did speak of a certain ethereal glow. "I must admit, in the daylight you seem rather ordinary." His words were designed to prick, to diminish. I remembered the advice I'd given myself: show them a legend. I met his gaze, letting the silence stretch. "Appearances can be deceiving, my lord, as I'm sure you know." A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly masked. "Indeed, like the appearance of a helpless omega in a fighting pit who turns out to be a celestial wonder, a remarkable deception." He took a step closer. The scent of him, sandalwood and something sharper, like cold metal, filled the space between us. "Tell me, Zara, was it all a performance, a trick to ensnare the king's attention?" Anger, hot and sudden, flared in my chest. My life was not a performance, my suffering was not a trick. "But your salvation was remarkably timely," he mused, circling me slowly. "And now you are here, in the heart of power, cloaked in legend and royal favor. A dizzying rise for a nobody." He stopped in front of me again, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. "The court is a complex creature, girl. It chews up and spits out those who do not understand its rhythms. The king's protection is a mighty shield, but shields can be bypassed, or taken away." The threat was clear, elegant, and terrifying. He was showing me the machinery beneath the stone, the teeth behind the smiles. "Is that a warning, Lord Cedric?" I said, forcing myself to calm. "A friendly advisement," he said, his smile not touching his eyes, "from one who understands the precariousness of your position. The king is a man of duty, but duty can shift with the wind, and there are many here who believe a myth belongs in a temple, not a throne room. He gave a shallow, mocking bow. Do enjoy the garden. I hear the frost can be biting. He left as quietly as he came, leaving me standing frozen in the center of the path, his poisonous words coiling around me like winter ivy. My hands were trembling. This was the game, not with claws and teeth, but with whispers and implications. I was drowning in it. I fled the garden, back up to the seeming safety of my tower, but safety was an illusion. That encounter had proven that. Thorne's guards could keep out assassins, but they couldn't keep out the slow, chilling poison of doubt and disdain. I spent the afternoon in a restless haze, pacing the circular room. When the light began to fade, a guard came to inform me the king requested my presence in his private dining hall. It was a smaller, less intimidating room than the great hall I'd glimpsed. A fire roared in a granite fireplace, and a table was set for two with simple pewter and sturdy pottery. Thorne was already there, out of his formal robes, wearing a dark tunic that made him look more like the warrior from the road than the distant king. He stood by the fire, staring into the flames. He turned as I entered. For a moment, he just looked at me, his expression unreadable. "You explored the garden." It wasn't a question. Of course he knew. "Yes." "And you encountered Cedric." My breath hitched. He knew that, too. I nodded. A muscle twitched in his jaw. "What did he say to you?" The direct question threw me. Did I tell him? Would it seem like weakness, like tattling? But the memory of Cedric's cold eyes steeled me. He implied my rise was a calculated trick. He suggested your protection was fickle. He said the court believes a myth belongs in a temple, not a throne room. I watched his face. No surprise. Only a hardening, a slow-burning anger that seemed to make the very air colder. "He tests the boundaries," Thorne said finally. "He always does. Cedric is a traditionalist. He believes power should reside in ancient bloodlines, not in miracles." He gestured to a chair. "Sit, please." The meal was served. Venison stew, dense bread, roasted roots. We ate in silence for a few minutes. The food was good, hearty. The bond between us hummed softly, a confusing contrast to the tense silence. "I cannot shield you from every word," Thorne said at last, setting down his spoon. "The court is a battlefield of influence. Cedric wields words like others wield swords. You must learn to parry."
"How?" I asked, frustration leaking into my voice. "I don't know the rules. I don't know the players. I only know how to be silent or how to erupt." The memory of the arena's light was both empowering and shaming. "Then we will teach you," he said, his gaze intent. "Starting tomorrow, not just courtly manners, history, law, the lineages and alliances of the major pacts. You cannot fight an enemy you do not understand." "You want me to become a politician?" The idea was absurd. "I want you to become informed," he corrected. "Knowledge is armor. It is also a weapon. If you are to remain here, if you are to be more than a guarded treasure, you need to understand the world you are now a part of. If you are to remain here," the conditional hung in the air. He was still giving me a choice, even now. The realization was as unsettling as Cedric's threats. "And what of this?" I asked, my hand unconsciously drifting to my chest where the bond resided. "What does your court say about that?" He looked into the fire, his profile grim. "They say nothing because I have said nothing definitive. A public claim in the heat of a moment is one thing. A formal declaration before the assembled packs is another. It would be a political earthquake." His gray eyes found mine. "It would make you the ultimate target, not just for Borak and the Shadowed Pack, but for every rival, every traditionalist like Cedric who sees the established order threatened." The weight of it all pressed down on me. I was a pawn in a game I didn't know, my every move potentially triggering a war. "So I am to be your secret, your hidden ace?" "You are to be my guest," he said firmly, but there was a strain in his voice. "And we will navigate this situation one day at a time. The first step is for you to learn to stand on your own within these walls." It was a reasonable plan, a smart plan, but it felt like being prepped for a war I never asked to fight. The stew turned to ash in my mouth. Later, back in my tower, I stood at the window. The moon was rising, a sliver of silver. I felt a pull toward it, a resonance in my blood. Hesitantly, I focused inward, on the pool of cool, silver light that slept within me. I didn't try to shift, I just reached for it. A gentle warmth spread through my fingers. I looked down. My fingertips were glowing with a soft, moon-pale luminescence. It was a tiny, controlled whisper of the power that had saved my life. The first lesson had begun, not from a tutor, but from within. I had power. Now I had to learn its nature, its limits, and I had to learn the rules of the human wolves who surrounded me, whose teeth were just as sharp, hidden in silken words and cunning smiles. Thorne was offering me knowledge as a shield, but I was starting to understand that to survive, I might need to learn how to wield a sword of my own. True to his word, my education began at dawn. My tutor was not, as I half expected, the cool and composed Lady Alara, but an ancient, stoop-shouldered man named Master Aldrich. He was the keeper of records, a man who smelled of parchment, dust, and wisdom. His eyes, magnified by thick spectacles, were a watery blue, but they missed nothing. "History," Master Aldrich began in a raspy voice, "is not a list of dates and dead kings, girl. It is the story of power, who held it, who wanted it, who took it, and the blood price that was always, always paid." He started not with Thorne's lineage, but with the land itself. With a map unfurled on the heavy oak table, he showed me the jagged spine of the Iron Peak Mountains, the fertile valleys to the south held by loyal packs like the Stonehaven's own Frostfang, and the wild, shadowed forests to the east. The shadowed pack, he said, his bony finger tapping the eastern expanse, were not always outlaws. Once they were guardians of the deep wood, respected. But power corrupts, and isolation breeds a certain moral flexibility. He told me of Alpha Roderick's grandfather, who first turned a blind eye to poaching on royal lands, then demanded a cut, then institutionalized the theft. The pits, he said, his voice dripping with distaste, were his innovation, taking the ancient, sacred practice of ritual combat for settling disputes and turning it into a butcher's market for entertainment and profit. It spread a rot. Other weak alphas, greedy for coin and sensation, allowed pits to spring up in their territories. It became a blight. "And the King Thorne?" I asked, my eyes fixed on the map. "He wants a kingdom that is not sick. He wants the law to be more than words howled at the moon. He wants packs to be strong in themselves, not strong from preying on their own weak." He sighed. "It is a noble vision, and like all noble visions, it has made him powerful enemies. The lords who profit from the chaos, like certain Eastern traders, and those who simply fear any change to the order that benefits them, like our dear Lord Cedric." "Cedric," I said, the name bitter on my tongue. "He speaks of tradition." "He speaks of his tradition," he corrected sharply, "which is the tradition of his family holding vast tracts of land and influencing the throne. Thorne's father was pliable. Thorne is not. Cedric's power has waned. He does not like it." The pieces were starting to form a terrifying picture. I wasn't just a strange wolf in a strange keep. I was a new, unpredictable piece on a game board where the stakes were kingdoms and lives. "So I am to be your secret, your hidden ace? You are to be my guest," he said firmly, but there was a strain in his voice. "And we will navigate this situation one day at a time. The first step is for you to learn to stand on your own within these walls." It was a reasonable plan, a smart plan, but it felt like being prepped for a war I never asked to fight.
Days fell into a new rhythm. Mornings with Aldrich, absorbing the dense, often brutal history of the realm. Afternoons were different. Thorne had assigned Captain Rylan to teach me basic self-defense. We used a secluded corner of the training yard. Rylan was a patient, no-nonsense teacher. "Forget fancy moves," he grunted the first day, handing me a wooden dagger. "You're small. Use it. Speed and surprise are your allies. Your goal is not to win a duel. Your goal is to create an opening to run, or to strike one disabling blow." He taught me where to strike: eyes, throat, the soft spot under the ribcage. It was brutal, pragmatic knowledge, the knowledge of a survivor. I took to it with a grim focus. The physical exertion was a release for the frustration and fear that churned inside me. My body, though still slender, was growing tougher, more responsive, and sometimes, in the midst of a drill, I would feel a flicker of that inner moonlight, guiding my movements, making me a fraction faster, my balance a whisper more sure. Thorne himself was a distant presence, a storm on the horizon of my new life. I saw him at our silent evening meals, where he would ask brief, direct questions about my lessons. He listened intently, his gaze assessing. The bond between us was a constant, low-grade awareness, like a shared heartbeat. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I would feel a surge of frustration or worry through it, his, not mine, and I knew he was awake in his own chambers, wrestling with the burdens of the crown. A week after my lessons began, the tentative rhythm shattered. I was in the garden, trying to practice the meditative breathing Rylan said was key to controlling fear, when I heard raised voices from an open window above. It was Thorne's study. "You cannot ignore this, Thorne," Cedric's voice, uncharacteristically heated, sliced through the cold air. "A formal complaint from Alpha Roderick, backed by 3 Eastern lords. He accuses you of stealing his lawful property under the guise of ancient law. He demands her return or compensation equivalent to a royal ransom." My blood ran cold. Property. Me. Thorne's reply was a low rumble, but I caught the end of it. His property was a person being murdered for sport. The law is clear. "The law is what the strong say it is," Cedric shot back, "and right now, Roderick has the ears of the Eastern lords. They see this as high-handed tyranny. If you push them, they could cut off the iron ore shipments from the Black Ridge mines. Our forges would fall silent in a season. Is one strange girl worth crippling Stonehaven's military strength?" The silence that followed was heavier than stone. I could imagine Thorne's face, the storm in his eyes. "She is not a strange girl," Thorne's voice came, cold and deadly quiet. "She is a moon wolf, a sign." "A sign of what? Trouble?" Cedric pressed. "Thorne, be rational. Send her to the Silver Cloister in the north. Let the priestesses study her. It gets her out of Roderick's sight, removes the provocation, and keeps her safe. It's the prudent course." The Silver Cloister, a gilded cage of a different kind, a place of silent, holy sequestration, a polite way of disappearing me. No, the word was final, absolute. She stays. "Then you risk war for a myth," Cedric snarled. "Your father would never—" "I am not my father." Thorne's roar was so sudden, so full of pent-up fury, that I flinched where I stood. "Get out, Cedric. The audience is over." I heard a door slam. Minutes later, from my vantage point, I saw Lord Cedric striding across an upper courtyard, his mask of cold, furious triumph. He hadn't gotten his way, but he had planted a seed of doubt in the court, a seed of practical fear in the king's mind. That night, the evening meal was tense. Thorne was distracted, his gaze distant. Finally, he spoke. "You heard." It wasn't a question. I nodded, my appetite gone. "The Silver Cloister sounds peaceful." He looked at me sharply. "It is a prison for thoughts and souls. You would wither there." He set his goblet down with a sharp click. "Cedric is not wrong about the threat. Roderick is marshalling support. He is using you as a symbol of my overreach."
Then perhaps I am the problem, I whispered, the words tearing at something raw inside. You are the catalyst, he corrected, his gaze burning into mine. The problem was already there, festering. You simply brought it to light. Sending you away would not solve it. It would only prove that fear and greed are stronger than law, and stronger than me. He leaned forward. We will not hide, but we must be smarter. Your lessons are more urgent than ever. The following morning, Aldrich's lesson was different. He unrolled a fresh scroll. Genealogies. You asked about the bond, he said, his voice hushed. The tales of moonwolves are sparse, but they all agree on one thing. Their appearance was always twinned with the rise of a great alpha, not just a strong one, a unifier, a bringer of a new age. The bond between them was said to be the anchor that steadied the alpha's immense power, and the channel that allowed the moonlight's healing light to spread. He looked at me, his old eyes serious. If the tales are true, child, then your bond with Thorne, it is not a romantic fancy, it is a historical imperative. It signifies that he is the one prophesied to end this age of shadows, and you are the light that shows him the way. The weight of it was crushing. A prophesied unifier? Me? A guide? It was madness. But as I left Aldrich's study, reeling, I passed a tall, stained glass window in the hall. It depicted a mighty wolf with a pelt of stars, standing beside a king in armor. Beneath their feet were broken chains. The symbolism was unmistakable. I was no longer just a survivor, or a guest, or a political problem. I was part of a story that was centuries old, a story that expected a victory. And as I climbed the steps back to my tower, feeling the eyes of servants and guards upon me, I understood the full depth of Cedric's hatred and Roderick's fear. They weren't just fighting a king or coveting a prize. They were fighting against a prophecy, against the turning of an age, and they would stop at nothing to snuff out the light before it could truly dawn. My history lessons were over. Now I was living in the crucible where history was being forged, and the heat was becoming unbearable. The air in Stonehaven changed after the overheard argument. It wasn't overt. The guards still saluted, the servants still brought meals, but the silence grew thicker. The glances lingered a moment longer, laden with unspoken questions. The tension was a sourceless draft that seeped through the stone, chilling me more than the mountain wind. My lessons intensified. Master Aldrich now wove military logistics and economic dependencies into the histories. I learned of the Black Ridge mines, the lifeblood of Stonehaven's forges. I learned of the granaries in the southern valleys, vulnerable to drought and raiders. A kingdom, I was coming to understand, was a fragile, interconnected organism, and I was a fever in its blood.
Ryland's training shifted from basic defense to evasion. We practiced in the labyrinthine lower storerooms, a world of dusty barrels and hanging cured meats. They won't come at you with honor in a dark corridor, he muttered, his voice echoing in the gloom. He taught me to listen for the scuff of a boot on grit, to use shadows as allies, to identify choke points in escape routes. It was the education of a hunted thing. The bond with Thorne became a barometer for the growing storm. I felt his frustration like a distant thunderhead, his concentration a sharp, focused blade. He was planning, maneuvering, but the undercurrent of protective fury was always there, a constant rumble through our connection. He did not speak of Cedric or Roderick at our meals anymore. He asked about my progress, offered curt advice, his mind clearly elsewhere. 5 days after the argument, the storm broke its silence. It was late afternoon. I was in the walled garden, trying to find a moment of peace amidst the bare branches. The first snow had begun to fall, fat, gentle flakes that melted on the dark stone paths. I was watching one land on my gray sleeve when a figure stepped from the archway. It wasn't Cedric. It was Lady Alara. She was alone, wrapped in a cloak of deep plum wool, her face pale and composed against the dark fabric.
She didn't smile, but her expression wasn't hostile. It was resolved. "Lady Zara," she said, her voice calm, "might I walk with you?" I nodded, wary. We fell into step on the path, the soft crunch of gravel the only sound for a moment. "I imagine you find Stonehaven stark," she began, her gaze on the sleeping flower beds. "It is different," I replied carefully. "It is a fortress," she said, "built for defense, not comfort. Every stone was laid with a threat in mind." She stopped, turning to face me. The snowflakes caught in her pale lashes. "I have served this house since I was a girl. I served Thorne's father. I have seen the weight of the crown from the shadows. It is a heavy thing." "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, my breath a white plume between us. "Because you have become part of that weight," she said bluntly. "Cedric is a viper, but he is not entirely wrong. Roderick's alliance with the Eastern Lords is real. The threat to Blackridge is not an empty one. Thorne is choosing a path of great risk." Her blue eyes met mine, and for the first time I saw genuine worry in them, not just calculation. "He believes in you, in what you represent, but belief does not stop arrows or feed a starving army." "So you agree with Cedric? I should be sent away?" A cold knot tightened in my stomach. "No," she said, surprising me. "The Silver Cloister is a pretty cage, and hiding you would be an admission of weakness. It would solve nothing in the long run." She paused, choosing her words with precision. "But you cannot remain a passive symbol, a ghost in the sun tower. The court needs to see you, not as a myth, but as a person, as someone who understands the stakes." "What would you have me do?" I whispered. "Appear," she said simply. "The winter solstice feast is in 3 nights. It is the largest gathering of the court before the deep snows. You must attend. Sit at the high table. Let them see the moon wolf is not a fleeting dream, but a reality residing in their midst. Let them see Thorne's confidence in you is unshakable." It was a terrifying prospect, to step from the shadows into the heart of the viper's nest, under 1,000 judging eyes. And if they mock me? If they challenge me? "Then you hold your head high," Ilara said, her voice gaining steel. "You are the king's honored guest. You wear the mark of a power older than their petty lineages. Do not explain. Do not justify. Be. That is the only answer that matters to wolves like Cedric." She was offering me a strategy, a way to fight on this new battlefield. It wasn't with claws or hidden daggers, but with presence, with unshakable calm. "Will the king agree?" I asked. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. "I have already spoken with him. He agrees it is time." She reached out and with a gesture so swift and gentle I barely registered it, adjusted the fold of my cloak where it met my shoulder, a courtier's subtle touch. "Wear the silver-gray gown from your chest. It will complement your eyes. And remember, in that hall, you are not Zara the Broken. You are the dawn Thorne is fighting for. Show them what a dawn looks like." She left me then, disappearing back into the keep as quietly as she had come. The snow fell thicker, dusting the garden in white. Her words swirled in my head. Be. Could I? Or would the ghosts of the pit rise up and choke me in front of them all? The next 3 days were a blur of dread and preparation. A quiet seamstress came to my tower, making minor adjustments to the gown Ilara had specified. It was indeed silver-gray, the color of a winter moon, shot through with threads that caught the light like frost. Simple, elegant, and undeniably regal. Master Aldrich gave me a crash course in court etiquette, who was who, which families were allied, which were rivals. He drilled me on proper forms of address, on the significance of the solstice feast. It is a celebration of endurance, of surviving the gathering dark. This year the symbolism will not be lost on anyone. The day of the feast arrived, leaden with clouds that promised more snow.
As dusk fell, a profound quiet settled over Stonehaven, the calm before the storm. Mira, the kind-eyed maid, helped me dress and arrange my hair into a simple, smooth knot at the nape of my neck. When I looked in the mirror, I didn't see a captive or a frightened girl. I saw a stranger with sharp cheekbones, luminous silver eyes, and an expression of wary resolve. The gown did not make me feel like a lady, it made me feel like armor. A knock came at the door. It was not a guard, it was Thorne. He stood in the doorway, dressed in the black and silver of his royal house, a circlet of dark iron on his brow. For a long moment he just looked at me, his stormy gaze traveling from my hair to the gown to my face. The bond between us surged, not with words, but with a complex wave of emotion, pride, fierce protectiveness, and a deep, resonant certainty. "You are ready," he said, his voice low. "I'm terrified," I admitted, the truth wrenched from me. "Good," he replied, a ghost of a hard smile on his lips. "But do not let them see it. Walk with me." He offered his arm. It was a formal, public gesture, the first of the night. I placed my hand on the heavy wool of his sleeve, feeling the solid muscle beneath. The contact sent a jolt of warmth through the bond, steadying my trembling fingers. We descended the tower stairs not as king and secret, but as king and companion. The guards we passed saluted, their eyes wide. The whispers began as we entered the main corridors, a hissing tide that followed us toward the great hall. The doors to the hall were massive, carved with scenes of legendary hunts. As they swung open, the full force of the solstice feast hit me. It was a cavern of noise and light, a vast vaulted space, its ceiling lost in shadow, while below blazed with the fire of a dozen hearths and 1,000 candles. Long tables groaned with food, whole roasted boars, glazed birds, mountains of bread, rivers of wine, and the people, hundreds of them, a kaleidoscope of rich fabrics, glittering jewels, and sharp, curious faces. The air was thick with the smells of meat, perfume, sweat, and ambition. All conversation died as we entered. Every head turned. The music faltered, then stopped entirely. The silence was absolute, heavier than any I'd heard in the arena. This was not the shock of a miracle, but the cold, assessing silence of a court confronted with a living question mark. Thorne's arm was like iron under my hand. He did not hurry. He led me at a stately pace down the central aisle, through the forest of staring faces. I kept my eyes forward, fixed on the high table on its dais at the far end, where Lady Alara sat, her expression serene, and Lord Cedric sat, his face a polite, frozen mask. I felt their stares like physical blows. I saw the sneers of the young lords, the speculative gleam in the merchants' eyes, the wary awe of the older warriors. I saw a woman whisper behind her hand, her eyes on my hair. I saw a man nudge his companion, gesturing with his chin. But I kept walking, one foot in front of the other. B. We reached the high table. Thorne guided me to the empty seat at his right hand, the place of highest honor. The collective intake of breath was audible. He held my chair, a gesture of startling, deliberate courtesy, before taking his own seat at the head of the table. The music started again, tentatively. Conversations resumed, but they were hushed, buzzing with a new energy. The feast continued, but the food on my plate might as well have been ash. I took small sips of water, my senses screaming. Thorne engaged in talk with a grizzled general to his left, but his attention was a net cast over the room, and I was at its center. The first test came during the third course. A portly lord with a booming voice, a known crony of Cedric's, raised his goblet. "A toast," he cried, "to our king's safe return from the eastern wilds, and to the illuminating new companion he has brought to brighten our long winter." Companion. The word was a deliberate slight, reducing me to a temporary amusement. A titter ran through a section of the hall. Thorne's hand tightened on his knife, but his face showed nothing. I looked at the portly lord. I did not smile. I did not frown. I simply let my gaze rest on him for a heartbeat too long, my silver eyes reflecting the candlelight. Then slowly I raised my own water goblet, inclined my head the barest fraction in acknowledgement, and took a sip. I said nothing. My silence was more unnerving than any retort. The lord smirked, the titters died. Thorne, beside me, gave a barely perceptible nod. I had passed the first round. But the night was long. As the wine flowed, the stares grew bolder. A sleek, handsome lord from a southern pack leaned forward from further down the table. "Tell us, Lady Zara," he drawled, his voice carrying. "The rumors are so fantastical. Is it true you faced the shadowed pack's champion without a single scratch? What magic did you use?" It was a direct probe, wrapped in false admiration. I set my fork down. I could feel Thorne tense, ready to intervene. I looked at the lord, letting the silence stretch, just as Alara had advised. "The only magic in that tit," I said, my voice clear and carrying in the sudden hush, "was the magic of cruelty. I faced their champion with nothing but my own fear. It was the king who ended the fight. It is the king who believes a wolf's worth is not measured in the blood it can spill." I turned my head slightly, my gaze meeting Thorne's. A charged, silent communication passed between us. I looked back at the lord. "I owe him my life and my loyalty." It was the perfect, politic answer. It credited the king, acknowledged the horror without detail, and revealed nothing of my true nature. The southern lord blinked, disarmed. Murmurs of approval came from the more sensible heads in the room. But as the feast wore on, a different kind of attention found me, not from the high table, but from the shadows near a servant's entrance. A man clearing plates. His eyes met mine across the crowded hall, not with curiosity or disdain, but with a cold, professional assessment. A hunter's gaze. He held it for a fraction of a second, then melted into the throng. The chill that went through me had nothing to do with the draft. It was the chill of a recognized threat. The beacon had been lit, and the predators were not just at the table, they were in the walls. The feast was a trial by fire, and I was still burning. But as I sat there, feeling the weight of the court's judgment and the shadow of unseen eyes, I realized something. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my gut, but beneath it, tempering it, was a new, steely strand of resolve. I had walked into the lion's den, and I had not been eaten. Yet. The game in the Great Hall was a lavish public spectacle, but the real game, the deadly one, was still being played in the shadows, and I had just seen one of its players. The feast was not an end, it was a declaration of war, and I was now undeniably on the field. The feast bled into a blur of music and oppressive scrutiny. I danced no dances, engaged in no witty banter. I was an icon on a dais, and that, perversely, became my strength. My silence, my stillness, my unwavering presence beside the king, they became a riddle the court couldn't solve. The initial mockery curdled into wary respect. I was not a giggling girl to be charmed, nor a cowering victim to be bullied. I was a fact, a moonlit enigma. Thorne played his part with flawless, intimidating grace. He was the king, jovial with allies, coolly distant with rivals, a pillar of unshakable authority. But through the bond, I felt the constant, humming strain of his vigilance. His eyes, like mine, kept drifting to the shadowed arches, the servants' passages. He had seen the hunter's gaze, too. Finally, as the midnight hour approached and the revelry grew slappy, Thorne arose. The hall quieted. "The hour is late," he announced, his voice effortlessly cutting through the din. "We thank you for your companionship this solstice night. May the returning sun find our packs strong and our hearts true." It was a clear dismissal.
He offered me his arm again. Our exit was as measured and silent as our entrance. The weight of 1,000 eyes followed us out. Only when the great doors thudded shut behind us, muffling the noise, did I let out a shuddering breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My legs felt weak. Thorne's grip on my arm tightened, supporting me subtly as we walked the now empty corridor. "You did well," he said, his voice low. "Better than well." "I saw him," I whispered. "The man by the servants' door." "I know. Rylan is searching for him now. He was not one of ours." His jaw was clenched. "The threat is inside the walls." A new, more intimate fear spiked through me, not of crowds or insults, but of a silent knife in a dark passage. The sun tower suddenly felt less like a sanctuary and more like a target painted on the mountainside. We reached the base of my tower. Thorne stopped, turning to face me. In the torchlight, his face was all harsh angles and shadow. "From tonight, your guard doubles. You do not leave the sun tower or its garden without Rylan or myself. Is that clear?" The command was absolute, but his eyes held not dominance but a fierce, frustrated concern. He hated this, hated caging me, even for my safety. "It's clear," I said, my voice small. He hesitated, then did something unexpected. He lifted his hand and, with a touch so gentle it stole my breath, brushed a stray strand of hair from my cheek. His fingers were warm, calloused. The bond between us flared, a golden wave of connection that made my heart stutter. "Sleep, Zara. You are safe tonight." He turned and was gone, his footsteps echoing sharply before being swallowed by the stone. I climbed the endless stairs on trembling legs. Safe? The word felt hollow. The hunter was inside. The walls were not just stone, they were a sieve. In my chamber, I barred the door, a futile gesture, but it made me feel slightly less exposed. I didn't undress. I sat on the edge of the bed, the silver-gray gown feeling like a costume I couldn't remove. I listened to the wind howl outside and the occasional call of the night watch. Every creak of the ancient stone was a footstep. Every gust down the chimney was a held breath. Sleep was impossible. Instead, I reached for the only weapon I had that no guard could supply. I closed my eyes and focused inward, on the pool of cool silver light, not to shift, but to feel it, to understand its texture. I imagined it spilling through my veins, not as a torrent, but as a subtle current. I concentrated on my fingertips resting on the fur coverlet. A soft glow emanated from them, a gentle moon radiance that illuminated the weave of the fabric. I focused, and the glow concentrated into a single point, bright as a captured star. I willed it to move, tracing a slow, shimmering circle on the dark fur. Control. Tiny, precious control. This was not the desperate explosion of the arena. This was a whisper, a secret. I practiced until the dawn light began to bleed around the edges of the shutters, painting the room in shades of gray. I was exhausted, but a fragile sense of power hummed beneath the fatigue. I could not fight an assassin with history lessons or courtly poise, but perhaps, just perhaps, I could fight with light. The next days were a siege of a different kind. My world shrank to the sun tower, its garden, and the route to the training yard where Rylan now drilled me with grim intensity. The court's curiosity didn't fade, it simply found new channels. Gifts began to arrive at my tower, subtle, testing gifts. A vial of rare perfume from a southern lady, a book of poetry from a scholarly lord, a set of finely stitched gloves from Lady Ilara herself. Each one was a message, a bid for favor or a probe for weakness. I accepted them with neutral thanks, instructed by Ilara, and stored them away, unused. The only gift that mattered came from Thorne. It was delivered by Rylan,
A slim, balanced dagger with a blade of polished steel and a hilt wrapped in dark leather. "It's not ceremonial," Rylan grunted. "It's sharp. Keep it with you, always." I strapped the sheath to my thigh, under my gown. Its weight was a cold, comforting secret. My lessons with Aldrich took on a new, urgent tone. We studied the Eastern lords allied with Roderick, their lands, their weaknesses, their rivalries. I learned that greed was not a monolith. It could be fractured. I learned of a young, ambitious lord in the East who chafed under Roderick's bullying, of a mining consortium unhappy with the Shadowed Pack's heavy tariffs. Thorne was not just preparing for war, he was looking for cracks in the enemy's wall. "He is playing a deep game," Aldrich murmured one afternoon, his finger tracing a trade route on the map. "But the deepest game is being played against you, my lady. Cedric is quiet, too quiet. It worries me." It worried me, too. The absence of his snide comments in the garden, his sly insults, felt like the drawing of a bowstring. The tension broke on an afternoon of brittle sunlight. I was in the walled garden, practicing the slow, controlled breathing Rylan taught me, trying to sense the flow of energy within me. The bond gave a sudden, sharp tug, not of emotion, but of warning. I opened my eyes. The garden was empty, still, but the air felt wrong, thicker. The cheerful call of a winter bird had fallen silent. I rose slowly from the stone bench, my hand drifting to the hidden dagger. I took a step toward the archway leading back inside. A figure detached itself from the deep shadow of the ancient pine. Not a guard, a man in servant's livy carrying a basket of kindling. He was young, ordinary, but his eyes were the same cold, assessing eyes from the feast. He didn't snarl, he didn't shift, he just looked at me and said, "Alpha Roderick sends his regards." Then he dropped the basket. It wasn't an attack, it was a diversion. The basket hit the gravel with a clatter, the kindling spilling. From behind the cover of the other tower, a second man lunged. He moved with the blurred speed of a trained fighter, a short, wicked blade already in his hand, aimed not for my heart but for my side, a killing strike meant to be quiet and efficient. Time didn't slow, it shattered. Training and instinct fused. I didn't think, I moved. I threw myself backward, not with grace, but with the desperate, stumbling speed I'd used to avoid Brute in the pit. The blade meant for my ribs sliced through the air, tearing the fabric of my sleeve. I felt a line of fire along my skin. I hit the ground, rolled, and came up facing them. The servant had drawn a blade as well. They advanced, splitting to flank me. No words now, only intent. My heart was a frantic drum, but a strange, cold clarity descended. The fear was there, but it was fuel. I called the inner light, not to shift, but to enhance. I felt it surge into my limbs, into my senses. The world sharpened. I could see the slight shift in the first attacker's weight as he prepared to lunge. I could hear the soft intake of breath from the second. As the first man struck, I didn't try the parry. I ducked under his arm, coming up inside his guard, and drove the heel of my palm up into his nose with every ounce of my light-augmented strength. I felt cartilage crunch. He screamed, staggering back, blood gushing. The second was already upon me. His blade flashed. I brought my own dagger up in a clumsy block. Steel shrieked against steel. The force of his blow numbed my arm. He was stronger, far stronger. He disengaged and stabbed again, a vicious thrust at my throat. I couldn't block it. I did the only thing I could. I unleashed the light. Not as a glow, as a pulse. A concussive wave of pure, silent silver energy erupted from my core. It didn't burn, it pushed. It was like being at the center of a moontide. The attacker was thrown backward as if by a giant's hand. He slammed into the stone garden wall with a sickening thud and slid to the ground, motionless. The first man, clutching his ruined face, stared in horror, turned and fled through the archway. The garden was silent again. The whole encounter had lasted less than a minute.
I stood there, trembling violently, my dagger held out, the silvery glow fading from my skin. The scent of blood and fear was sharp in the cold air. My side throbbed where the blade had grazed me. Boots pounded on stone. Rylan and 4 guards burst into the garden, weapons drawn. They took in the scene, the unconscious assassin, the spilled kindling, the blood on my sleeve, and Rylan's face went pale with fury. "My lady, are you—" "I'm all right," I interrupted, my voice surprisingly steady. "A scratch. He's alive." I pointed to the man by the wall. Rylan barked orders. 2 guards secured the prisoner, binding him roughly. The other 2 vanished in pursuit of the one who fled. Rylan was at my side in an instant, examining the cut on my arm. "Clean. Deep, but not mortal. We need Althea." He called for the healer, his eyes never leaving the archway, his body positioned squarely between me and any further threat. As the shock began to recede, the shaking grew worse. I had fought. I had hurt. I had used this strange power not just to survive, but to win. The realization was as terrifying as the attack itself. Thorne arrived like a winter gale, his cloak streaming behind him. He didn't speak to Rylan, didn't look at the prisoner. His stormy eyes went straight to me, to the blood on my gray gown. The bond between us was a white-hot cable of rage and fear. He crossed the garden in 3 strides. His hands came up, cradling my face, his thumbs brushing the traces of gravel dust from my cheeks. "Where?" he demanded, his voice a raw scrape. "My arm. It's nothing." He gently pushed back my torn sleeve, his jaw tightening at the sight of the bleeding gash. His touch was infinitely tender, a shocking contrast to the fury radiating from him. "This is not nothing," he growled. Then his gaze lifted to the prisoner being dragged away. The look in his eyes promised a world of pain. Althea, the head healer, arrived then, a no-nonsense woman with kind hands. She shooed Thorne aside and began cleaning and binding the wound. Thorne paced the garden like a caged wolf, every line of his body screaming violence held in check. When Althea was done, Thorne stopped his pacing. "Rylan, the prisoner, the interrogation cell, now. I want to know who sent him, how he got in, and every name he's ever known." His voice was colder than the mountain ice. He then turned to me. The fury was still there, banked beneath a layer of terrifying calm. "Come." He didn't lead me back to my tower. He led me to his study, a room I had never entered. It was a reflection of the man, large, ordered, dominated by a massive desk hewn from a single slab of oak and walls covered in maps. A fire roared in the hearth. He closed the door and leaned against his desk, arms crossed, watching me. "Tell me everything, from the beginning." I did. The feeling of wrongness, the bond's warning, the 2 men, the fight. I described the pulse of light, leaving nothing out. When I finished, the room was silent save for the crackle of the fire. "You used your power with control." I just reacted. "That was control," he said, a flicker of that fierce pride in his eyes again. "You chose not to shift. You chose a targeted defense. That is more than any of us could have hoped for so soon." He pushed off the desk and came to stand before me. "But it changes nothing. They have made their move. Inside my stronghold. This is an act of war far beyond Roderick's petty greed. What will you do?" "What I should have done the moment I brought you here," he said, his voice grin. "I will stop playing defense. Cedric's quiet game ends tonight. Roderick's provocations end now." He looked at me, and in his gaze I saw the king, the strategist, and the bonded male all in terrifying alignment. "You are not a secret to be hidden, Zara. You are a standard to be raised. If they want a war over you, then we will give them one, but it will be a war they cannot win." He was speaking of armies, of battles. The scale of it was dizzying. And me? What is my role in this war? "Your role," he said, his hand lifting again to brush the uninjured side of my face, "is to stay alive, to grow stronger, to be the light that guides us through the coming darkness." his thumb traced my bony cheek. And to trust me, even when the path I take seems forged in shadow. The unseen blade had been drawn, the first blood had been spilled within Stonehaven's heart, the quiet siege was over, the war had begun, and I was no longer just a prize to be fought over. I was a cause. The world did not change overnight, but the air in Stonehaven became iron. The attempt on my life was a spark thrown into a barrel of black powder. Thorne's response was not an explosion, but the cold, deliberate tightening of a vice. The prisoner from the garden died in the interrogation cells before dawn. He took no names with him, but he didn't need to. The method was signature enough. A poison capsule in a hollow tooth, a tool of professional, deniable mercenaries. Shadow Guild, Rylan reported, his face like granite. Expensive, discreet. They don't work for petty thieves.
Cedric, Thorne said, the name a curse. He stood before the great map in his study, a glass of untouched wine at his elbow. I was there, my arm bandaged and throbbing under my sleeve, a silent witness to the unfolding strategy. He's too clever to use his own men. He buys a shadow, points it, and keeps his hands clean. But he wanted us to know. This was a message, a proof of his reach. "And Roderick?" I asked, my voice small in the cavernous room. Thorne's finger stabbed the map, landing on the shadowed pack's territory. He provided the justification, the public grievance. Cedric provides the knife in the dark. They are dancing together, but they hear different music. Roderick wants you back as a symbol of his defiance. Cedric wants you gone as a symbol of change. He turned from the map, his gaze settling on me. We will use that. We will split them apart. The next morning, the changes were visceral. The guard on my tower tripled. They were no longer just sentries. They were a garrison. Rylan himself took up permanent residence in the antechamber. My world was now truly the Sun Tower, its garden, and the heavily guarded path to the training yard and Aldrich's study. The illusion of freedom was gone, stripped away by the reality of the blade. My training with Rylan transformed. No more evasion drills. Now it was brutal, desperate combat. He came at me with a blunted sword, his attacks relentless. "They will not send another amateur," he barked, as I barely dodged a blow meant to break my wrist. "The next one will be faster, stronger, smarter. You must be faster, stronger, smarter. Stop thinking like a girl who is attacked. Think like a wolf who is hunting." I learned to use my smaller size, my newfound speed augmented by flickers of lunar energy. I learned to fight dirty, kicks to the knee, handfuls of gravel to the eyes, using the environment. I learned to fight through pain, through fatigue, through the screaming protest of my muscles. My body hardened, my mind sharpened. The pampered guest was being scraped away, revealing something harder beneath. My sessions with Aldrich became war councils. We pored over troop deployments, supply lines, fortifications. I learned the strength of Stonehaven's legions, the loyalty of the surrounding packs. I learned of the vulnerabilities, the long eastern border, the dependency on the Black Ridge mines. Thorne joined us sometimes, listening as I parsed information, asking pointed questions. He was assessing me, not as a symbol, but as a potential asset. The bond between us hummed with a new, gruff respect that felt more real than any earlier awe. A week after the attack, Thorne summoned me to the armory. It was a vast, echoing hall deep within the mountain's heart, smelling of oil, heated metal, and sweat. The rhythmic clang of hammers was a constant, pounding heartbeat. At a forge glowing white-hot, a massive smith with arms like tree trunks was working a piece of steel. "This is Borg," Thorne said, raising his voice over the din. "The finest armorer between the mountains and the sea." Borg nodded, not pausing in his work. Thorne led me to a side chamber where a stand held not a suit of armor, but a garment. It was a sleek, hooded tunic and leggings in a matte, charcoal gray material that seemed to drink the light.
Next to it lay a pair of bracers and greaves of a strange dark metal that had a faint bluish sheen. Moonweave, Thorne said, running a hand over the tunic, spun from the silk of a cave spider that only lives in the highest peaks, then treated with alchemical salts. It's lighter than linen, but it will turn the edge of most blades and disperse the force of a blow. He picked up a bracer. This is star iron, fell from the sky centuries ago. It's nearly unbreakable and holds an edge like nothing else. He looked at me. It's not a cage, Zara. It's a skin, your second skin, for when you must fight. The gift was staggering. It was trust forged in steel and spider silk. It was an acknowledgement that my safety would not, could not, rely solely on his guards. "Try it on," he said, his voice gruff. In an adjoining room, with the help of an armorer's apprentice, I donned the moonweave. It was cool and smooth against my skin, fitting like it was made for me, which it had been. It moved with me, silent as a shadow. The star iron bracers and greaves were light, yet I could feel their incredible density. When I emerged, Borg and Thorne were waiting. Borg grunted, circling me. "Good. The weight is centered. You can run in it. You can fight in it." He picked up a practice dagger and, before I could react, slashed it across my forearm. I flinched, but felt only a firm pressure. The moonweave was unscathed, not even a mark. "A direct stab from a strong arm might penetrate," Borg said clinically, "but a slash, a glancing blow, you'll live." Thorne watched, his expression unreadable. "Now you are not just a target, you are a soldier in this war, my soldier." The words should have chafed. Instead, they felt like an anchor. I had a role, a defined, dangerous purpose. I was no longer a passive piece. I was a knight on his board. The next night, the War Council moved from Aldrich's study to the map room. The players were Thorne, General Yoren, Rylan, Aldrich, and to my surprise, Lady Alara, and me. I stood at the edge of the great table, feeling the weight of the star iron on my wrists. Thorne laid out his plan. It was not a defensive crouch, it was a lunge. "We strike at Roderick's legitimacy," he began, his finger tracing a route on the map. "Not with an army, not yet, with truth. Yoren, you will take a cohort of the Silent Guard, our best scouts, trackers, and infiltrators. You will enter the shadowed forest not as conquerors, but as gatherers. I want evidence, ledgers from the fighting pits, testimonies from prisoners who survived, names of nobles from other packs who attend and bet. I want to show the world what Roderick's entertainment truly is." General Yoren nodded, a fierce grin splitting his scarred face. "It'll be a pleasure, my king. We'll bring back enough filth to drown him in it." Concurrently, Thorne continued, his gaze shifting to Alara, "We will launch a campaign of whispers here at home. Lady Alara, you will host salons, dinners. You will spread the story of the Moonwolf's rescue from the pits. Frame it not as my caprice, but as a king's sacred duty to protect the innocent from monstrous cruelty. Make Roderick the villain of the piece. Stir the compassion of the soft-hearted lords and the outrage of the pious." Alara inclined her head, her blue eyes sharp. "It will be done. The mothers of the court will be particularly receptive. Nothing unites like the protection of the young and defenseless." "And Roderick?" Rylan asked, his voice tight.
Thorne's face turned to stone. "Cedric we handled directly. He has overplayed his hand. The Shadow Guild assassin links to him, if not by proof, then by scent. I will summon him before a closed session of the Inner Council. I will present the coincidence of the attack occurring just as his political pressure mounted. I will not accuse, I will imply. I will make him sweat. I will remind him that my protection is absolute and that those who threaten what is mine face consequences that are biblical." He finally looked at me. "Your presence at that council will be crucial. You will stand, silent in your moonweave, a living rebuke, a testament to what he tried to destroy." The plan was multifaceted, brilliant, and ruthless.
It attacked Roderick's reputation, rallied domestic support, and isolated Cedric through fear and implication. It was the forging of a new narrative, with me as the central, shining figure. "And my part?" I asked, my voice steady despite the whirlwind in my chest. "Your part is to become undeniable. Your combat training continues, but you will also begin public appearances, short, controlled. You will visit the healing wards with Althea. You will walk the outer battlements with me where the soldiers can see you. You will be seen as strong, compassionate, and unafraid. You will be the living heart of the cause we are building." He paused. "And you will continue to master your power. We need to understand it, not just as a weapon, but as a tool, a beacon." The next fortnight was a whirlwind of disciplined chaos. Stonehaven became a hive of quiet, purposeful activity. Yoren and his silence vanished into the eastern forests like ghosts. Alara's chambers buzzed with strategic tea and whispered conversations. The mood in the court shifted palpably, curiosity hardening into partisan lines. You were either for the king and his mysterious, wronged Moonwolf, or you were quietly, nervously for the old ways of Cedric and the brutal pragmatism of Roderick. I lived two lives. One was the public figure, walking the battlements, a silent, grave young woman in gray moonweave beside the formidable king, nodding to the awed bows of soldiers. Visiting the healing wards where I would let a tiny, controlled wisp of my light dance on my fingertips to soothe a fevered child or ease an old warrior's pain. These small acts of mercy did more to win hearts than any speech. My other life was in the training yard and the highest, most private tower room which had been cleared for my use. There, with only Rylan and Thorne present, I explored my power. It was not just light or strength. I found I could craft it into subtle shapes, a shield of shimmering air that could deflect a thrown knife, a cord of light that could trip an opponent, a burst of concussive force like the one in the garden. I learned its limits, too. It drained me, a deep, spiritual fatigue that no food or sleep could instantly cure. Sustaining a shift for more than a few minutes left me trembling and hollow. Through it all, the bond with Thorne was my constant. It was no longer just an awareness, it was a conduit. In the training yard, I could feel his approval of a well-executed move. During council, I could sense his satisfaction when a point landed. And at night, in the solitude of my tower, I would sometimes feel a wave of his weariness, the immense weight of the crown, and I would send back a pulse of steadfast calm, of unwavering presence. We were learning to speak without words, to shore each other up across the stone distances of the keep. The day of the closed council arrived. I dressed with care, the full moonweave suit, the star iron glinting dully. I left my hair loose, a pale cascade over the dark gray. I looked neither frail nor overtly militant. I looked certain. The council chamber was smaller, paneled in dark wood. The inner circle was present, stony-faced General Yoren, back from his mission, his eyes promising grim news, Lady Alara, Master Aldrich, a few other trusted elders, and Cedric. He stood by the hearth, the picture of composed nobility, but I could see the tension in the line of his shoulders. His pale green eyes flicked to me as I entered with Thorne, and a flicker of pure, undiluted hatred flashed there before being veiled. Thorne took his seat at the head of the table. I did not sit. I took up a position against the wall near the window, a silent, watching sentinel. The meeting began with mundane matters, tax reports, border patrol schedules. The normalcy was a deliberate, tension-winding tactic. Cedric contributed with smooth, knowledgeable comments. He was playing his part perfectly. Then Thorne leaned forward. "Lord Cedric, a concerning matter has come to light regarding security." Cedric's mild smile never faltered. "My king?" "The attack on my guest," Thorne said, his voice dropping into a dangerous register. "The assassins were professionals, Shadow Guild, a costly, precise instrument. It makes one wonder who in my kingdom has both the motive to see Lady Zara removed and the resources to hire such an instrument. The room froze. All eyes turned to Cedric. Cedric didn't flinch. He spread his hands, a picture of reason. A tragic and outrageous event, my king. The Shadowed Pack's reach, it seems, is longer than we feared. Roderick's resentment clearly knows no bounds. Indeed, Roderick's resentment, yet the Guild is not known for working with chaotic elements. They prefer clients with clean hands and deep, silent coffers, clients who value discretion above all. He let the words hang. It is a puzzle. One might almost think two parties were at work, one providing the public anger, the other the private knife. Cedric's composure cracked for a single second. A muscle in his jaw jumped. He knew he was being cornered, not with evidence, but with logic and implication. He looked at me then, his gaze like a physical slap. It is a dangerous thing to bring a spark into a room full of old timber. The fire that results may consume more than intended. It was a threat, open and clear. Thorne's voice became glacial. Be very careful, Cedric. You speak of fire. I control the mountain, and a mountain can smother a spark or grind timber to dust. He stood, his presence dominating the room. The council is adjourned. Lord Cedric, you will remain. We have private matters to discuss. As the others filed out, I remained. Thorne had not dismissed me. Cedric watched me, his hatred now naked. Thorne walked around the table until he stood before the Lord. You are confined to your estates, effective immediately. Your retainers are being relieved of their posts. You will have no contact with the Eastern Lords or with any agent of the Shadowed Pact. If another shadow so much as flicker near the Sun Tower, I will not bother with counsels or implications. I will tear your world down stone by stone and leave you to watch from the rubble.
Cedric's face was white with rage. He had been outmaneuvered, stripped of influence, and humiliated. He gave a stiff, jerky bow. Perfectly, my king. He shot me one last venomous look. This is not over. The old timber has deep roots. Then he turned and strode from the room. When the door closed, the forceful energy seemed to leave Thorne. He leaned on the table, his head bowed. I could feel the turbulent mix of victory and corrosive worry through the bond. He had won the round, but he had made a mortal enemy. I walked to his side. I didn't touch him. I simply stood there, a solid, silent presence in my moonweave armor. After a moment, he straightened. He looked at me, his stormy eyes searching my face. He is right, you know, he said quietly. The roots are deep, and fire is coming. I met his gaze, letting my own certainty, hard-won from pain and practice, shine through. Then we will burn together, I said, and from the ashes we will build something new. The forging was complete. The iron had been tempered in threat and strategy. I was no longer a girl saved from a pit. I was Zara of Stonehaven, the Moonwolf, the king's standard-bearer, and the war for the soul of the kingdom had just been declared in a room of wood and stone. The next move would be written in blood and fire, out in the wider world. Confinement did not silence Cedric. It distilled his malice into a more potent poison. Though barred from court, his network of whispers thrived. The story twisted in the dark corners of the keep. The Moonwolf was a dangerous, unstable creature, her power a harbinger of calamity, not blessing. The king was bewitched, risking the realm's stability for a pretty myth. The attack in the garden? Perhaps a result of her own volatile nature, a cover-up for some monstrous lapse. Lies, but sleek, plausible lies that fed on fear and tradition. I felt the shift in the castle's heartbeat. Servants who once looked at me with awe now sometimes averted their eyes with a new, superstitious dread. The public walks with Thorne became acts of defiance as much as solidarity. My visits to the healing wards were the only antidote. There, my light brought tangible comfort, and gratitude was a purer currency than gossip. Meanwhile, from the east, General Yoren's silence began to send back reports, not through riders, but through a series of prearranged dead-drop signals, a knotted cord left on a certain trail, a specific pattern of stones by a stream. The news was grimly satisfying. They had infiltrated the fringes of the Shadowed Pack's territory, witnessed the bloated, corrupt operation of the fighting pits firsthand, and even liberated a handful of broken prisoners, spiriting them away to safe houses. They were gathering a ledger of horrors. But they also reported a new, chilling development. Roderick was not just sitting in his forest fuming, he was mobilizing. Not a full army that would take time and provoke immediate retaliation, but smaller, faster bands of raiders. His target, according to intercepted chatter, was not Stonehaven itself, but its vulnerable underbelly, the supply lines. "He's going for the mines," Todd growled, standing over the map in the war room. A new set of carved wooden blocks representing Roderick's raider bands clustered like carrion flies around the symbol for Black Ridge. "Cut off our iron, cripple our forges, starve our armories." It's a classic siege tactic applied from a distance, and he's using Cedric's confinement as a rallying cry. The tyrant king silences dissent while his pet monster endangers us all. "We must reinforce Black Ridge," General Yoren stated, his big hands clenched on the table. "Send 2 companies of heavy infantry, dig in." "And play right into his strategy," Lady Alara countered coolly. She pointed to other markers on the map. "That would draw our strength from the northern passes and the southern granaries. He has other bands forming here and here. He hopes to stretch us thin, to make us react. We must be the anvil, not the chasing hammer." Thorne listened, his eyes on the map, but I could feel his mind racing down paths the others hadn't considered. The bond was a live wire of strategic calculation. He finally looked at me where I stood in my usual place by the window. "Zara, what do you see?" The question was no longer a test, it was an expectation. I studied the map, the pieces, the terrain. I thought of the stories Aldrich had told me of Roderick, a bully, not a grand strategist, a man who understood cruelty and greed, but not the patient art of war. "I think he's copying a move from a book," I said slowly, "but he doesn't have the discipline for a long game. He wants a quick, dramatic win. He wants to hurt you, to make you look weak in front of the other lords. The mines are a symbol, but his real weakness," I walked to the map, my finger hovering over the shadowed forest, "is here, his own land. It's built on fear and corruption. What if his people saw a different kind of strength, not the strength that takes, but the strength that frees?" Todd's eyes ignited. "Go on." "Yoren's silence have the evidence of his crimes," I said, ideas coalescing with a sudden fierce clarity. "Don't just bring it here to show our court. Take it there. Infiltrate deeper. Spread the word among their own people. Tell them of the prisoners freed, the atrocities documented. Tell them their alpha sells their pain for foreign gold. And then," I took a breath, "offer them a vision, not just of a king who punishes, but of a protector. You could issue a royal decree here at Stonehaven, offering sanctuary and full pack rights to any citizen of the Shadowed Territories who renounces Roderick's rule. Undermine him from within, make his own land his battlefield." The room was silent. General Yoren stared at me, his blunt face thoughtful. Lady Alara's lips curved in a slow, approving smile. Aldrich chuckled softly, shaking his head in wonder. Todd looked at me as if seeing me for the first time all over again. "A war of hearts and minds," he murmured, "fought alongside the war of swords. You would use his cruelty as our weapon." He nodded, decision solidifying.
Yoren, shift your silence priority. Gathering evidence continues, but dissemination becomes paramount. Use the liberated prisoners as messengers. Have them tell their stories. Spread the decree of sanctuary. Alara, craft the messaging for our people here. Frame this not as an invasion, but as a liberation, a moral duty. The strategy was set in motion. It was a gamble. It required patience and subtlety, commodities in short supply when blades were being sharpened. But it was a true strategy, not a reaction. For the first time, we were dictating the terms. My role evolved again. With Cedric's visible faction suppressed, Thorne decided it was time to expand my visibility beyond Stonehaven's walls. "You are the face of the sanctuary decree," he told me one evening in my tower. "The compassionate light. We will ride to Frostfall, the nearest allied pack on the border with the shadowed forest. Their alpha, Gris, is loyal but pragmatic. Seeing you, hearing from you, will cement his support and send a powerful message to the wavering eastern lords." A journey. Outside the fortress, my heart leapt with a terrifying blend of dread and yearning. The world beyond the mountain called to the wolf in me, even as the memory of assassins warned of its perils. "Rylan and a full sentry of the Silver Guard will accompany us," Thorne said, seeing my conflict. "We travel fast, with no announcement. We will be a needle, not a banner." 3 days later, we rode out at first light, 100 warriors on horseback, Thorne and I at the center. I was clad in my moonweave, a dark gray travel cloak over it, the hood drawn up. I rode a steady mare beside Thorne's massive stallion. The wind was knife-sharp, scouring the high pass clean. The sense of space, of immense wild freedom, was almost dizzying after the cloistered tension of the keep. We traveled for a day and a half through breathtaking, brutal terrain. The bond with Thorne was a steady, reassuring hum on the road, a shared alertness as we scanned the high rocks for ambush, but it was also touched with a strange, shared exhilaration. We were moving, acting, together. Frostfall Hold was a contrast to Stonehaven. Where Thorne's fortress was carved defiance, Frostfall was a log and stone bastion grown from the edge of a vast frozen lake. It was smaller, rougher, but it hummed with a fierce, independent energy. Alpha Gris met us at the gate, a mountain of a man with a frost-bleached beard and eyes the color of the lake ice. His gaze swept over the Silver Guard with approval, then settled on me with blunt curiosity. "King Thorne," he grunted, clasping forearms in a warrior's greeting, "and the Moon Wolf. Heard the stories, didn't believe half of 'em." His eyes narrowed. "You don't look like much." Before Thorne could speak, I nudged my horse forward a step. I pushed back my hood, letting the weak sunlight catch my pale hair. I met Gris's assessing stare and held it. "Appearances can be deceiving, Alpha Gris," I said, echoing my words to Cedric from a lifetime ago, as I'm sure a wolf who lives on this frozen edge well knows. A flicker of surprise, then a grudging respect crossed his weathered face. He snorted. "True enough. Come in, the wind's got teeth today." The feast at Frostfall was a loud, hearty, unpretentious affair. There were no sly insults, just blunt questions. Gris and his warriors wanted to know about the pits, about Roderick's strength, about Thorne's plans. Thorne answered with forthright confidence, and then he gestured to me. "The decree of sanctuary is not just my law, it is a promise that the kingdom I wish to build has no place for the strong preying on the weak. Lady Zara is the living emblem of that promise." All eyes turned to me. These were not courtiers, they were frontier wolves, their loyalties earned, not inherited. I stood, my heart pounding. I was the weak, I said, my voice clear in the sudden quiet. I was sold, caged, and thrown to the beasts for sport. There was no sanctuary for me under Roderick's law, only profit from my pain. King Thorne offered me sanctuary when he had nothing to gain but the ire of a cruel and powerful enemy. He offers the same now to any in the shadowed lands who have the courage to seek the light, not as a subject, but as a free wolf under a just law. I let a tiny, controlled wisp of silver light dance across my knuckles, a visual punctuation to my words. This is not the power of destruction, it is the power of healing. It is the power of a dawn that refuses to be extinguished. I sat down. For a moment, there was only the crackle of the fire. Then Gris slammed his tankard on the table. "Well said," he roared. "A king who fights for the hunted is a king worth following. Frostfall stands with Stonehaven, and any poor soul who escapes Roderick's clutches will find a warm hearth and a sharp blade here." The hall erupted in agreement, a thunderous, visceral sound that was more powerful than any polite applause in Stonehaven's great hall. I had reached them. The message had landed. We stayed 2 days, solidifying plans for patrols, for receiving refugees. On the morning of our departure, as we mounted in the frosty courtyard, a young warrior approached me, his face earnest. "My lady," he said, holding out a small, rough-carved wooden wolf, "for you, to watch over your journey." It was a token, simple and sincere, a piece of the trust we had come to build. I took it, feeling its solid weight. "Thank you." The journey back was lighter in spirit, but Thorne's vigilance never wavered. We were 2 days from Stonehaven, winding through a narrow, pine-choked valley when the bond shrieked a warning. It was not a subtle tug, it was a blade of pure alarm. "Ambush!" Thorne bellowed, drawing his sword in the same instant. Arrows whistled from the trees, not a hail, but a precise, deadly volley aimed at the heart of our column, at Thorne and me. A silver guard beside me grunted and fell from his saddle, a shaft in his throat. "Shields!" Rylan roared. The guards closed around us, their shields forming a tortoiseshell over our heads. Arrows thudded into the wood. Then they came from the ground. Not bandits, warriors in dark, nondescript leathers, their faces masked. They moved with the coordinated, lethal efficiency we had come to associate with the Shadow Guild. But there were too many for a simple assassination squad. This was a small army. Roderick had committed. The valley exploded into chaos. Steel clashed, wolves howled, shifting in flashes of fur and fury. Our column was stretched out in the narrow pass, vulnerable. "We need to break through," Thorne yelled, cutting down an attacker who got too close. "To the high ground." He pointed to a rocky outcrop ahead where the valley widened slightly. We fought as a moving wedge, the Silver Guard a disciplined machine of death carving a path through the ambush. I stayed in the saddle, my dagger in hand, using flickers of light to dazzle attackers who got past the guards, creating openings for Rylan or others to strike. It was brutal, close-quarters work, the air filled with the smells of blood, pine, and fear. We were almost to the outcrop when a massive, shifted wolf, a hulking beast with Roderick's crest branded crudely on his shoulder, burst from the tree line and barreled straight for Thorne, ignoring the guards. It was a champion, a killer. Its target was clear: behead the snake. Thorne shifted to meet him, a blur of midnight fur and raw power. The two alphas collided with the sound like boulders crashing, a whirlwind of snapping jaws and tearing claws. I lost sight of them as another wave of attackers hit our flank. My mare screamed and reared, an axe biting into her shoulder. I was thrown, hitting the frozen ground hard. My breath left me in a whoosh. I rolled, coming up to my knees, my dagger lost.
A masked swordsman stood over me, his blade raised for a finishing thrust. Time seemed to slow. I saw the cold intent in his eyes. I called my power, not to push, but to focus. I shaped it in my mind's eye into a blade of my own, a searing, condensed lance of lunar energy. As his sword descended, I thrust my open palm forward. A beam of pure, silent silver light shot from my hand. It didn't knock him back. It pierced. It burned a clean, smoldering hole through the center of his leather armor, through his chest. He froze, his eyes wide with shock, then crumpled. I stared at my hand, then at the dead man. I had just killed, not in desperation, with deliberate, focused power. A wave of nausea washed over me, but there was no time. A triumphant roar, followed by a pained snarl, snapped my head around. Thorne had the massive wolf pinned, his jaws at its throat. But from the shadows behind him, a second, smaller shifted wolf, sleek, fast, its eyes intelligent and cruel, launched itself at Thorne's exposed back. This was the real trap. The champion was the distraction. "Thorne!" I screamed. I didn't think. I moved. I shifted. The change was instantaneous, a surge of power that tore through my human form. In a flash of silver light, the moonwolf stood where the girl had been. I didn't run on the ground. I leaped, using the power in my haunches to launch myself over the heads of the struggling guards, a streak of living moonlight. I hit the sleek wolf in midair, just as its fangs were about to close on Thorne's spine. We tumbled in a snarl of fur and claws. It was fast, cunning, aiming for my eyes, my throat. But I had the weight, the celestial strength. I pinned it, my own jaws closing around its neck. I felt its terror, its shock. This was not part of the plan. The moonwolf was not supposed to fight. I bit down, not to kill, to break. I felt bone give way. The wolf beneath me went limp with a high-pitched yelp. I released it, shifting back to human form in the same motion, panting, my body trembling with adrenaline and spent power. Thorne, having finished his opponent, shifted back as well. He was bleeding from a dozen claw marks, his chest heaving. His stormy eyes locked on me, wide with a ferocious, terrifying pride, and a dawning horror at the violence I had just embodied. Around us, the battle was ending. The last of the ambushers, seeing their leaders fallen, were melting back into the trees, pursued by the enraged Silver Guard. Silence descended, broken by moans of the wounded and the harsh panting of the survivors. The pass was a charnel house. Thorne stumbled to me, his hands gripping my shoulders. "You're hurt?" I shook my head, numb. "You?" Scratches. His gaze went to the dead man, then to the whimpering, broken wolf at my feet. "You stopped them both." "I killed a man," I whispered, the reality crashing down. The focused beam of light. It had been so easy. "You saved your king," Rylan said, appearing beside us, his sword dripping. "You saved us all. That was no ambush. That was a decapitation strike. They meant to end it here." He looked at me with a respect that bordered on awe. "The moonwolf is not just a healer, it seems." Thorne's grip on my shoulders tightened. The bond was a tumult of awe, gratitude, fear for me, and a savage satisfaction. We had been tested in fire and blood, and we had stood together. As we tended to our wounded and prepared to ride hard for Stonehaven, I looked at the carved wooden wolf from the Frostfall warrior, still clutched in my bloody hand. The whisper in the wood had become a roar in the valley. The world now knew the moonwolf could do more than shine. She could fight. She could kill. The message had been sent, and it would change everything. The return to Stonehaven was a somber, blood-stained procession. We carried our dead slung over their saddles, a line of shrouded forms that spoke more eloquently than any herald of the cost of the road we walked. My hands were stained, and not just in dirt. The memory of the silver lance piercing leather and flesh, of the feeling of the wolf's neck breaking under my jaws, played behind my eyes on a relentless loop. The power that had once felt like salvation now tasted of copper and ash. The keep received us in grim silence. The victory of Frostfall was overshadowed by the brutality of the ambush. Lady Alara took one look at Thorne's wounds and my hollow eyes, and set her healers to work with quiet efficiency. The story of the battle spread through the castle in hushed, awe-struck tones, the king's ferocity, the moonwolf's lethal intervention. I was no longer just a symbol of compassion. I was a war goddess, a creature of both light and terrifying judgment. The superstitious fear I'd felt before was now laced with a potent, fearful reverence. Thorne was everywhere at once in the days that followed, consulting with Yoren on strengthening the patrols, debriefing with Rylan on the guild's tactics, meeting with his stewards to secure the supply lines. The ambush had failed in its main objective, but it had succeeded in one thing. It had proven Roderick was willing to commit to open, aggressive war. The shadow conflict was over. We were in a fight for survival. He came to my tower one evening, after the healers had changed my bandages. I had taken a shallow cut on my leg during the fight I barely remembered. He looked exhausted, the new scars on his arms and chest livid against his skin, but his gaze was clear and intent. "We cannot wait for him to strike again," he said without preamble, sinking into a chair by my fire. "The sanctuary decree is working. Trickles of refugees are starting to appear at Frostfall and our other border posts, bringing tales of Roderick's increased brutality in response. But it is not enough. He is marshalling his full forces. The raids on Blackridge have begun in earnest. We have weeks, maybe less, before he feels strong enough to march on a major holding." "So we march first," I said, the words feeling inevitable. He nodded. "We take the war to him, but not to his stronghold in the deep forest. That's a trap. We strike at the source of his wealth and his corruption, the main fighting pit arena, the heart of his operations. It's a day's ride inside his border, heavily guarded, but it's a fixed target. We destroy it, liberate the prisoners publicly, and broadcast it to the world. We cut off his gold and his prestige in one blow. It may break the will of the Pax sitting on the fence. It will certainly enrage Roderick and force him to react recklessly." It was a bold, dangerous plan, an attack on sovereign territory. It could be seen as the very tyranny Kedrick whispered about. The other alphas, will they see it as justice or aggression?
"They will see what we show them," Thorne said, his eyes hardening. "Yoren's silence have not been idle. They have testimonies, ledgers, names. We will send copies to every alpha in the realm the moment we strike, with a declaration that we are not invading a pack, but eradicating a cancer that threatens us all. We will frame it as a police action, a king's duty." He leaned forward. "But for it to work, it must be overwhelming, it must be swift, and it must be morally unambiguous." He looked at me, and I knew what was coming. "You must be there, Zara, at the forefront. You are the moral argument made flesh, the one he tried to destroy, returning to destroy the machine that created her." The thought of returning to that world, to the sand and the screams, even as a conqueror, made my stomach clench. I don't know if I can." "You can," he said, his voice softening, "because you are not the girl who was thrown into that pit. You are the wolf who climbed out. You are the light that exposes the darkness. Your presence will give our warriors heart, and it will paralyze Roderick's guards with superstitious fear. But more than that," he reached out, taking my hand. His touch was warm, grounding. "You deserve to see it burn. You deserve to be the one who lights the torch." The bond swelled with his conviction, with his belief in me. He was right. This wasn't just strategy, it was justice, and it was personal. "I'll go," I whispered. The preparations were a frantic, secretive whirlwind. An army couldn't be gathered without Roderick knowing, so Thorne selected a strike force, 500 of his best, the silent guard for infiltration and sabotage, the heaviest of his infantry for the main assault, and a cohort of archers. We would travel fast and light, living off the land. I was to travel with Thorne and Rylan at the core. The night before we departed, I couldn't sleep. I slipped from my bed and went to the highest window of my tower, looking out at the moon-washed peaks. I felt a presence and knew he was there even before he spoke. "You should rest," Thorne said softly from the doorway. "So should you." He came to stand beside me, a solid, warm presence in the dark. We looked out in silence for a long moment. "Are you afraid?" he asked. "Terrified," I admitted. not just of the fighting, of becoming what I fight. In the past, when I killed that man, it was cold, precise. It felt like the opposite of everything my light is supposed to be. He was quiet for a time. "The light shows the way," he said finally, "but sometimes the path is through darkness. That doesn't corrupt the light, it proves its necessity. What you feel, that is the cost of dawn, the weight of choosing to stand when others would look away. I carry it too, every day." I turned to look at him. In the moonlight, his face was all stark plains and shadow, the king and the man inseparable. "Why?" I asked, the question that had haunted me since the arena. "Why me? Why this bond? It can't just be fate or prophecy." He looked down at me, his stormy eyes serious. "I don't know why the moon chose you, Zara, but I know why I chose you. In that pit, you were broken, abandoned, with every reason to surrender to the darkness, and instead you found a light inside you that you never knew you had. You didn't just survive, you transformed. That is not the mark of a victim. That is the mark of a queen, of the only partner strong enough to walk this path beside me, not behind me." He cupped my cheek, his thumb brushing my skin. "The bond may have brought us together, but it is your heart, your courage that makes it real, that makes it worth fighting for." His words unspooled something tight and fearful within me. He saw me, not the myth, not the weapon, but the person forged in pain and trying to choose the light. Before I could think, I rose on my toes and pressed my lips to his. It was not a kiss of passion, but of acknowledgement, of sealing a pact, of shared breath and shared purpose. It was soft, brief, and it shook me to my core. He went utterly still for a heartbeat, then his arms came around me, pulling me close, and he deepened the kiss, pouring into it all the unspoken things, the protectiveness, the awe, the relentless drive, the burgeoning, terrifying love. When we broke apart, we were both breathless. The bond between us was a blazing sun, a completed circuit. He rested his forehead against mine. His whisper was rough. "When this is over, when the dawn is secure, we will discuss what this means." I nodded, unable to speak, my heart too full. We rode out at first light, a river of steel and determination flowing silently from Stonehaven's gates. The mood was focused, grim. We were an arrow loosed, and there was no turning back. The journey to the border was tense, every shadow in the forest a potential threat. We avoided main roads, moving like ghosts. Thorne and I rode side by side, the memory of the kiss a secret warmth between us, a beacon in the cold purpose of the march. 2 days later, we reached the rendezvous point deep in the wilds, just outside the shadowed pack's formal borders. Yoren's silence were waiting, their faces grim. They had done their work. The arena's guard schedule, its weak points, the location of the prisoner pens, all were laid out on a crude map in the dirt. "The main event is at dusk. The place will be packed. Guards are focused on the crowd and the fighters. That's when we hit." A silent named Kalen reported, his voice a bare whisper. Thorne nodded. "Infiltration teams go first, sabotage the gate mechanisms, secure the prisoner exits. The main force hits the main entrance and the guard barracks simultaneously. Archers on the perimeter to pick off runners. Speed is everything. We are in and out without them knowing." He looked at me. "You are with me. We go to the sands, to the center." As dusk painted the sky in blood and purple, we moved into position. The arena was just as I remembered from my nightmares, a monstrous wooden bowl dug into the earth, torches already blazing, the sound of a gathering crowd, a rising drone of anticipation. The scent of roasting meat and cheap ale turned my stomach. Hidden in the tree line, I felt the old fear rise, a choking vine. I closed my eyes, reaching for the inner light, not for power, but for calm, for the memory of Thorne's words, of his kiss.
You are not the girl who was thrown into that pit. You are the wolf who climbed out. A hand found mine in the darkness, Thorne's. He didn't look at me, he just held on, his grip firm, an anchor. The bond pulsed steady and strong. Together. A distant horn blast echoed from the arena, the start of the night's entertainment. The crowd roared. Thorne raised his fist, then brought it down. Silence erupted into chaos.
The infiltration teams struck first, silent kills at the postern gates, the soft thud of crossbows from the shadows. Then, with a deafening crash, our main force blew the main gates inward with a makeshift ram. Warriors poured into the entry tunnel, howling their battle cries. "Now!" Thorne yelled. We broke from the trees, a wedge of silver guard around us, and charged straight for the shattered entrance. The scene inside was bedlam. Spectators screamed and fled in all directions, trampling each other. Guards, caught utterly by surprise, tried to form ranks but were cut down by the disciplined onslaught of our troops. Thorne shifted as he ran, a wave of midnight fury. I shifted beside him, the transformation a release of pent-up energy. The moon wolf and the king wolf, side by side, burst onto the blood-stained sand of the fighting pit. The current fight, a mismatched bout between a scarred veteran and a terrified young boy, froze. The crowd's roar died, replaced with screams of terror at the sight of us. Thorne threw back his head and let out an alpha's roar that shook the very timbers of the arena, a sound of pure, annihilating authority. "By the order of the king, this place is shut down. Lay down your arms and you will live." Most of the guards, seeing their comrades falling, the unstoppable force invading their sanctum, dropped their weapons. A few loyalists attacked and were cut down. My eyes were not on them. They were on the rows of cages built into the arena walls, filled with hollow-eyed prisoners awaiting their turn to die. I turned my luminous gaze upon them, and with a focused thought, I sent a wave of gentle silver light washing over the locks. They didn't break, they melted, dissolving into puddles of molten iron. The cage doors swung open. For a moment, the prisoners just stared. Then one, then another, stumbled out onto the sand, blinking in the torchlight as if born anew. A bear of a man, covered in scars, fell to his knees before me, tears cutting tracks through the grime on his face. "The moon wolf! The stories are true!" This was the moment. The moral argument made flesh. I turned, facing the few pockets of resistance, the stunned, guilty faces of the wealthy patrons cowering in the stands. I let my light blaze, not to harm, but to reveal, to expose every cruel, greedy line on their faces. "Behold the cost of your sport." My voice, amplified by power and the arena's acoustics, rang out, clear and terrible. "Look upon the souls you would have bought and sold. This ends now. The dawn is coming, and it will tolerate no more shadows." It was a declaration, a judgment. As our warriors rounded up the guards and began shepherding the weeping, grateful prisoners to safety, Thorne shifted back to human form beside me, his chest heaving. He looked at the burning, melting cages, at the liberated prisoners, at the shattered symbol of Roderick's power. Then he looked at me, his eyes reflecting my silver radiance. "It's done," he said. But as the last of our troops began to withdraw, setting the wooden structures ablaze as our final punctuation, a rider came galloping wildly into the crumbling arena. It was one of our scouts, his face ashen. "My king!" he gasped, sliding from his saddle. "A force! Roderick's main army! They're not at their stronghold. They were lying in wait, a half-day's march from here. They're coming, and they're coming fast. We've maybe 3 hours before they're upon us." The triumph curdled in my chest. Roderick had anticipated us. He had let us destroy his arena, knowing it would lure us deep into his territory, far from our reinforcements. He hadn't been protecting his gold, he'd been setting a trap of his own. We had won the battle, but we had marched straight into the jaws of the war. Thorne's face hardened into a mask of battle-ready fury. He looked at our weary, bloodied troops, at the slow-moving column of freed prisoners. 3 hours. We could not outrun a fresh army with this burden. The cost of dawn was rising, and the final, terrible installment was about to come due. The silence in the shattered arena was profound, broken only by the crackle of spreading flames and the ragged breathing of our warriors. The euphoria of liberation had been a fleeting candle, snuffed by the scouts' words. 500 battle-weary troops, 100-odd fragile, newly freed prisoners, and a 3-hour head start against the full might of Roderick's vengeance. Thorne didn't waste a second on despair. "Yoren! Rylan!" His voice was a whip crack, slicing through the days. "Form the column, prisoners in the center, light infantry as vanguard, heavies as rearguard. We move north, toward the White River Gorge. The terrain will funnel them, narrow the advantage of their numbers." General Yoren's face was grim. "The gorge is a 2-hour forced march from here, my king, and if they have cavalry—" "Then we must be the rock in the river," Thorne said, his eyes scanning the panicked, hopeful faces of the freed men and women. "We cannot abandon them." His gaze found mine, and in it was a terrible, unflinching resolve. The bond thrummed with it, a shared understanding of the looming sacrifice. We would not leave these people to be recaptured and butchered. We would stand. The order rippled through the ranks. Discipline, hammered into the Stonehaven warriors over years, reasserted itself. The column formed with startling speed. The prisoners, many weak from captivity, were helped onto captured horses or supported by soldiers. Fear was a stench in the air, but it was met with a steely, silent determination. We moved out of the burning arena, leaving the symbol of Roderick's power as a funeral pyre against the night sky. Our pace was a brutal, punishing jog. The night was our ally and our enemy. It hid our movements, but turned the forest trail into a gauntlet of hidden roots and slick stones. I ran in my human form, conserving energy, my senses stretched taut. Every snap of a twig, every distant howl of a real wolf sent my heart into my throat. Thorne ran at the head of the column, a constant, reassuring presence. Through the bond, I could feel the immense pressure of his mind, calculating distances, estimating Roderick's speed, weighing the odds. It was a cold, hard calculus, and the answer was never good. After an hour of grueling progress, the forest began to thin, giving way to rocky, rising ground. The air grew colder, carrying the distant roar of water. The White River Gorge. We were making better time than expected, driven by desperation. "Hold!" Thorne's command brought the column to a panting halt on a high, rocky shelf overlooking the gorge. Below, a furious river churned through a narrow, steep-sided canyon. A single, ancient stone bridge, wide enough for 3 horses abreast, spanned the chasm. It was the only crossing for miles. On our side, the ground sloped up to a defensible ridge. On the far side, the land opened into a wooded plain and the direction from which Roderick would come. "This is the place," Thorne said, his voice carrying to the captains gathered around him. "We hold the bridge, we hold this ridge, we make our stand here." General Yoren surveyed the terrain, his warrior's mind approving. "The bridge is a bottleneck. They can't bring their full numbers to bear at once. Archers on the ridge can rain hell on their approach. It's a good kill box." He looked at the exhausted prisoners huddled together. "But we cannot hold forever, and if they flank us, find another crossing—" "We'll hold long enough," Thorne said, his gaze sweeping over our tired but resolute faces. "Long enough for a messenger to reach the border outpost at Flint's watch. They have a fast horse and a clear signal fire. Reinforcements are 2 days' hard ride. We need to buy 48 hours. 48 hours against an army. The numbers were insane. Orders flew. The heavy infantry, under Yoren, began forming a shield wall at the near end of the bridge, anchoring it to the rocky outcrops on either side. Archers scrambled up the ridge, laying out their quivers. The prisoners were moved to the most sheltered spot, a shallow cave at the back of our position, guarded by a small contingent. Rylan and his silence vanished into the woods on our flanks, tasked with finding and eliminating any enemy scouts and watching for attempts to ford the river upstream. I stood beside Thorne, looking across the bridge into the dark woods beyond. The bond was a taut wire, vibrating with shared tension. "What is my role?" I asked quietly. He looked at me, his face etched with the torchlight. "You are our heart and our secret weapon. Stay with the prisoners for now. Your light can soothe panic, mend the worst of their wounds, conserve your strength. When the time comes, when the pressure is greatest, I will need you to be the hammer that breaks their will. Can you do that?" I thought of the silver lance, of the focused, lethal power. I thought of the terrified faces in the cave. "Yes," I said, the word a vow. He nodded, then his hand came up, cupping the back of my neck, pulling my forehead to rest against his for a brief, searing moment. No kiss, just a fusion of wills. "For the dawn," he whispered. "For the dawn," I echoed. I went to the cave. The air inside was thick with fear, sweat, and hope. Althea, the healer, had come with the strike force, and she was already moving among them, her hands steady. I moved to her side. "How can I help?" She gave me a tired smile. "Your presence helps, child, but if you have the strength, the light, it mends faster than any poultice." I knelt beside a young man whose leg was a mass of old, infected scars from cage manacles. I placed my hands over the worst of it, closed my eyes, and called forth not the piercing lance, but the gentle, healing glow. The soft silver light seeped into his flesh, the angry red inflammation faded. The man gasped, his eyes wide with wonder as the chronic, agonizing throb simply ceased. Word spread through the cave. The moonwolf was healing. Hope, tangible and fierce, began to displace the terror. I moved from person to person, stitching torn flesh, knitting broken bones, pouring my energy into them. Each act of healing drained me, a slow leak from a well that I knew must be deep for the battle to come, but the gratitude in their eyes, the strengthening of their spirits, was a fuel of its own. Outside, the night wore on. The sounds of preparation were constant, the scrape of steel on stone as swords were sharpened, the thud of logs being rolled into position to fortify the shield wall, the tense whispers of the archers on the ridge. Just before dawn, Rylan returned from the woods, his face grim. "They're here," he reported to Thorne, his voice low. "Advanced scouts spotted us half an hour ago. The main host is less than a mile out. They've stopped to form up. They'll attack at first light." He paused. "They have siege engines, small catapults." Thorne's jaw tightened. Catapults changed the equation. Our shield wall was formidable against a frontal assault, but not against stones hurled from a distance. "Target the engineers first," he ordered the archer captain. "Make every arrow count." The gray light of pre-dawn crept over the gorge, painting the world in shades of lead and iron. It revealed our position in stark, unflattering detail, a small, stubborn island of defiance against the shadow gathering on the far side of the bridge. Then they emerged from the tree line. Roderick's army was a dark stain spreading across the plain. There were hundreds, perhaps 1,000. Shifted wolves milled at the front, their growls a rising rumble. Behind them, ranks of spearmen and swordsmen in mismatched armor, and at the rear, the dreaded shapes of 3 small, wheeled catapults being pushed into position. At the very front, standing in human form on a raised cart, was Alpha Roderick. Even at this distance, I could see his gloating, furious face. A herald beside him lifted a horn and blew a harsh, challenging note. "King Thorne,
Roderick's voice, amplified by a speaking trumpet, echoed across the chasm. "Your property was people. Your goods were blood and suffering. I am your king, and I am here to deliver justice. Lay down your arms and submit to my law, or be broken by it." His words were met with a roar of defiance from the enemy host. Roderick laughed, a nasty barking sound. "Law? Your law ends at your walls, tyrant. Men, for gold and glory, take the bridge, kill them all." The battle horn sounded again, and the dark tide surged forward. The world dissolved into a symphony of violence. The first wave were shifted wolves, a raging flood of fur and fangs hurling themselves onto the bridge. They met the unbreakable wall of Stonehaven shields and spears. The crash was deafening, snarls, screams, the screech of metal on bone. The bridge, barely 10 yards wide, became a meat grinder. Our heavies, packed in tight, held the line. Wolves were impaled on long spears, hacked down by swords from the second rank. But for every one that fell, 2 more took its place. From the ridge, our archers loosed. Arrows whispered down into the mass of enemy infantry waiting behind the wolves, seeking the catapult crews. Men screamed and fell, but the enemy archers returned fire, their arrows clattering off raised shields or finding gaps with sickening thuds. A boulder, hurled from one of the catapults, sailed over the bridge. It crashed into the ridge just below the archers' position, showering them with rock shards. One archer fell, silently, a jagged piece of stone in his throat. "Take out those engines," Thorne bellowed, fighting in the front line of the shield wall, his sword a blur of silver and red.
I watched from the mouth of the cave, my heart in my throat. The bond was a live wire of battle fury, pain, and relentless will. I could feel Thorne's every parry, every strike, the strain of holding the impossible line. I could feel the terror of our warriors, the seeping fatigue. The well of my power trembled, wanting to be unleashed. But Thorne's order echoed in my mind. Wait, conserve, be the hammer. The battle settled into a brutal, grinding stalemate. The bridge was a charnel house, piled with the dead and dying of both sides. But our line held. The enemy's numbers meant little in the bottleneck. Their attempts to send warriors scaling the steep sides of the gorge were met with rocks and arrows from our flanking silence. An hour passed, then 2. The sun climbed, a pale, indifferent eye. Our warriors were tiring. The shield wall began to bend, to give a foot, then 2. A huge, scarred wolf broke through, lunging into the ranks. Thorne met it, his own shift happening in an eye blink. The 2 alphas tore into each other, a vortex of primal violence that cleared a space around them. This was it, the breaking point. I felt it through the bond, Thorne's immense strength, but also his draining stamina. He was holding the entire line on his shoulders. I turned to Althea in the cave. "Keep them safe," I said, my voice strange to my own ears. I walked out of the cave, onto the blood-slicked rocks of our position. I didn't run. I walked towards the bridge, towards the heart of the storm. Warriors glanced at me as I passed, their eyes widening. A path cleared before me. I reached the rear of our shield wall. The noise was overwhelming. The clash of steel, the animal screams, the smell of blood and opened bowels. I saw Thorne, in wolf form, lock jaws with the enemy champion, forcing it back towards the enemy side. I closed my eyes. I reached down, deep, past the well of healing light, to the core of the power that had saved me in the pit. Not gentle moonlight. This was the cold, silent fury of the moon's judgment, the power that could pierce and break. I pulled it up, shaping it not into a lance, but into a wave, a tide. I opened my eyes, which I knew were blazing with solid silver light. I raised my hands, and my voice, when it came, was not my own. It was the voice of the mountain, of the ancient sky, resonant with power. Enough! The word rolled across the gorge, silencing the battle for a shocked instant. Every eye, friend and foe, turned to me. I thrust my hands forward. A wall of pure, blinding silver energy erupted from me. It didn't strike the enemy army. It struck the bridge. The ancient stone, already slick with blood, groaned. Then, with a sound like the world cracking, the central arch of the bridge shattered, not just collapsed, disintegrated into a cloud of dust and gravel. A 20-foot gap opened in the span, swallowing the fighting wolves and men who were upon it, including Roderick's champion. The two halves of the bridge crumbled into the raging river below. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. The two armies stood frozen, staring at the gaping void where the bridge had been. Then a moan of sheer, superstitious terror rose from Roderick's ranks. They were looking at me, a small figure glowing with impossible power who had just broken stone with a thought. I took a step forward, to the very edge of the chasm. My light blazed, outlining me against the morning sky. I let my gaze sweep over the enemy host, meeting Roderick's stunned, furious face across the divide. "The king's law has come," I shouted, the power carrying my words like thunder. "This is the cost of defiance. Lay down your arms and submit, or be swept into the darkness." For a long, trembling moment, nothing happened. Then, from the back of Roderick's army, a sword clattered to the ground, then another. A low murmur of panic spread. The sight of the shattered bridge, the radiant, terrifying figure on the far side, it broke something in them. The myth of Roderick's invincibility shattered along with the stone. Roderick screamed, a raw, incoherent sound of rage. He shifted, a massive, brutish wolf, and began snapping at his own retreating men, trying to force them back. But the tide had turned. His army was disintegrating, fleeing back into the woods, abandoning their catapults, their banners, their alpha. On our side, a ragged, disbelieving cheer went up. It was weak, exhausted, but it was the sound of victory plucked from the jaws of annihilation. I let the light fade. The sudden drain was catastrophic. My knees buckled. Strong arms caught me before I hit the ground. Thorne, back in human form, his face streaked with blood and awe, held me up. "You did it," he breathed, his voice raw with emotion. "You broke them." I could only lean against him, utterly spent. The bridge was gone. Roderick was broken, his army routed. But the cost. I looked at the shattered span, at the bodies in the river, at the exhausted, bleeding faces of our warriors. We had held, we had won. But as Thorne helped me back towards the cave, his arm a solid support around me, I looked across the gorge one last time. In the tree line, just before he vanished, Roderick in wolf form turned his head across the distance. His eyes met mine across the distance. They held no fear, no submission, only a promise of pure, undying hatred. The bridge was broken, the battle was won, but the war, I knew with a cold certainty, was far from over. Victory was a bitter, weary thing. We held the ridge, but we were trapped. The bridge was our salvation and our prison. Roderick's army had fled, but they still controlled the far side of the gorge. We couldn't advance, and the journey back to friendly territory through hostile woods with wounded and prisoners was unthinkable. We had won the field, but we were under siege on a rocky shelf with a roaring river backing us. The immediate aftermath was a blur of pain and triage. Our dead were laid in a solemn row, 43 brave souls who would never see Stonehaven again. The wounded, and there were many, filled the cave and the sheltered spaces around it. Althea and her apprentices worked with grim efficiency, and I moved among them once my strength returned enough to summon the gentlest of healing glows. The deep well of my power was dangerously low, a parched creek bed, but even a trickle could seal a bleeding artery or soothe a fever. Thorne was everywhere, consulting with Yorin on sentry rotations, assessing our supplies, directing the strengthening of our makeshift fortifications. The bond between us was a constant weary hum. The fierce pride from my shattering of the bridge was still there, but it was now woven through a profound aching fatigue and the heavy weight of command. He had lost warriors under his banner. The responsibility sat on him like a physical mantle.
On the second day, a group of prisoners, led by the bear-like man I'd first freed from the cages, approached Thorne. The man, who introduced himself as Gorin, dropped to one knee, his head bowed. "My king, we have spoken. We are not soldiers, but we will not be a burden. Give us weapons. We will stand on the wall. We will earn our sanctuary." Thorne looked at the ragged, determined faces. These were men and women who had been broken by the pits, but not in spirit. He placed a hand on Gorin's shoulder. "Your courage is sanctuary enough, but if you wish to fight for the dawn you've been granted, I will not deny you. Rylan, see they are armed from the fallen." It was a powerful moment. The rescued were becoming defenders. That afternoon, our scouts reported that Roderick's forces had not dispersed. They had regrouped a few miles back, setting up their own camp. They were licking their wounds, but they were watching. The standoff was absolute. "He's waiting for us to try to move," Yorin grunted, staring across the gorge as if he could see the enemy camp. "The river is unfordable here for miles. He knows we're pinned. He's hoping we'll starve or make a desperate break he can cut down." "Then we wait for our reinforcements," Thorne said, his voice firm. "The signal fire was lit. Flint's watch will have seen it. They will come." But 2 days turned to 3. Our rations were cut. The mood, while resilient, grew taut with hunger and the gnawing anxiety of confinement. The initial euphoria of survival had worn off, replaced by the gritty reality of a stalemate under a cold sky. It was on the evening of the 3rd day that the bond gave a peculiar twinge, not of danger but of intense focus from Thorne. I found him alone on the highest point of the ridge, staring not at the enemy's side, but upriver, to the north, where the gorge narrowed and the water crashed through a series of furious rapids. "What is it?" I asked, coming to stand beside him. "A possibility," he murmured. "A gamble." He pointed. "The river is narrower there, and there are rocks, islands. It's not fordable by an army, but for a small, determined group." Understanding dawned. "A crossing. To get a messenger out? To flank them?" "To end this," Thorne said, his eyes like chips of flint. "Roderick thinks we're trapped, waiting to be rescued. He's consolidated his force in one place, watching the bridge ruins. He's not watching the river." He turned to me. "I can take a handful of the best. Rylan, a few silence. We cross tonight under cloud cover. We infiltrate his camp, and we take Roderick's head." The audacity of it stole my breath. It was madness. A king leading a suicide mission deep into enemy territory. "Thorne, you can't. If you're caught—" "If we stay here, we slowly starve, and when our reinforcements arrive, a bloody battle still waits," he said, his voice low and fierce. "This ends the war in one stroke. Without Roderick, his alliance crumbles. Cedric's last hope vanishes. The dawn comes without a protracted slaughter." He took my hands, his grip firm. "This is the move, Zara, the decisive move. But I need to know, the bond. If I go, it will stretch. Can you hold things here? Can you be the rock for them if I'm not on this side of the gorge?" The question was a greater testament to his trust than any title or weapon. He was asking me to command in his absence, to be the steady heart for an anxious, hungry army, to be the light on the ridge while he became the knife in the dark. I looked into his stormy eyes, seeing the king, the strategist, the bonded male placing the fate of everything in my hands. The fear was a cold stone in my belly, but beneath it was an iron resolve he had helped forge.
I squeezed his hands back. I can. I will. But you must come back. You must. He pulled me into a fierce, brief embrace, his lips brushing my temple. For the dawn, he whispered against my skin. The planning was swift and secret. Thorne chose Rylan and 5 of the absolute best silence, wolves who could move without sound, kill without mercy, and swim like otters. They would take only daggers, ropes, and dark clothing. Their objective, cross the river at the rapids, navigate the woods, infiltrate the enemy camp, find and eliminate Alpha Roderick, and exfiltrate before the alarm was raised. As full dark fell and a thick blanket of cloud obscured the moon, they prepared to slip away. Thorne, in simple dark leathers, came to me one last time at the cave mouth. We didn't speak. The bond said everything. Love, trust, determination, a painful, wrenching fear of parting. He kissed me, hard and desperate, a promise and a farewell sealed in the taste of him. Then he was gone, melting into the shadows with his ghosts. The weight that settled on my shoulders was immense and immediate. I was not the king, but I was the next best thing they had. I walked the perimeter with a calm I didn't feel, speaking quietly to the sentries, checking on the wounded. I visited Goran and his newly armed volunteers, praising their vigilance. I projected an aura of unshakable certainty. The Moon Wolf believed the king would return victorious, and so they would believe. The night was the longest of my life. Every gust of wind was the sound of a returning scout. Every cry of a nightbird was a signal of disaster. The bond was a thin, straining thread stretched over the dark gorge. I could feel Thorne's intense concentration, the cold, lethal focus of a predator on the hunt. I could feel the chill of the water, the strain of the climb, the tense, waiting silence as they observed the enemy camp from the tree line. I sat on a rock overlooking the gorge, wrapped in a cloak, my eyes fixed on the distant glow of Roderick's campfires. Althea brought me a cup of bitter herbal tea. "He is a formidable wolf," she said softly, following my gaze. "And he has the best shadows in the kingdom at his side." "I know," I whispered, but knowing didn't stop the cold fear. Hours crept by. The camp around me slept fitfully. Then, just as the deepest part of the night began to give way to the first gray hint of false dawn, I felt it through the bond. A spike of alarm. Not panic, but the sharp, crystalline focus of imminent action. Then, movement. Swift, violent, silent. Flashes of sensation. The wet impact of a blade. The gurgle of a cut-off cry. The scent of blood and pine needles. Thorne was in the camp. The bond became a whirlwind of controlled violence. I felt his heart hammering not with fear, but with the fierce rhythm of the hunt. I felt the satisfaction of a guard taken down without a sound, the frustration of a tent that was empty, the relentless, narrowing search. Then a jolt, recognition, fury, target acquired.
The sensations blurred into a maelstrom, a snarl, the clash of steel, Rylan's presence fighting at his back, the raw, desperate strength of Roderick fighting for his life in the confines of his own tent. I clutched my arms around myself, trembling, living the fight through the tether of our souls. It was over quickly, a final, brutal impact, a cessation, then a profound, echoing silence through the bond, followed by a wave of grim, weary triumph. It is done. The relief was so profound it left me weak, but it was short-lived. Through the bond came a new signal, urgency, discovery, retreat. The triumphant stillness shattered into controlled chaos. I felt the running, the enemy's shouts of alarm rising like a wave, arrows whistling past, the burning strain of muscles pushed to their limit. They were out. They were running for the river, the enemy camp erupting into furious activity behind them. I stood up, my eyes straining towards the far tree line. I could see nothing, but I could feel him racing, darting, the river getting closer. The bond was a screaming line of shared exertion and danger. Then a new sensation,
Not from Thorne, from closer, on our side of the gorge. A sentry's choked-off cry, the sound of a brief, vicious struggle. My head snapped around. From the downstream shadows of our position, near the river's edge where the silence had been watching for flanking attempts, a figure emerged, then another, not ours. Shifted wolves, sleek and wet. They had swum the river, far downstream in the dead of night. A diversion, a second assassination squad, this one targeting me. They had seen Thorne leave. They had gambled that the heart of our resistance was now vulnerable. "Alarm!" I screamed, my voice piercing the quiet camp. "To arms! Flank attack!" Our camp erupted. Sleepy warriors scrambled for weapons. Gorin and his volunteers, sleeping in their armor, were up first, forming a ragged line between the approaching wolves and the cave where the most vulnerable slept. There were 6 of them, professionals. They didn't charge the main line. They split, 2 engaging Gorin's group, the other 4 flowing like water around the flanks, their yellow eyes fixed on me. My power was still depleted, the well shallow. I couldn't summon a shattering wave. I drew the dagger Thorne had given me, the star iron cool in my hand. I backed towards the cliff face, putting solid rock at my back. Rylan was gone. Thorne was across the gorge. This was my fight. The first wolf lunged. I didn't try to match its strength. I dropped, sliding under its belly, and drove my dagger up into its soft underside. It howled, collapsing. The second was on me before I could rise. I rolled, its claws tearing grooves in the rock where my head had been. I came up and threw a handful of gravel and a pulse of blinding light into its face. It recoiled, shrieking. The other 2 closed in. I was panting, my energy flagging. I parried a swipe with my bracer, the star iron ringing. A claw caught my thigh, slicing through the moonweave and into flesh. I gasped, stumbling. Through the bond, I felt Thorne's terror. He was at the river, hearing the sounds of battle from our camp. I felt his frantic, desperate scramble across the raging water, the enemy arrows peppering the rocks around him. "Hold on, I'm coming." The thought gave me a final burst of strength. As a wolf lunged for my throat, I didn't dodge. I met it, my left arm shooting up to jam against its lower jaw, holding the snapping teeth at bay. With my right hand, I plunged my dagger into its eye socket. It went limp. The last one hesitated, seeing its packmates dead. It looked from me to the chaos of the main camp, where our warriors were now overwhelming its 2 companions. Its eyes met mine, and it saw not fear, but a furious, bloody resolve. It turned and fled, leaping into the river and being swept away. I sagged against the rock, my leg on fire, my breath coming in ragged sobs. It was over. Minutes later, Thorne, Rylan, and the silence came scrambling up the steep bank, dripping and panting. Thorne's eyes found me instantly, saw the blood on my leg, the dead wolves at my feet. He crossed the distance in a heartbeat, his hands frantically checking me for wounds. "I'm all right. A scratch. You?" He held up a bloody cloth sack. The shape within was unmistakable. "It's done. Roderick is dead." His voice was hoarse. He looked at the dead assassins, then at me, standing bloody but unbroken amidst them. The awe in his eyes was mingled with a terrible, possessive relief. "You held the line." As dawn truly broke, spilling gold light over the gorge, the news spread. The enemy camp across the river was in visible disarray, leaderless. Our reinforcements from Flint's watch were sighted on the horizon, banners flying. We had done it. We had broken the army and cut off the head of the snake. The war, for all intents and purposes, was over. But as Thorne wrapped me in his arms, the bond flooding with a love and relief so profound it hurt, I looked past him at the scars of the battle, the shattered bridge, our dead, the blood on the stones. We had won the dawn. but the scars we carried, the memories of the night's knives and the river's cold grip would be with us forever. The cost of peace was etched into our skin and our souls, and as the true sun rose, promising a new day, I knew that the hardest part, learning to live in the light after so long in the dark, was just beginning. The return to Stonehaven was a procession of the living and the dead. We marched not as a desperate strike force, but as a victorious, weary army, our numbers swelled by Goran's freed volunteers, who now walked as proud, if somber, soldiers of the crown. The head of Alpha Roderick, preserved in salt, was carried on a pike at the front of the column, a grisly, undeniable trophy, and a statement. The Shadowed Pack was broken, its territories in chaos, its allies scattering like leaves in a gale. The mood was not jubilant, it was subdued, weighted with loss and the grim satisfaction of a terrible necessity completed. We had set out to cut out a cancer, and we had, but the surgery had been bloody. Thorne walked beside me, his presence a solid anchor. The bond between us was quieter now, a deep, steady current of shared exhaustion and unspoken understanding. We had been tested in fire and shadow, and we had not broken. The kiss before his mission, the terror of the night attack, these were secrets held between us, a private foundation beneath the public victory. As the impossibly high walls of Stonehaven came into view, a great roar went up from the battlements, banners waved, horns blared a triumphant welcoming fanfare. The gates stood wide. The entire population of the fortress city seemed to have spilled out into the lower courtyards, their faces alight with relief and awe.
We were heroes, conquerors, but as I rode through those cheering throngs, seeing the genuine joy, I felt a strange dislocation. The girl who had been dragged into this place in chains and silence was now returning at the right hand of the king, clad in the scars of his war. I was not who I had been. I was not sure who I was now. At the head of the stairs to the main keep stood the court. Lady Ilara, her composure perfect, but her eyes shining with a fierce pride. Master Aldrich, looking older and wearier, but smiling. General Yoren's lieutenant, holding the fort in his absence. And there, off to the side, under the watchful eye of two stone-faced guards, stood Lord Cedric. His confinement had ended with the news of our victory, a necessary political release. He stood with his hands clasped, his face a mask of polite congratulation that didn't reach his winter-green eyes. They held no defeat, only a cold, calculating reassessment. The game was not over for him. The board had just been reset. Thorne acknowledged the cheers, then raised a hand for silence. His voice, though tired, filled the vast courtyard. People of Stonehaven, we return to you victorious. The shadow that threatened our kingdom has been lifted. The fighting pits are ash. The tyrant Roderick is dead. A thunderous cheer erupted. He let it die down. But victory has a cost. We bring home heroes who will never feast with us again. We carry wounds that will mark us forever. Let this victory not be a cause for boasting, but a solemn vow. Never again shall such darkness take root in our land. The dawn we fought for is here. Let us be worthy of its light. It was the perfect speech, honoring the dead, claiming the future, invoking the symbolic dawn that I represented. He then turned and held a hand out to me, a public, deliberate gesture. I dismounted and walked up the steps to stand beside him. The crowd's eyes were on me, their awe palpable. I was the living symbol of it all, the rescued, the warrior, the dawnbringer. This victory belongs to every wolf who stood firm, Thorne said, his gaze sweeping the crowd before landing on me. But it was lit by a single, unwavering flame. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The celebrations that followed were a week-long blur of feasts, ceremonies, and memorials. I was draped in a role I had not chosen, the moon wolf, the king's light, the heroine of the gorge.
I attended, I smiled, I accepted the toasts, all while feeling like an actor in a play about my own life. In the quiet moments, the real work began. Thorne was inundated with the logistics of peace, integrating the liberated territories, adjudicating disputes among the Eastern lords now rushing to pledge loyalty, restructuring the patrols. He spent long hours in council, often with Ilara and Aldrich at his side. I was included in some meetings, my perspective valued, but the mundane details of governance were a new frontier for me. My own life took on a new, strange routine. I resumed my lessons with Aldrich, but now we studied economics and law. I trained with Rylan, but the sessions were less about survival and more about mastering my power as a tool of state, how to use a broad, gentle glow to calm a crowd, how to focus a beam of light for long-distance signaling. I was being groomed, not just as a mate, but as a consort, a queen in truth. Thorne and I had little time alone. The memory of the kiss by the window, the desperate embrace before the raid, hung between us like a promise perpetually deferred. The bond was a constant, warm presence, but the physical and emotional chaos of homecoming built a wall of duty around us. We were king and symbol before we were man and woman. Then, one evening, a fortnight after our return, a different kind of ghost arrived. I was in the walled garden, seeking a moment of peace, when a guard approached. "My lady, there is a petitioner at the postern gate. He asks for you specifically. He says he is from your past, from the shadowed pack." A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air went through me. "What is his name?" "He would not give it, my lady. He is an old man, a cripple. He seems harmless, but he is insistent." Curiosity warred with dread. My past was a country of pain I had no wish to revisit, but to ignore it, I nodded to the guards. "Wait outside the door." When we were alone, the old man, Eamon, leaned heavily on his crutch. "Your mother, Ilara, and the shared name with Thorne's steward sent another jolt through me. She was not from our pack. She was a traveler, found injured and lost at the edge of the deep wood. She was different, beautiful, with hair like yours, but with a light in her that was more than kindness. She healed animals with a touch, made plants grow where they shouldn't. The pack elders, they were suspicious. They called her a witch. But your father, he loved her. He protected her." He took a ragged breath. "When you were born, the light was in you too. As a babe, you would glow in your cradle. Your mother was terrified. She knew what our pack would do to a child they saw as other. So she did the only thing she could. She used her own power, a great final working, to bind yours, to seal the light inside you, to make you seem ordinary. It broke her. The fever that took her, it was not just a sickness, it was the cost of hiding you."
I stood frozen, the pieces of my life crashing together in a new, heartbreaking pattern. My silence, my lack of a wolf, my brokenness, it had been a gift, a mother's final, desperate act of love to keep me safe. The power that had slept wasn't absent, it had been bound, waiting for a moment of ultimate danger to break free. "Why tell me this now?" I whispered, tears blurring my vision. "Because the binding is broken," Eamon said softly, "and you are safe now, with a king who sees your worth. You deserve to know you were never broken, girl. You were hidden, you were loved, and your power, it is your mother's legacy, a legacy of healing and light, not just of war." He looked at me with aching pride. "She would be so proud of the wolf you've become." He left then, hobbling out with his truth, leaving me shattered and remade in the quiet room. I wasn't a fluke of nature or a random vessel for an ancient myth. I was my mother's daughter. The light was my birthright. I sought out Thorne. I found him in his study, poring over border maps. He took one look at my face and was on his feet around the desk. "Zara, what's happened?" The story tumbled out. Eamon, my mother, the binding. As I spoke, his expression shifted from concern to stunned wonder. When I finished, he pulled me into his arms, holding me tightly. "A legacy of light," he murmured into my hair. "Of course, it makes perfect sense." He held me for a long time, letting me cry for the mother I barely remembered, for the lost years of believing I was nothing. When my tears subsided, he tilted my chin up. "This changes nothing of who you are," he said firmly, "but it explains everything. Your strength, your compassion, it's in your blood. You are not a borrowed myth, Zara. You are the heir to your own story." The revelation was a healing of its own. It grounded me. I was not just a symbol for Thorne's cause. I was the continuation of my mother's. The two were intertwined, and it gave me a sense of identity that went beyond the king, beyond the war. The following week, Thorne called a grand moot, a gathering of all the major pack alphas in the realm, the first since his coronation. Its purpose, to formally dismantle the Shadowed Pack's territory, to reward loyal allies, and to proclaim the new laws banning fighting pits and establishing royal justice across all borders. It was the culmination of everything. The great hall was packed with powerful, wary wolves. I sat at Thorne's right hand, wearing a gown of silver and gray, my mother's story a secret strength in my heart. Thorne spoke with kingly authority, laying out his vision for a united, just kingdom. He presented evidence of Roderick's crimes. He announced the rewards for Frostfall and others. The atmosphere was one of careful agreement, but the undercurrents of self-interest were strong. Then, as the discussions grew heated over how to divide the shadowed lands, Lord Cedric rose. He had been quiet, watchful. Now he smiled his polished smile. "A magnificent vision, my king, truly, but such a radical restructuring requires stability, the trust of all packs in the crown's unwavering strength." His eyes slid to me. A strength that is now, we are told, intimately tied to a single miraculous individual. What happens, we might wonder, if that light were to flicker? If the moon-wolf were to fall ill or, worse, does the dawn you promise rise and set on one life? It was a masterstroke. He wasn't attacking me, he was pointing out my perceived fragility as a weakness in Thorne's entire plan. He was sowing doubt about the kingdom's future stability. Murmurs of agreement rippled through some of the more traditional alphas. Thorne's face was stone. I could feel his anger, hot and protective through the bond, but before he could retort, I stood. The hall fell silent. All eyes turned to me. I could feel Cedric's cold satisfaction. He thought he had cornered me. I walked from behind the high table down into the center of the hall, facing the assembled alphas. I did not speak immediately. I let them look at me, not as a pretty symbol beside the king, but as a power in my own right. Lord Cedric questions the strength of the dawn. He wonders if it is tied to a single fragile life. I raised my hands, palms up. The light I carry is not mine alone. It is a legacy, a promise passed down through blood and sacrifice. I called upon it, not the blazing, destructive force, but the deep, resonant, healing glow. It welled up from my core, not as a showy display, but as a steady, pervasive radiance that filled the hall with a soft, silver luminescence. It was warm. It was alive. Gasps echoed. Wolves leaned forward, their suspicion melting into awe. This light did not appear from nowhere, I continued, the glow pulsing gently with my words. It was a mother's gift, paid for with her life to protect her child from the very darkness we have just destroyed. It is not a flickering candle. It is an inheritance.
It is the resilience of love against cruelty, and it does not reside only in me. I turned my gaze to Thorne. It is reflected in the king who fights for justice. It is kindled in the hearts of every wolf who chooses mercy over profit, courage over fear. I looked back at the alphas. The dawn is not one light. It is the promise that any of us can choose to be the light. My role is not to be the sun you orbit, but the mirror that reminds you of the fire you already carry inside. I let the light fade slowly, leaving the hall in the ordinary torchlight, which now seemed dim and mundane. The silence was profound, thoughtful. An old alpha from the northern wastes stood, his grizzled face serious. "Well spoken, lass," he grunted. "A kingdom built on that idea is a kingdom worth swearing to." He slammed a fist over his heart in the ancient gesture of fealty. One by one, others followed. Not all, but most. The tide had turned. Cedric stood amidst the rising oaths, his face pale, his calculation undone. He had tried to frame me as a weakness, and I had reframed myself as the embodiment of the kingdom's strength of character. He had lost. Thorne came down from the dais to stand beside me. He didn't address the moot. He just looked at me, his stormy eyes shining with a love and pride so fierce it stole my breath. In front of all the gathered alphas of the realm, he took my hand and raised it to his lips. The message was unmistakable. The king and his light, partners, heirs to a legacy, and architects of a future. The grand moot ended not just with new laws, but with a new understanding. The ghosts of my past were laid to rest, giving birth to a clearer, stronger vision of the future. Later, in the privacy of my tower, Thorne held me. "You were magnificent," I said, leaning into him. It was the truth, our truth.
He kissed me then, deeply, a kiss that was a promise of a shared path, of a life beyond war and strategy. "When the moon is full next," he murmured against my lips, "we will have our own ceremony, not for the court, not for the kingdom, for us." The homecoming was complete, the ghosts were acknowledged, the war was over, and for the first time, looking into the eyes of the king who was my mate, my partner, my love, I felt not like a survivor or a weapon or a symbol. I felt like a woman standing at the beginning of her own story, hand in hand with the man who held her heart, ready to face whatever came next in the clear, unshadowed light of the dawn they had fought so hard to win. Peace, it turned out, was not a destination, but a fragile, daily construction. The grand moot had ended with oaths and new maps, but the ink was barely dry before the first cracks appeared. The shadowed Pax territory, now dubbed the Reclaimed Woods, was a gaping wound in the body of the kingdom. It wasn't just empty land, it was a lawless vacuum filled with the remnants of Roderick's brutalized followers, opportunistic bandits, and packs of feral, half-starved shifters who knew no law but tooth and claw. Thorne's days became a marathon of administration. He dispatched royal wardens, a new office created from trusted warriors and stewards, to establish order, but they were met with suspicion and sporadic violence. Resources were thin. Stonehaven's treasury, drained by the war, now had to fund the reconstruction of an entire broken region. The flow of refugees seeking the promised sanctuary turned from a trickle to a steady stream, straining the resources of border packs like Frostfall. And then there was Cedric. Stripped of direct power, confined to his estates, he had become a ghost in the political machine. His ill health kept him from court, but his network of influence remained, a subtle poison in the well. Whispers persisted. The king overreached, the Moonwolf's power was unnatural, the new taxes for the reclaimed woods were tyranny disguised as charity. They were the same old lies, but in the weary aftermath of war, they found fertile ground among those who had lost sons or chafed under the new, stricter laws. I found my own role shifting from wartime symbol to a pillar of the nascent peace. My days were divided. Mornings were spent with Aldrich, now delving into the dense, dry texts of economics and supply chain management, the unglamorous bedrock of a functioning kingdom. Afternoons were for the people. I established a daily audience in a sunlit antechamber of the Sun Tower, not for nobles, but for common folk. Anyone with a grievance, a fear, or a need could petition the Moonlady. At first, it was a trickle, a farmer whose well had been poisoned by bandits, a weaver whose son had gone missing on the new Eastern Road. I had no legal authority, but I had a listening ear and the king's trust. I would take their stories to Thorne, acting as a bridge between the crown and the mud-stained reality of his realm. And sometimes, where the need was dire and the law too slow, I would go myself, with Rylan and a guard, to a blighted village or a disputed field. My presence, my light used to purify tainted water or to simply show that the crown cared, often did more than a squadron of soldiers. It was during one of these visits to a hamlet on the edge of the reclaimed woods that I felt the first tremor of something wrong. Not a physical tremor, but a disturbance in the bond. A spike of Thorne's frustration, followed by a cold, focused concern. I was standing in the center of a village square, holding the hands of an elderly woman whose joints were knotted with pain, letting a gentle warmth seep into her bones. The bond's shift was so sharp it made me flinch. "My lady." Her face grew worried. "A moment," I murmured, closing my eyes. I reached back along the golden thread. "Thorne?" The return signal was a burst of compressed information, not words but impressions. A map, a location deep in the reclaimed woods, a sense of violation and urgency. "Come home." I finished the healing swiftly, offered reassurances to the village headman, and was on the road back to Stonehaven within the hour. The journey felt interminable. The bond thrummed with a low-level alarm. I found Thorne not in his study, but in the map room, standing before the large table with General Yoren, Lady Alara, and a man I didn't know, a royal warden, his leathers stained with travel and his face grim. "What's happened?" I asked, stripping off my travel cloak. Thorne's face was a mask of controlled fury. He pointed to a spot on the map of the reclaimed woods, far from any settlement, deep in the heart of the old shadowed territory. "This. Warden Tellen, report." The warden, Tellen, gave a stiff bow. "My lady, my patrol was sweeping the sector, tracking a band of poachers. We found something else, a mine shaft, newly dug, not for iron or silver." He swallowed. "For heartstone." The word meant nothing to me, but Alara gasped, her hand flying to her throat. Aldrich, who had just entered the room, went pale. "Heartstone? Here? It's a myth." It was a myth, until someone found it. "Tellen, show her." The warden placed a small leather-wrapped bundle on the map table and unfolded it. Nestled inside was a rock, about the size of my fist. It was a deep, pulsating crimson, shot through with veins of black and gold. It seemed to drink the light from the room, yet it emitted a faint, unnatural warmth of its own. Just looking at it made my skin crawl. My inner light recoiled, an instinctual revulsion. "What is it?" I whispered. "A poison given form," Aldrich said, his voice hushed with dread. "The legends speak of it, a mineral that grows in places of deep, ancient bloodshed and corruption. It is antithetical to life, to natural order. It corrupts the land around it, twists animals into monsters, and for wolves—" He looked at Thorne, his eyes filled with fear. "It is said to amplify aggression, rage, bloodlust, to shatter pack bonds and drive shifters into mindless frenzy. It was used in the darkest of the old wars, weaponized. Its sources were supposedly all destroyed, cursed and buried. Until now," Thorne said, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword, as if he could fight the rock itself. "Someone is mining it, in my kingdom, in territory that was until recently drenched in the blood and suffering of the fighting pits." He looked at me, his stormy eyes haunted. "The perfect ground for it to fester."
The implications crashed down like a landslide. This wasn't just banditry or political squabbling. This was an existential threat, a tool that could unravel everything we had fought for, that could turn wolves against each other, that could make the fighting pits look like a child's game. Who? I asked, the word barely a breath.
Who benefits from chaos? Alara said, her voice cold. Who has the resources, the knowledge, and the absolute lack of morality to unearth a cursed legend? Cedric's name hung unspoken in the air, but this felt bigger, darker than even his malice. We must seal the mine, General Yoren stated. Send a company, collapse the shafts, post a permanent guard. And if the miners are still there, Thorne countered, if they have already shipped Heartstone out, it could be anywhere. In the water supply of a rival pack, ground into powder and released in a crowded market. He slammed his fist on the table, making the Heartstone jump. This is a shadow war of a different kind. We need to find the source, the mastermind, and the cache. We need to cut the head off this snake before it can strike. He turned his fierce gaze on me. Zara, your light. Uldric said it is antithetical to life. Your power is the essence of life, of lunar purity. Is there a connection? A way to sense it? To fight it? I stared at the pulsating red rock. My revulsion was profound, but beneath it I felt something else. A faint, discordant resonance, as if the rock was a wrong note in the song of the world, and my power was the tuning fork that could detect it. I reached out a tentative finger, not to touch it, but to hover over it. A sizzling, repulsive energy buzzed against my skin. My silver glow flared involuntarily in response, pushing back against the crimson aura. I can feel it, I confirmed, pulling my hand back. It's vile. It hates what I am. I think I could find it. If there's more nearby, I could track it. Thorne nodded, a plan solidifying in his eyes. Then that's what we do. A small, elite team. Yoren, you and the main force will create a diversion, a very public quest to hunt the bandits poaching royal game in the southern reclaimed woods. Draw all eyes there. He pointed to the map. Rylan, you, Tellen, and 6 of your absolute best silence will come with me and Zara. We go ghost quiet, straight to the mine. We find what's there, we capture anyone we can, and we destroy it all. It's too dangerous, Alara protested. Your Majesty, to go yourself with the lady into the heart of that— Who else can? Thorne asked, his voice leaving no room for argument. Zara is the only one who can reliably sense the threat, and I will not send my mate into that darkness without me. The word mate, in this context, in front of others, was a declaration of both devotion and absolute finality. Alara subsided, worry etching her face. The preparations were made in utter secrecy. We were to be ghosts. No armor that could clink, no sense of soap or leather that could carry. We wore dark, scentless clothing, our faces smudged with charcoal. Our weapons were daggers and short, quiet crossbows. Thorne and I would not shift unless absolutely necessary. A shifted wolf's scent was a beacon. 2 nights later, under a moonless, starless sky, we slipped from a hidden postern gate and melted into the forest. The land felt different as we traveled east into the reclaimed woods. The normal sounds of the night, the chirp of insects, the call of owls, were muted as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The air grew thick, carrying a faint metallic tang that set my teeth on edge. The bond with Thorne was a taut wire of shared alertness. Rylan and his silence were phantoms, moving without a sound. Tellen led the way, retracing his patrol's path with unerring accuracy. We traveled through the rest of the night and lay up in a dense thicket through the day, sleeping in shifts. The sense of oppressive wrongness grew stronger with every mile. On the second night, we found it. It wasn't a hidden entrance, it was a gash in the earth, a raw, muddy wound illuminated by the cold, smokeless light of alchemical globes.
The trees around the clearing were dead or twisted, their branches clutching at the sky like skeletal hands. The metallic scent was overpowering here, mixed with the stench of sweat and unwashed bodies. A rough wooden hoist stood over the shaft, and a handful of dull-eyed, haggard men, not shifters but humans paid in coin or coercion, moved listlessly, hauling buckets of dirt and rock. But it was what I felt that made my blood run cold. A deep, subterranean thrum of pure malice. The heartstone was down there in quantity. Its corrupting resonance was a constant, sickening pressure against my senses. My inner light roiled in response, wanting to flare out and scour the pollution away. From the tree line we watched. There were guards, shifters by their bearing. They looked wrong. Their eyes had a faint, feverish glint even in the gloom. They were agitated, snapping at the human workers, pacing relentlessly. The Heartstone's influence. "There's a barracks hut and a storehouse," Rylan whispered, pointing with his chin. "The shaft is the focus. We need to get down there, see the extent." Thorne's plan was simple and brutal. Rylan's team would neutralize the guards and secure the surface. Thorne, Tellen, and I would descend the shaft. The attack was swift and silent. Crossbow bolts took 2 guards in the throat before they could make a sound. The other 2 were swarmed by shadows and dragged into the trees, the brief struggle muffled. The human workers froze, then at a sharp gesture from Rylan, they dropped their tools and huddled together, terrified. We moved to the shaft. A rickety ladder led down into profound darkness, from which the wrongness pulsed upward like a foul breath. Thorne went first, then me, then Tellen. The descent felt like sinking into a tomb. The air grew hotter, thicker, the metallic stench so strong it was a taste on the tongue. At the bottom, a rough-hewn tunnel stretched away, shored up with timbers that looked too frail. Alchemical globes cast a sickly yellow light, and everywhere, piled in carts and in crude sacks, were chunks of raw heartstone. The walls themselves seemed to weep droplets of condensed crimson energy. My light flared around me uncontrollably, a silver nimbus pushing back the oppressive red aura. The heartstones seemed to hiss in response. "By the moon," Tellen breathed, horrified. "This way," Thorne said, his voice grim. He led us down the tunnel. We passed side chambers filled with mining equipment, a small shrine to some dark, faceless idol smeared with what looked like blood. The deeper we went, the stronger the feeling of being watched, of a malevolent intelligence. The tunnel ended in a larger chamber, and there we found the master of this nightmare. It was not Cedric.
"Ah," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "The king and his little light. I wondered when you'd come to see my life's work." "Who are you?" Thorne demanded, his sword held low and ready. "A scholar," the man said, spreading his hands. "A restorer of forgotten arts. You can call me Morwen, and you are standing in the future." He gestured to the heartstone. "You see a curse. I see potential, a tool to prune the weak, to burn away the sentimentality that makes our kind soft. Roderick understood power, but he was a crude practitioner. I refine." He was insane, profoundly, dangerously insane, amplified by the very substance he worshipped. "You're under arrest," Thorne said, taking a step forward. Morwen smiled, a ghastly expression. "I think not." He snatched up a pouch from the table and hurled it to the ground at his feet. It erupted not in smoke, but in a cloud of fine, crimson powder. The effect was instantaneous. The corrupting resonance in the air spiked to an agonizing shriek against my senses. Tellen, behind us, cried out, clutching his head. Thorne growled, his knuckles white on his sword, his eyes flashing with a rage that felt sharper, less controlled. But I was the epicenter. The powder sought my light, trying to smother it, to corrupt it. A searing, invasive cold tried to claw its way into my core. I stumbled back, my own power flaring in a wild, defensive conflagration. Silver and crimson light warred in the chamber, casting hellish shadows. Morwen laughed, a high, crazed sound. "See? Even the great Moonwolf is not immune. The old purity cannot stand against the new truth." Through the pain and the psychic assault, I saw Thorne fighting not just Morwen, but the influence clouding his own mind. I saw Tellen on his knees, his face a mask of animalistic fury as he fought the urge to shift and attack indiscriminately. I couldn't fight the corruption with brute force. It fed on conflict, on rage. My mother's gift, it was not for war, it was for healing, for purification. I stopped trying to push the crimson energy away. Instead, I turned inward to the deepest, calmest core of my power, the gentle, inexorable light that had healed wounds and soothed fevers. I imagined it not as a shield, but as a stream, a cleansing tide. I let it flow out from me, soft and persistent. Where the silver light touched the swirling crimson dust, it didn't explode, it unmade. The vile particles dissolved into harmless gray ash, falling to the floor. The oppressive pressure in the room lessened. Morwen's laughter died. "No, that's not possible." "The light always wins, Morwen," I said, my voice steady with a certainty that came from my very blood. I took a step forward, the cleansing tide flowing ahead of me. "Because it is the truth, and your truth is just a very old, very sad lie." I focused the stream on him. He screamed as the cleansing light touched his skin, not burning him, but scouring away the accumulated corruption that had fused with his very spirit. The crimson glow faded from his eyes, leaving them confused, terrified, and horribly human. He collapsed, sobbing. The fight left Thorne and Tellen as the cloud was purified. Thorne shook his head as if clearing water from his ears, his gaze finding mine, filled with awe and gratitude. "The stone," he said hoarsely. "We have to destroy it all, every fragment. My light I think I can neutralize it, but it will take everything I have, and it has to be done here, at the source." We worked swiftly. Thorne and Tellen bound the broken Morwen. Rylan and his men secured the surface, rounding up the other miners. Then we brought every piece of heartstone we could find into the central chamber. I stood in the middle of the pile of pulsating, evil rock. I closed my eyes and reached down to the very wellspring of my power, to the legacy of my mother. I didn't pull it into me, I became a conduit. I let the pure lunar energy of the world above flow through me and into the heartstone. It was agony. The corruption fought back, a psychic scream of nihilistic hate. It was like trying to hold a sun in my hands while standing in the heart of a volcano. I felt my strength bleeding away, my life force fraying at the edges. "Zara!" Thorne's voice, raw with fear, came from far away. I couldn't stop. If I did, the corruption would remain. It would seep back out. I had to finish it. I poured everything I was, everything my mother had given me, into the light. The silver radiance became blinding, filling the chamber, seeping into every crack and crevice, into the very walls of the mine. The heartstone didn't explode. It dissolved. The crimson light winked out, the pulsating warmth turned to inert cold. The piles of rock crumbled into dull, lifeless gravel. And as the last of the corruption was scoured away, the light faded. I fell, my strength utterly spent. Thorne caught me before I hit the ground. He was shouting for a healer, his hands cradling my face. I could feel his terror through the bond, a yawning chasm of loss. But I also felt something else, a deep, resonant rightness returning to the earth beneath us. The unquiet earth was finally still.
I managed a weak smile, touching his cheek. "The dawn is safe," I whispered, and then the darkness took me. Consciousness returned in fragments, the smell of clean linen and healing herbs, the murmur of voices, the solid, warm weight of a hand wrapped around mine. I opened my eyes to the familiar, sun-dappled ceiling of my tower chamber. The light from the window was the gentle gold of late afternoon. I turned my head. Thorne was slumped in a chair beside my dead, asleep. His face was drawn, new lines of worry etched around his eyes and mouth. His hand held mine with a grip that was fierce even in sleep. The bond between us was a quiet, steady hum of profound relief and a love so deep it felt like a physical presence in the room. I shifted slightly, and his eyes flew open. The storm in them cleared instantly, replaced with a vulnerability I had never seen before. "Zara!" My name was a prayer on his lips. He leaned forward, his free hand coming up to brush the hair from my forehead, his touch trembling. "You've been asleep for 3 days. "The mine?" I asked, my voice a dry croak. "Gone, sealed. The earth itself seemed to sigh after you finished. The corruption is purged. Morwen is in the deepest cell, babbling about the old truths. His network is being unraveled. There was no sign of Cedric's direct involvement, but the money trail, Ilara is following it. It will lead to him. This time it will be enough." He spoke quickly, as if needing to reassure both of us that the threat was over. "And you?" I asked, searching his face. "The powder?" "A fleeting madness," he said, his jaw tightening at the memory. "Gone the moment your light cleansed the air. But you poured yourself into that place." His voice broke. "I thought I'd lost you." "You can't get rid of me that easily," I whispered, trying for a smile. "I have a mother's legacy to uphold."
He brought my hand to his lips, kissing my knuckles, his eyes closed. When he opened them, the king was back, but softened, human. "The healers say you are drained, not broken. Your power will return in time, but you must rest." Rest. It seemed all I had done since the war was rest, and then be thrust into new horror. But the weariness in my bones was absolute. I nodded. The days that followed were a slow, gentle journey back to myself. Althea fussed over me, prescribing tonics and broths. Lady Ilara visited, her cool demeanor warmed by genuine concern, and a report that the Heartstone investigation was tightening a noose around Cedric's financial proxies. Goran, now a captain of the newly formed Dawn Guard made up of freed prisoners, sent up a bouquet of wildflowers from the lower meadows. And Thorne was a constant. He ruled the kingdom from a desk they brought into my antechamber, holding audiences and councils just outside my door so he could be near. In the evenings, he would read to me, dry historical texts, thrilling old epics, it didn't matter. The sound of his voice was my anchor. As my strength returned, so did the reality of the world we had saved. Reports filtered in. The reclaimed woods were already beginning to heal. Green shoots were appearing where twisted trees had fallen. Animals were returning. The refugees, hearing of the purified land, were beginning to talk not just of sanctuary, but of returning home to rebuild. The Heartstone crisis, for all its terror, had done one unexpected thing. It had united the realm in a shared horror. The rumors of my near sacrifice to cleanse the blights spread, burnishing my legend from warrior symbol to protector of the very land. The last vestiges of superstitious fear melted away, replaced by a devotion that was humbling. A month after my collapse, on the night of the full moon, Thorne dismissed my maids and helped me dress himself. He led me not to the great hall, but up the spiraling stairs to the very roof of the keep, to the place where he had first shown me the vast, starry truth of the world.
The wind was clean and cold, scouring away the last lingering traces of weakness. The moon hung above us, a perfect luminous pearl in a velvet sky. The world below was a tapestry of peaceful darkness and pinpricks of hearthfire light. Thorne turned to me, taking both my hands in his. In the moonlight, he looked every inch the king, but his eyes held only the man. "Zara," he began, his voice quiet but carrying on the thin air. "When I found you in that pit, I saw a light that refused to be extinguished. I claimed you out of instinct, out of a law I believed in. But in the days and nights since, through war and shadow and corruption, I have found the woman behind the light. I have found a strength that matches my own, a compassion that tempers my justice, a wisdom that guides my crown." He took a deep breath. "The bond told me you were mine, but my heart tells me I am yours, wholly, irrevocably." He dropped to one knee, still holding my hands. My breath caught. "I am a king with a kingdom to rule, but I am a man who wants a partner to rule it with, not as a symbol beside me, but as a heart within me. Zara, daughter of light, will you do me the unparalleled honor of becoming my wife, my queen, my mate in every sense the moon and the earth understand?" Tears streamed down my face, cool in the wind. There were no political calculations in this moment, no strategic advantages to weigh. There was only him and me and the vast approving silence of the moon. This was the choice he had always promised me. I pulled him to his feet. "Yes," I said, the words simple and infinitely powerful. "Yes, Thorne, for the dawn, for us, for always." He kissed me then, under the watchful moon, a kiss that was a seal and a beginning. It held the memory of battle fear and the promise of peaceful mornings, the taste of blood and the hope of honey. It was the culmination of every trial, every sacrifice. When we parted, he rested his forehead against mine. "The court will want a spectacle," he murmured, "a coronation, a royal wedding to unite the realm in celebration." I smiled, looking out at our kingdom, quiet and safe under the moon. "Let them have their spectacle. But this," I said, squeezing his hands, "this was our vows." The official celebrations, when they came a month later, were everything a kingdom recovering from shadow could want, a glorious week-long festival of light. There was a dual ceremony in the Great Hall, my formal coronation as queen consort and our wedding. I wore a gown of moon-silver silk that seemed woven from my own light, and a delicate circlet of star iron and moonstones. Thorne's eyes never left me. The hall was packed with every alpha, every lord and lady, every common representative who could make the journey. Even Alpha Gris from Frostfall was there, roaring his approval. Lord Cedric, finally and utterly implicated by the Heartstone money trail, was conspicuously absent, awaiting trial in his gilded cell. His faction was silent, broken. When Thorne placed the Queen's circlet on my brow, the cheer that shook Stonehaven was the sound of a kingdom truly choosing its future. And when we spoke the ancient mating vows, binding our lives before the assembled packs, the bond between us settled into a profound, unshakable harmony. It was no longer a tether, but a symphony. The feast was magnificent, but the moment I remember most clearly came later. As the dancing began, Thorne led me not onto the floor, but out onto a balcony overlooking the city. The sounds of music and laughter spilled out behind us. Below, the people of Stonehaven were holding their own celebrations in the streets, bonfires lighting up the night like a field of fallen stars. He stood behind me, his arms wrapped around my waist, his chin resting on my shoulder. We watched our people celebrate in the light we had fought for. "It's not perfect," he said softly, his breath warm against my ear. "There will still be disagreements, hardships, petty squabbles. The work is never done." "I know," I said, leaning back into his solid strength. "But it's ours, and it's whole, and it's alive." He turned me in his arms, his stormy eyes reflecting the fires below and the stars above. "My light," he whispered, "my queen, my Zara." And as the moon climbed to its zenith, bathing the world in a serene silver glow, I knew the story of the broken one was truly over. In its place was the story of a queen, a king, and the dawning they had forged together, not with brute force alone, but with courage, compassion, and a love as enduring as the mountains themselves. The final shadows had been banished, the long night was past, and the dawn, at last, was here to stay.
A crown, I quickly learned, was not a piece of jewelry. It was a lodestone. The exquisite star iron and moonstone circlet was deceptively light on my brow, but the weight of expectation it represented was a constant, humbling pressure. The euphoria of the coronation and wedding faded into the granular reality of rule. I was no longer Zara the survivor, or Zara the symbol. I was Queen Zara. Every word, every glance, every choice was now parsed for meaning by a watchful court and a hopeful kingdom. My mornings began in the council chamber, seated at Thorne's right hand. The topics were less about existential threats and more about the stubborn, intricate machinery of peace. Trade disputes between the riverpack merchants and the mountain miners, petitions for road repairs from outlying villages, debates on land allocation in the slowly healing reclaimed woods. I listened, absorbing the arguments, learning the personalities and hidden agendas of the council members, the gruff but fair master of coin, the ambitious young warden general who had replaced Yoren, now happily retired to his ancestral lands, the pious and cautious high cleric of the Moon Temple. Thorne guided the discussions with a firm, patient hand, but he increasingly turned to me. "Your thoughts, my queen?" he would ask, his stormy eyes holding mine. It was a test and a trust, performed daily. My first few contributions were hesitant, but I drew on Aldrich's lessons and my own hard-won understanding of the people's needs. I advocated for the road repairs, not just for trade, but so a healer could reach a remote village faster. I suggested a compromise on the trade dispute that protected the miners' livelihoods while ensuring fair prices for the merchants. My perspective was different, grounded in the mud and hope of the common folk rather than the stone and ledgers of the highborn. The council, wary at first, began to listen. My afternoons were my own domain. I formalized the Moon Court, my daily audience for the people. It was held in a bright, airy hall, not a shadowy antechamber. I sat on a simple chair, no dais, with Rylan a silent, watchful presence at my shoulder. The parade of human need was endless. A widow seeking justice for a stolen milk cow, a farmer whose fields were blighted by a strange mold, parents pleading for a royal recommendation to get their clever daughter into the Scholars' Academy. I had no magical solutions, but I had authority and I had Thorne's ear. I wrote orders, sealed with my new sigil, a crescent moon embracing a mountain peak. I sent royal investigators. I funded the Scholars' Academy myself from the Queen's purse, a treasury Thorne had established for my independent use. The people left not always with their problems solved, but seen, heard, and with a tangible thread connecting them to the crown. The title Moon Lady evolved into the People's Queen, a moniker that filled me with more pride than any formal accolade. But the crown's weight was not just administrative, it was social. There were endless dinners, receptions, and ceremonies. I had to learn the intricate dance of diplomacy, which lord to compliment on his wine, which lady to ask about her charity work, how to deflect a veiled insult with a gracious smile. Lady Alara was my indispensable guide in this, a maestro of political theater. That one, she would murmur as we entered a room, his son wants a commission in the Silver Guard. Be encouraging but non-committal. Or, smile at the woman in green. Her husband controls the Flax Guild. We need affordable linen for the new hospital. Through it all, Thorne was my anchor. Our bond was the bedrock of my new life. In the quiet of our shared chambers at the end of a long day, the masks fell away. He would massage the tension from my shoulders, listen to my frustrations over a stubborn counselor, laugh with me about some ridiculous point of protocol. Our love, forged in desperation, was being tempered now in the steady fires of shared duty and deep companionship. It was less about fiery passion, though that certainly still sparked, and more about a profound, unshakable partnership. He was my king, my mate, my best friend. Yet, even in this hard-won peace, shadows lingered. The trial of Lord Cedric was a looming specter. The evidence from the Heartstone mine was circumstantial but damning. Ledgers showing payments to Morwen from Cedric's blind trust coffers, witnesses placing his agents near the reclaimed woods. But Cedric from his cell was fighting with the sharp, venomous tools of the politically damned. He issued manifestos, claiming he was a patriot being framed by a king obsessed with a foreign-born queen, a scapegoat for the kingdom's ills. His rhetoric found sympathetic ears among the old guard who still viewed me as an upstart and Thorne's reforms as destabilizing. "We must try him publicly," Thorne said one evening, his face hard. "Let the kingdom see the evidence. Let his lies be burned away in the light of truth." "And if he uses the trial as a stage?" I asked, worry gnawing at me. "He's eloquent. He could twist the narrative." "Then we must be more eloquent," Thorne said, pulling me close. "The truth is on our side, Zara, and so are the people." The trial was set for the autumn equinox, a time of balance. The great hall was transformed into a court of law. Every noble, every guildmaster, every elder with standing packed the benches. The air crackled with tension. Cedric, dressed in sober, elegant gray, stood in the prisoner's dock not as a caged animal, but as a wronged statesman. He carried himself with a chilling, dignified defiance. The Crown's advocate, a severe woman with a mind like a steel trap, laid out the case methodically. The financial links, the agent's testimony, the sheer scale of the Heartstone operation that implied patronage from someone of immense wealth and ambition. The evidence was dry, factual, overwhelming. Then it was Cedric's turn to speak in his own defense. He dismissed his lawyer and faced the assembly himself. "My lords, ladies," he began, his voice smooth and resonant, "you see before you a man who has served this kingdom for decades, a man who advised a king's father, a man who questioned not out of disloyalty, but out of love for the traditions that made us strong." He turned his pale green eyes to the high table where Thorne and I sat. "And what is my reward for this service? To be imprisoned on the word of a fanatic miner and the whims of a king who has been enchanted? Yes, enchanted by a power none of us understand, wielded by a woman who appeared from the darkness of a fighting pit to captivate the crown." A murmur went through the crowd. He was doing exactly what I feared, making himself the victim and me the sinister, alien influence. "She speaks of light and dawn," he continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But what has this dawn cost? The blood of good men in an unjust war, the upheaval of ancient pack laws, the exorbitant taxes to fund her pet projects, and now the destruction of a loyal lord on the altar of her myth." He spread his hands.
I am the sacrifice you are being asked to make to this new moon cult. Kill me and the next voice of caution will be silenced until there is no one left to question the absolute power of the king and his moon witch queen."
His words were poison, skillfully delivered. I could see doubt on some faces, especially among the older lords. He was framing our justice as tyranny, my influence as malign sorcery. Thorne was about to rise, his fury palpable, when I placed a gentle hand on his arm. I stood instead. A hush fell. I walked down from the dais, not to the witness box, but to stand in the open space between the high table and the assembly. I wore a simple gown of deep blue, my crown the only adornment. I looked not at Cedric, but at the people. "Lord Cedric speaks of tradition," I said, my voice carrying clearly in the silent hall. "He speaks of the old ways that made us strong. I know those old ways." I turned my gaze to him, and I let a fraction of my power show, not a threat, but a quiet, steady luminescence in my silver eyes. I was their victim. I was the weak one culled from the pack for having no value. I was the entertainment sold for silver and thrown into the sand to die. Those are the traditions he defends, the traditions of strength built on the broken backs of the weak. I turned back to the assembly. The Heartstone was not just a mineral, it was the physical embodiment of that corrupt philosophy, a power that amplifies rage, shatters bonds, and turns wolf against wolf. It grew in a place drenched in the blood of the fighting pits. And who funded its excavation? Not for the good of the kingdom, but to create a weapon of chaos, a weapon to undo the peace you all now enjoy, to return us to an age where the strong did as they pleased, and the rest suffered. I walked slowly along the front row, meeting the eyes of the alphas and elders. He calls me an enchantress. My only enchantment is a truth he cannot bear, that a kingdom is strongest not when it preys on itself, but when it protects all its people, that a crown's legitimacy comes not from fear, but from justice. He questions the taxes. Go to the new hospital in the lower city and see where that silver goes. Walk the repaired road to Flint's Watch and ask the merchants if their trade has suffered. Visit the schools we are building and ask the children if their future is dimmer. I stopped before Cedric's dock. My light had faded, leaving only the woman. "You are not on trial for questioning your king, Lord Cedric. You are on trial for funding a blight that would have consumed this kingdom from the inside out. You are not a sacrifice to a myth. You are a man facing the consequences of his own greed and his hatred for a future where he no longer holds absolute sway." The silence that followed was heavier than any that had come before. I had not debated his legal points. I had reframed the entire trial from a political conspiracy to a moral choice between the past he represented and the future we were building. Thorne stood. "The Queen has spoken the heart of the matter. This court is not deciding the fate of a dissenting voice. It is judging a traitor who sought to arm the very darkness we fought a war to destroy." He looked to the panel of judges, comprised of elders from neutral packs. "You have heard the evidence. You have heard the defense. You have heard the truth. Now, judge." The verdict, when it came, was swift. Guilty of high treason. The sentence is death. Cedric's composure shattered. The dignified mask crumpled into raw, spitting hatred. "You will regret this," he screamed as the guards took him. "My blood will be on your hands. The old roots run deep. You think you've won? You've only planted the seeds of your own downfall." His cries echoed in the hall long after he was gone. The sentence was carried out at dawn the next day,
a private, somber affair. A chapter of poison was closed. But as I stood with Thorne on the battlements, watching the sun rise over a kingdom that was finally, truly unified under the rule of law, Cedric's final curse echoed in my mind. The old roots run deep. We had cut down the malignant tree, but roots, especially old, deep ones, could send up new shoots in unexpected places. The crown's weight was the vigilance to find those shoots before they could break the light of the new day. The work of a queen, I was learning, was never truly done. Cedric's execution was a full stop in the public narrative, but in the private corridors of power, it was merely a semicolon. The old roots he snarled about were not an empty metaphor. They were the intricate, submerged networks of loyalty, debt, and resentment that had sustained his influence for decades. With the trunk felled, the root system began to decay, but the process was slow, messy, and occasionally produced toxic fungi. In the months that followed, we faced a low-grade fever of discontent. A minor lord from the southern marches, a cousin of Cedric's, refused the new tax assessment for road maintenance, claiming ancient exemption. The warden general reported troubling signs of a cult forming in a remote valley of the reclaimed woods, worshipping not the moon, but the unbroken shadow, a clear invocation of Roderick's legacy and perhaps Cedric's martyrdom. The Flax Guild, whose mistress I had smiled at, suddenly raised prices, citing a poor harvest, putting strain on the hospital linen supply. These were not acts of war, they were pinpricks, tests of the new regime's resolve and reach. Thorne handled them with a combination of firmness and flexibility. The Southern Lord found his exemption parchment mysteriously invalidated by the royal archivists, and a polite but armed contingent of tax collectors arrived at his gate. The cult was infiltrated by silence and gently disbanded. Its leaders offered rehabilitation rather than punishment. The Flax Guild mistress was invited to a private dinner, where Thorne, over roasted pheasant, discussed the economic benefits of royal contracts for reliable suppliers, and the reputational hazards of price gouging during a queen's charity drive. The prices normalized. It was the daily, grinding work of governance, of convincing a changed world that the change was permanent and beneficial. My role evolved. I became less an advocate for individual cases and more an architect of systems. Drawing on my mother's legacy of healing and growth, I proposed and championed the Moon Bloom Initiative, a network of traveling clinics and agricultural advisors who would go into the most remote areas, the places most vulnerable to the whispers of the old roots. They would bring healing, teach new farming techniques to restore blighted land, and crucially, they would be my eyes and ears, spreading the practical benefits of the Crown's care. The initiative was expensive and ambitious. The master of coin, Haldor, a pragmatic man with a permanent furrow in his brow, nearly choked on his tea when I presented the budget. My queen, the treasury is still recovering, the war, the reconstruction.
Investing in the health and loyalty of the farthest corners of the kingdom is not an expense, Master Haldor, I said, borrowing Thorne's tone of unshakable certainty. It is the best defense against the next war. A healthy, prosperous people have no need for shadows or cults. Thorne backed me without hesitation. The Queen's vision is the kingdom's future. Find the silver. It was during the planning for Moonbloom's first deployment that the past reached out and touched me in the most personal way. A messenger arrived from the borderlands of what was once the Shadowed Pack, bearing not a petition, but a small, oilcloth-wrapped parcel and a letter addressed to me in a shaky, unpracticed hand. The letter was from Eamon, the old stable hand who had told me of my mother. My queen, forgive an old man's writing. The winter in my bones makes the letters dance. I write with tidings from the deep woods. The cleansing you did, it worked. The air is sweet again. The deer are returning. But the past is not just stones and bad blood, it is memories too. I have kept something for you all these years. Your mother, Ilara, left it with me the night before she fell ill, saying if ever her child needed to know where they came from, this would point the way. I hid it from the elders. It is yours now. It is not much, but it is truth. Your loyal servant, Amen. The parcel contained a small wooden box. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a pendant. It was a simple, smooth disc of pale gray stone, like a river pebble on a leather cord. Etched into its surface was a symbol I had never seen, a stylized spiral that seemed to both draw the eye in and push it outward, like an unfurling fern or a distant galaxy. It hummed with a faint, familiar resonance, not the power of the moon, but something earthier, older, deeply tranquil. With it was a folded piece of parchment, brittle with age. On it, in elegant, flowing script, was a single sentence: "When the spiral calls you home, follow the white stag through the stone." It was a riddle, a piece of my mother, of a heritage I knew nothing about, a home I had never known. The longing it awoke in me was a physical ache, a hollow space I hadn't fully acknowledged. I showed it to Thorne that night. He held the pendant, feeling its resonance. "This is old magic," he said quietly, "druidic perhaps, earth magic, not moon magic. It speaks of a deep connection to a specific place." He looked at me, understanding dawning. "Your mother's people." "I need to know," I whispered, the queenly composure gone, replaced by the orphan's yearning. "Who was she? Where did she come from? This feels like the other half of me." Thorne folded his hand around mine, the pendant pressed between our palms. "Then we will find out, but carefully. The kingdom is stable, but not so stable that the queen and king can vanish on a quest. We will send trusted scouts. Rylan, have him follow this clue. If there is a home to find, we will know of it first." It was the wise, kingly course, but as the weeks passed and Rylan's scouts delved into the deepest, most ancient parts of the reclaimed woods, following tales of standing stones and white stag legends, my restlessness grew. The pendant felt warm against my skin, a constant, silent pull. I found myself dreaming of forests so deep the sun never touched the ground, of murmuring stones, and of a woman with my hair and eyes who smiled with a peace I had only ever felt in fleeting moments. The political pinpricks continued, a distracting buzz. Then a more serious challenge arose. A sickness, not of corruption, but of nature, swept through the sheep herds in the northern dales. It was a swift, brutal blight that left carcasses rotting in the fields. The shepherds, desperate and fearing ruin, blamed the new royal edicts that had changed their grazing patterns. The old roots of superstition and resistance fed on this fear. Rumors spread. The moon wolf's power was unnatural. It had upset the balance of the land. This was the earth's rebuke. I rode north with Thorne and a team of healers, including Althea. The scene was heartbreaking. Hard-faced men and weeping women standing over their dead flocks, their eyes full of a despair that was turning to anger against the crown. Thorne addressed them, offering royal funds to replenish their stock, but the suspicion remained. It was Althea who identified the sickness, a rare lung rot carried by a particular moss that had flourished after an unusually wet spring. It was nature, not magic. But facts were not enough. The fear had taken root. As Thorne negotiated with the clan leaders, I walked among the pens, past the dead and the dying. The despair was a miasma. On instinct, I knelt by a sickly lamb, its breaths ragged.
I placed my hands on its side, not calling my Moonlight, but reaching for that other, quieter resonance from the pendant, the earthy, growing, healing pulse of my mother's legacy. A gentle green-gold light, like sunlight through new leaves, seeped from my hands into the lamb. The rasping breath eased, the feverish glaze in its eyes cleared. It struggled to its feet and bleated weakly. A gasp went through the watching shepherds. It wasn't the dazzling silver of the moonwolf. It was something simpler, more fundamental, life fighting back. I didn't cure the whole plague. That was Althea's work with poultices and quarantines. But I had shown them a truth deeper than rumor. My power was not a curse on the land. It was a gift of life, in harmony with it. The anger in their eyes softened into a wary, confused hope. That night in our camp, Rylan found us, his clothes stained with travel, his eyes bright with discovery. My king, my queen, we found it, the standing stones, a circle deep in a hidden valley where the Heartstone mine was, and the clue, follow the white stag through the stone. There's a carving on the central menhir, a white stag, and behind it a passage. It goes down. Thorne looked at me. The northern crisis was stabilizing but not resolved. The pull of the pendant was a physical thrum. The old roots of the kingdom were testing us, and now the roots of my own soul were calling me home. "We go," I said, the queen's decision and the daughter's yearning merging into one. "Not with an army, a small party. This is not a matter of state. This is a matter of heart." Thorne nodded, his trust in me absolute. "Then we go together, as we always have." The roots of the past, both the kingdom's and my own, were tangling together. To build the future firmly, we had to understand where I had truly come from. The journey into the deep woods was no longer a choice, it was a necessity.
We left Stonehaven in the quiet hour before dawn, a party of 8, Thorne and I, Rylan and 2 of his most trusted silents, Althea the healer, for her knowledge of herbs and ailments, and 2 of Goran's Dawn Guard, whose loyalty was forged in liberation and whose strength was undeniable. We traveled light and fast, dressed for the wild, the star iron and moonstone circlet left in its velvet box. The only mark of royalty was the unwavering authority in Thorne's bearing and the quiet confidence that now lived in my own. The journey to the Standing Stones took us back into the reclaimed woods, but far from the scar of the Heartstone mine. Rylan led us along game trails so faint they were more intuition than path. The forest here was ancient, a cathedral of moss-draped oaks and towering pines, where the air was cool and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. It was beautiful, but watchful. The silence was not peaceful, but profound, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. The pendant grew warmer against my chest the deeper we went, its gentle pulse a compass. Thorne walked beside me, his presence a steadying force. The bond between us was quiet, attuned to the strange energy of the place. On the 3rd day we reached the valley. It was hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. Behind the curtain of water, as Rylan had said, was a narrow cleft in the rock. We slipped through, single file, and emerged into a place that time had forgotten. It was a circular clearing, perfectly level, carpeted in soft emerald moss. Surrounding it were 7 standing stones, each twice the height of a man, worn smooth by millennia of wind and rain. They were placed with impossible precision. In the center stood an 8th stone, larger than the rest, and on its face, carved with exquisite grace, was the image of a stag with vast, spreading antlers. The white stag from the riddle. The air in the clearing hummed with power, but it was not the aggressive wrongness of the Heartstone. This was a deep, patient, living energy, the heartbeat of the world itself,
I could feel it in the soil beneath my feet, in the sap of the trees, in the very air I breathed. My mother's pendant burned against my skin, not with heat, but with recognition. "This is a sacred place," Althea whispered, her usual clinical demeanor replaced with reverence. "Old, before wolves, perhaps." Thorne examined the central stone, running his hands over the carving. "The passage," he said. Rylan pointed to the base of the stone. The moss there was disturbed. Behind it, hidden by the stag's carved legs, was a dark, narrow opening, just large enough for a person to crawl through. It sloped down into darkness. "We go in," I said, my voice firm. This was why we had come. Thorne went first, sword drawn. I followed, the pendant now glowing with a soft green-gold light that illuminated the tight, earthy tunnel. The others came behind. The tunnel descended sharply for what felt like an eternity, the air growing cool and rich with the scent of stone and roots. Then it opened up. We emerged into a cavern so vast our light could not reach its ceiling. But the cavern was not dark. It was illuminated by thousands of tiny bioluminescent fungi that clung to the walls and ceiling, casting a soft, blue-white glow like a captured starfield. In the center of the cavern was a still, black pool, and around the pool, carved into the living rock, were dwellings, simple, elegant structures that flowed into the stone, windows and doors shaped like leaves and flowing water. It was a subterranean village, beautiful and utterly deserted. But we were not alone. From the shadows of the dwellings, figures emerged. They were tall, slender, moving with a soundless grace that made Rylan's silence look clumsy. Their skin held a faint silvery sheen in the fungal light, and their hair was the color of moonlight on snow. Their eyes, large and expressive, were the same luminous silver as mine. They wore simple clothes of woven moss and bark, and they carried no visible weapons. They simply stood, watching us, their faces unreadable. I stepped forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I pulled the pendant from under my tunic. The green-gold light from it flared, bright and welcoming. A ripple went through the gathered people. An elder, a woman with hair like a silver waterfall and eyes that held the wisdom of the deep earth, stepped forward. She looked from the pendant to my face, and her stern demeanor softened into something unbearably sad and joyful. "You have her eyes," the elder said, her voice like the whisper of wind through leaves. "Alara's daughter. We felt the binding break. We felt the great corruption purged. We hoped, we feared you would come." "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. "We are the Silvani, the keepers of the green heart, your mother's people. We are the balance between the growing world and the stone bones of the earth. Alara was our brightest hope, but she loved a wolf of the outside world, and when she saw the darkness growing in his pack, the cruelty, she left us to protect him and to protect the child she knew she would have. She used her life force to bind your Silvani light, to make you seem ordinary, to keep you safe from those who would fear or exploit you, and from those who would wage war with you as their weapon. The truth was a vast, settling weight. I was not a random vessel for lunar power. I was a Silvani. My moonlight was a blend of my father's wolf heritage and my mother's deep, earthbound magic. I was a bridge. "She gave her life for me," I whispered. "She gave her life for balance," the elder corrected gently, "so that her daughter might live to see a world where such a sacrifice wasn't necessary. And from what the stones have whispered to us, you have fought for that world." She looked at Thorne, "with a wolf king who understands justice, not just strength." Thorne bowed his head, a gesture of respect from one ruler to another. "Your people have given the kingdom its greatest treasure. I am in your debt. The debt is paid in the peace you are building. But now you are here. The spiral has called you home. Why?" I took a deep breath. "To understand, to know who I am, and to ask for your help. The kingdom is healing, but the roots of the old ways are deep. There is still sickness, mistrust, fear of the different. I have tried to heal with the light I have, but I feel there is more to learn. The balance my mother spoke of, I want to build that, truly. The elder studied me for a long moment, then nodded. The green heart sees your sincerity. You may stay, learn, but know this, daughter of Alara. Our ways are not the ways of courts and crowns. Our power is slow, patient, inseparable from the land. To learn it, you must first learn to listen, to be still.
And so we stayed. For a moon cycle, we lived in the cavern with the Silvani. Thorne and the others learned of the deep history of the land, of treaties between their people and the wolf packs forgotten by surface history. Althea traded knowledge of healing herbs with the Silvani healers, their techniques wondrous and subtle. And I learned. I learned to hear the song of the growing root, the sigh of the sleeping stone. I learned to coax light from a seed, to soothe the fever in the soil itself. My power, which had always felt like a separate blazing thing inside me, began to integrate. The silver moonlight and the green-gold earthglow wove together, becoming something more holistic, more harmonious. I was not just a queen of wolves, I was a child of both worlds. The elder, whose name was Lyra, became my teacher. One day, as we sat by the black pool, she said, "The balance is not a passive state, it is an active choice every day. Your mother made a choice to step into the world of teeth and conflict, to protect life. You have made a choice to rule that world with compassion. But you cannot do it from a throne of stone alone. You must keep one foot in the deep earth and one in the sunlit world. You must be the bridge." When it was time to leave, the entire Silvani community gathered to see us off. Lyra pressed a small living cutting of a silvery fern into my hand. "Plant this in your garden at Stonehaven. It will grow where your heart is true, and it will be a link. When you need the wisdom of the deep earth, listen to it." We climbed back through the tunnel, emerging into the sun-dappled stone circle. The world above seemed louder, brighter, sharper after the serene twilight of the cavern. But I felt different, centered, whole. The journey back to Stonehaven was swift. News of our return raced ahead of us. When we rode through the gates, the people cheered, but I saw the questions in their eyes. Where had their queen been? We called a gathering in the great courtyard. Thorne and I stood together on the steps. I did not give a grand speech. I simply held up the silvery fern cutting, its leaves glowing with a faint inner light. "My people," I said, my voice carrying clearly. "I have been on a journey to the heart of our land, to understand where I come from so I can better lead you to where we are going." I looked over the sea of faces, lords, soldiers, merchants, farmers, freed prisoners, now proud guards. I have learned that our strength does not come from denying what is different, but from embracing the balance, the strength of the wolf and the wisdom of the deep earth, the justice of the crown and the compassion of the heart. We are not just one thing. We are a kingdom of many threads, and together we are weaving a tapestry of dawn. I knelt, and using my dagger, planted the fern in a patch of earth by the steps. As my hands touched the soil, I let a thread of my newly harmonized power flow into it. The fern shivered, took root, and grew before their eyes, its silver fronds unfurling to bask in the sun, a living symbol of connection and growth. A wonder-struck silence fell, then erupted into the most genuine, joyous cheer I had ever heard. They understood. Their queen was not a distant myth. She was of the land, and she was here, planting the future with her own hands. Later, in the privacy of our chambers, Thorne held me, looking out over the city, where lights were being lit against the gathering dusk. "The bridge," he murmured, kissing my hair. "You were always the bridge."
The old roots had been acknowledged, my own and the kingdom's. They were not torn out with violence, but understood, healed, and integrated into a stronger, more resilient whole. The Moonbloom Initiative flourished, guided by the wisdom I brought back. The northern shepherds, their flocks recovering, became some of the crown's most vocal supporters. There were still challenges, of course, there always would be, but the fear was gone. The shadows had lost their power. As I stood with my mate, my king, my love, watching the first stars appear over a peaceful, hopeful kingdom, I felt the gentle pulse of the fern in the courtyard below and the deeper, slower heartbeat of the earth beneath the mountain. I was Zara, queen, Silvani, wolf. A woman forged in darkness, chosen by the moon, rooted in the earth, and loved by a king. The long night was a memory. The dawn we had fought for was not just a moment of victory, but a way of being, and it was here, in our hearts, in our land, in our shared rule, to stay. The laughter of children was a sound Zara had once thought she would never hear within the stern gray walls of Stonehaven. Now it was the music of her days. It echoed off the sun-warmed stones of the private upper garden, a small, walled paradise she had coaxed into being with a blend of Silvani earth sense and stubborn will. Herbs grew in fragrant profusion, night-blooming moonflowers twined around a carved arbor, and in the center a young, thriving silver fern, her gift from Lyra, shimmered in the dappled light. The source of the laughter tumbled across the soft grass. Kaelin, at 5 years old, was a miniature of his father, all sturdy limbs, a mop of dark, unruly hair, and storm-gray eyes that held a startling depth of focus. He was currently engaged in a mock battle with a wooden sword against an imaginary foe, his movements already showing the clean, efficient lines of his father's training. His sister, Lyra, named for the Silvani elder, was a contrast. A year younger, she was a wisp of a thing with hair the color of winter moonlight that fell in soft curls. Her eyes were Zara's own luminous silver, but where Zara's had once held haunted shadows, Lyra's held only boundless, curious light. She wasn't fighting monsters, she was crouched by the silver fern, her tiny hand held just above a dewdrop clinging to a frond. The droplet trembled, then impossibly rose in a perfect sphere to hover an inch above her fingertip, catching the sun and fracturing it into a tiny rainbow. A warm, solid presence stepped behind Zara, arms encircling her waist. Thorne rested his chin on her shoulder, the familiar scent of leather, steel, and him washing over her. The bond between them, after 7 years, was not a searing thread, but the bedrock of her soul, as constant and reassuring as her own heartbeat. "He fights shadows with more strategy than some of my new recruits," Thorne murmured, pride evident in his voice, as he watched Kaelin. His gaze shifted to Lyra, and his embrace tightened slightly, a mix of awe and fatherly concern. And she spoke to the kitchen cat today, not meowed at it. According to Cook, she had a full conversation, and the beast brought her a dead mouse as a tribute.
Zara leaned back into him, a smile touching her lips. The earth speaks to her in whispers. The small creatures listen. It's her Silvani blood. It's stronger than mine was. There was no fear in the statement, only a mother's wonder and a queen's calculated understanding. The twins were the living symbol of the new age, a blend of wolf, human, and ancient earth magic. They were beloved, but they were also unprecedented, and in a world still learning the shape of its peace, the unprecedented was often watched with wary eyes. "The delegation from the coastal reach arrives tomorrow," Thorne said, his voice shifting into the familiar, pragmatic rumble of the king. "They're finally ready to sign the full trade accord. No more tariffs on their salt and dried fish. And in return, they get preferential access to our timber and the protection of the Silver Guard on the eastern sea roads," Zara finished, her mind effortlessly recalling the treaty details. She had brokered the initial peace. It's a good deal. It ties the last independent coast into the realm fully." "It is," he agreed, pressing a kiss to her temple. "A quiet victory, the kind I prefer these days." The afternoon wore on in a haze of golden contentment. They shared a simple meal on the grass with the children. Kalen devoured his food with a warrior's appetite, demanding stories of the war with the Shadow Man. Lyra ate sparingly, more interested in the way the honey caught the light on her bread. Later, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in apricot and lavender, the twins grew sleepy. Their nurse, a kind, no-nonsense woman named Marin, came to collect them. As Marin led them away, Lyra turned and waved, her silver eyes catching the last of the sun. At that exact moment, a strange, cold tremor passed through Zara, not through the air, but through the bond, a fleeting spike of nothingness, a void where Thorne's steady presence should be. It was gone as quickly as it came, leaving a phantom chill in its wake. Thorne stumbled, catching himself on the garden table. He looked down at his hands, frowning. "Did you feel that?" Zara asked, her voice low. "A dizziness," he said, shaking his head as if to clear it. "Nothing, too much sun and not enough sleep arguing with Haldor over the treasury reports." He offered her a smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. The bond had returned to its normal hum, but the echo of that sudden silence was unnerving. They dismissed it. Peace had made them adept at dismissing small worries. The unease returned that night, in the deep, silent hour before dawn. Zara woke from a dreamless sleep with a gasp, her skin clammy. The chamber was dark, Thorne a solid, sleeping warmth beside her. But something was wrong. She slipped from the bed and went to the window, pushing the shutters open to breathe in the cool night air. The world outside was monochrome under a gibbous moon. The mountains were stark silhouettes, the forest a dark sea. And then she saw it, a faint, sickly greenish halo, like corrupted foxfire, glowing from the direction of the reclaimed woods, from the vicinity of the old Heartstone mine, the place she had purged. It pulsed once, slowly, and faded. A coincidence, a trick of the light on low clouds. She repeated the words to herself, but the cold knot in her stomach wouldn't unwind. She reached for her power, for the comforting blend of silver and green-gold light within her, to soothe her own anxiety. Her hand remained dark. A frisson of pure panic shot through her. She focused, drawing on the core of herself, on the wellspring that had become as natural as breathing. Nothing, not a flicker. It wasn't drained, it was absent, as if a door in her soul had been silently shut and locked. "Thorne?" she whispered, her voice trembling. He was awake instantly, a warrior's reflexes never truly dormant. He was at her side in a moment. "What is it?" "My light. I can't. It's gone." He took her hand, turning it over as if he could see the absence. His face was grim in the moonlight. He reached for his own alpha power, the commanding force that could make strong men bow. She saw the concentration on his face, then a flicker of confusion. "It's muted, like shouting into a thick fog." He looked out the horizon, his keen eyes scanning the horizon. "Did you see something?" She pointed to where the glow had been. A light, green, from the old mine. His jaw tightened. A raid? Remnants? But his tone said he didn't believe it. This was not the work of bandits. Before they could say more, a frantic knocking shattered the castle's pre-dawn hush. It was Rylan, now captain of the Royal Guard, his usually impassive face etched with urgency. "My king, my queen, you need to come to the observatory, now." The Royal Observatory was a high, round tower room used by stargazers and scholars. Master Aldrich was there, along with a young, sharp-faced astronomer named Elio. Both were pale, hunched over a complex brass apparatus lined with celestial charts. "It's the Great Conjunction," Elio blurted, his hands shaking as he pointed to a chart. "The one the ancients wrote of, the 700-year cycle, the moon, the sun, and the wandering star they called the Stranger. Their paths are aligning, perfectly. The calculations, we missed it. It's not in a decade, it's today at high sun. What does that mean? Thorne's voice was dangerously calm. It means a total solar eclipse, darkness at midday. But the texts, the obscure ones I found in the deepest archives, they speak of this particular conjunction as a celestial lock, a time when certain energies could be bound or unbound. Zara's blood ran cold. Bound, the word from her past, the memory of her mother's sacrifice to bind her power slammed into her. "My light," she said, her voice hollow. "It's bound, like before." Thorne's stormy eyes blazed. By who? How? Before anyone could answer, a horn blast echoed from the highest watchtower. Not the alert for a border incursion, the three-blast pattern reserved for something approaching from the sea. They rushed to the eastern battlements. The dawn was bleeding into the sky, but it was a strange brassy color. Out on the shimmering expanse of the azure sea, a sight froze the breath in their lungs. Ships, dozens of them, but like no ships any of them had ever seen. They were low, sleek, and dark, their hulls seeming to drink the light, their sails a strange, opaque material that glittered like insect wings. They moved with an unnatural, silent speed against the wind, cutting through the water towards the rocky coastline below Stonehaven. "Signal the coastal batteries," Thorne barked, the king fully present, the momentary vulnerability gone. "Muster the guard. I want every alpha in the city in the Great Hall in 1 hour." As they turned from the battlements, the first true rays of the sun crested the mountains. They fell upon Stonehaven, but the light was weak, diluted. As Zara looked up, she saw it, a perfect black bite taken out of the edge of the sun. The eclipse had begun.
The great hall was a cacophony of alarmed voices. Alphas and chieftains from packs visiting for the trade signing milled about. Lady Alara, her composure strained but intact, moved among them, offering calm words. Gorin, his dawn guard stationed at the doors, stood like a grim statue. Thorne ascended the dais, Zara at his side. The murmuring died away. "We are under threat," Thorne announced, no preamble, "by an unknown force from the sea, arriving at a moment of celestial upheaval. Our defenses are ready, but we must be united. This is not a skirmish, this is a test of the peace we have built." Before the assembled leaders could respond, a new sound cut through the tense silence. A deep, resonant boom, like a giant's drum, rolled up from the coast, then another, and another, rhythmic, deliberate, not the chaotic noise of bombardment, but a signal. A guard ran in, skidding to a halt. "My king, they've landed. They're not attacking the batteries, they're forming ranks on the shore, and a herald approaches, under a white flag." Thorne exchanged a look with Zara. A herald. This was organized. This was diplomatic in its own terrifying way. "Bring him," Thorne commanded, "but disarm him first and keep 100 arrows trained on his heart." The man who was led into the great hall was unlike anyone they had ever seen. He was tall, taller than Thorne, with skin the color of sun-baked clay, smooth and unlined. His head was shaved, and intricate, glowing golden tattoos spiraled from his temples down his neck, vanishing into his armor, a form-fitting carapace of segmented, bronzed plates that resembled a beetle's shell. He carried no visible weapon. His eyes were the most striking feature, a solid, burnished gold with no discernible pupil or iris. They swept over the assembled wolves with an expression of cold, analytical disdain, as a scholar might regard particularly aggressive insects. He stopped before the dais and gave a slight perfunctory bow. His voice, when he spoke, was mellifluous yet hollow, as if echoing from a deep well. "I am Herald Vaxis, voice of the prophet Solarius, scion of the eternal sun, bringer of the cleansing dawn." A ripple of confusion and anger went through the crowd. Cleansing dawn?
"You are in the kingdom of Stonehaven," Thorne said, his voice like grinding stone. "State your purpose." Vaxus's golden eyes fixed on Thorne, then slid to Zara. They lingered on her, and a faint, cruel smile touched his lips. "Our purpose is liberation. We have come to free this land from the blight of the parasitic moon and the abominations its false light has spawned." His gaze was a physical weight on Zara. "Starting with the so-called moon wolf, the distortion in the celestial song, she is an affront to the true order of day." Gorin growled, his hand on his axe. The hall erupted in shouts of outrage. Thorne held up a hand, silencing them. His eyes had gone glacier cold. "You have 1 minute to turn your ships around and leave our waters, or the only cleansing that will happen is of your blood from our shores." Vaxus's smile didn't waver. He looked up, as if consulting a clock only he could see. "The lock is almost complete. You operate under a misconception. You believe you have a choice." He raised his voice, addressing the hall. "People of the night, your borrowed power fades. Can you not feel it? The weakness in your limbs? The silence where your beast should stir?" As he spoke, Zara saw it. A burly alpha from the northern wastes, a man known for his hot temper, tried to shift in anger. A shimmer of fur appeared, then collapsed with a pained grunt. He stumbled, clutching his chest. Others looked at their hands, fear dawning in their eyes. The eclipse was deepening, the hall growing dimmer, and with the fading sun, their wolf spirits were being suppressed. "We are the Solarii. Our bodies are tempered in the sacred fires of the true sun. Our forms are perfection." As if to demonstrate, he didn't shift. His body flowed. The bronzed plates of his armor seemed to melt and expand, crawling over his skin. In moments, where the man had stood was a statuesque being of polished, segmented stone and dark metal, 7 feet tall, with blades like sunbeams extending from his forearms. No fur, no fang, just seamless, silent, terrifying transformation. "We do not become beasts, we become weapons, and we have come to correct a cosmic error." He pointed a gleaming blade-tipped finger at Zara. "By the prophet's decree, the Moon Witch and her tainted line are forfeit. Her magic, a theft from the natural order, ends today. Surrender her, and those who renounce the lunar heresy may yet serve the new dawn in the quarries. Resist." He let the threat hang in the rapidly darkening hall. Outside, the false twilight of the total eclipse had fallen. "Never," Thorne said, simple and absolute. He drew his sword, the star-iron blade singing from its scabbard. "Captain Rylan, seize this herald. He is our prisoner." Rylan and a squad of guards moved. Vaxus didn't fight. He stood, allowing them to grasp his stone-plated arms. His golden eyes glowed with triumph. "A prisoner, no. A messenger whose task is complete. The lock is sealed. The prophet's will is now law. Witness." He threw his head back and let out a sound, not a howl, but a single, piercing, crystalline note that shattered the glass in the high windows. As the note faded, answered by 100 similar tones from the beach below, his stone form cracked, not from a blow, but from within. Fissures of brilliant white-hot light spiderwebbed across his body, and then he disintegrated into a pile of warm, glowing sand and molten metal, leaving the guards holding empty air. Shock held the hall silent for 3 heartbeats. Then, from the coast, the drums changed rhythm, from a slow march to a thunderous, accelerating warbeat, and with it came a new sound, the chilling, unified roar of 1,000 voices and the screech of stone grinding against stone. War had come, not for land nor for treasure, for extinction. Thorne's voice rose above the din, raw with kingly fury. To arms, every wolf, every man to the walls, for Stonehaven, for the dawn we built. As the warriors roared and streamed out, Zara stood on the dais, the world tilting around her. The bond with Thorne was a muted throb of alarm and resolve. Her children were somewhere in the heart of the fortress with Merrin, and within her, where a universe of light had resided, there was only a silent, terrifying void. The enemy had not just attacked, they had changed the rules. They had stripped her of her essence and called it liberation. As the unnatural darkness of the eclipse gripped the world, Zara, Queen of Stonehaven, felt more helpless than she had in a rusted cage in a fighting pit. But deep beneath that panic, in a place older than fear, a new ember glowed. Not silver light, something colder, harder, the unyielding will of a mother, a queen, and a survivor. They had taken her magic. They would soon learn they had left the most dangerous part of her untouched.
The eclipse held the world in a breathless, eerie twilight. Under the bruised purple sky, Stonehaven became a hive of grim, desperate activity. Thorne's commands were a volley of orders, snapping the stunned court and garrison into motion. Seal the lower gates, non-combatants to the inner citadel, archers to the outer wall. Yorn, organize the reserve at the main gate. Ilara, see to the supplies and the wounded stations. He turned to Zara, his stormy eyes holding hers for a charged second. The bond thrummed with a torrent of protective fury and a deep, unspoken fear. For her, for their children, for everything. "The sun tower," he said, his voice low and urgent. "It's the strongest point. Take the children. Rylan and a full sentry will hold the stair. You do not come out until I come for you." It was a command, but his hand on her arm was a plea. She was the kingdom's heart, and she was vulnerable. He could not fight if he was fearing for her. Zara nodded, the queen's mask settling over her terror. "Go, we will be safe." She squeezed his hand once, fiercely, then turned and ran, her soft slippers whispering on stone as she fled the chaotic hall. The sun tower felt different, not a sanctuary, but a keep under siege. Rylan was already there, deploying grim-faced guards. Merrin had the twins in the innermost sitting room. Kaelin stood stiffly, his small jaw set, a wooden practice sword clutched in his hand as if it were star iron. Lyra was curled in a window seat, staring out at the unnatural dark, a single tear tracing a silver path down her cheek. "Mama," she whispered as Zara entered, "the song, it's all wrong. The little voices in the stones, they're scared." She swept them both into a crushing embrace, breathing in the scent of their hair, sun-warmed wool and child sweetness. "I know, my light, I know, but we are safe here. Papa and the brave guards are protecting us." She settled them with Merrin, forcing a calm she didn't feel. Then she went to the tower's highest window, Rylan at her side. From this vantage, they had a horrifying view of the coastal plain below the city. The Solarii army was advancing. They moved in perfect, silent unison, a gleaming, terrifying tide. They were not a rabble. They were phalanxes of the stone-formed warriors, their polished surfaces reflecting the weak coppery light in sinister flashes. Between them rolled strange wheeled contraptions, torsion-powered ballistae that glowed with captured heat, and massive drum-like siege engines. And they were fast, preternaturally fast. Their stone legs ate up the ground. The first wave hit the outer defensive ditches and palisades that guarded the coastal road. The Stonehaven archers, positioned on the cliffs, loosed a storm of arrows. The sound was a hissing tempest. Arrows that would pierce leather and flesh shattered against stone chests, or were deflected by the odd, angled armor. A few found gaps, striking at joints, and a handful of Solarii warriors stumbled, cracks appearing in their forms before they fell, crumbling into inert rock. But the losses were pitifully few. "Aim for the joints, the eyes," officers bellowed. The volleys became more targeted, more effective, but the advance barely slowed.
Then the Solarii artillery fired. Their ballistae didn't shoot bolts. They launched globes of concentrated white-hot light. Where they struck the cliff face below the archers' positions, rock didn't just shatter, it vitrified, melting and flowing like candle wax. Screams echoed as platforms collapsed, engulfed in sudden, silent infernos. "By the moon," Rylan breathed, his knuckles white on the windowsill. The outer defenses were overrun in minutes. The Solarii didn't pause to slaughter the retreating defenders. They pressed on, a relentless, grinding machine, towards the main gates of Stonehaven's lower city. From her perch, Zara saw Thorne. He was a commanding figure on the high battlements above the gate, directing the defense. She saw him point, shout, saw runners dash and fro. She saw the massive iron-shod gates groan shut just as the first Solarii phalanx reached them. The enemy didn't bother with rams. Their stone-formed warriors simply began to climb. Their fingers and toes found purchase in seams in the masonry that should have been impossible. They scaled the 40-foot walls like insects, a creeping, gleaming plague. "Fire oil!" Thorne's roar was faint but clear. Cauldrons of boiling pitch and oil were tipped over the battlements. It cascaded down the stone, engulfing the climbers. But where normal soldiers would have screamed and fallen, the Solarii weathered it. Their stone forms blackened, smoked, but they kept climbing, slower now but undeterred. The heat seemed to energize the glowing tattoos on those not directly hit. The first stone-formed hand gripped the top of the battlement. A silver guard lunged, hacking at it with an axe. The blade sparked, chipping a fragment away. The Solarii warrior heaved itself over the wall, and in one fluid motion swept its arm blade out. The guard's head tumbled from his shoulders. The battle for the walls was joined. It was brutal, one-sided slaughter. Steel shrieked against living stone. The Stonehaven wolves, their shifting abilities suppressed by the lingering eclipse and the Solari's pervasive sun-drenched aura, fought as humans. Brave, strong humans, but humans against statues that moved with lethal grace. Claws that could rend flesh scraped ineffectively. Jaws that could crush bones snapped on unyielding mineral. Zara watched, her heart a frozen lump in her chest, as her people died. She saw Goran, roaring, take on two at once, his Dawn Guard axe ringing as he chipped away at them, a mountain of fury holding a section of wall. She saw General Yoren, old but indomitable, directing a pike formation that managed to impale a climber and heave it back over the side. But the tide was inexorable. For every Solarii that crumbled, 3 more gained the wall. The gleaming stone forms began to push the defenders back, creating beachheads on the walkways. Then Thorne moved. He didn't shift. The energy was too wrong, too thick. He fought as a man. But what a man! His star-iron sword, blessed with ancient magic, was one of the few weapons that bit true. It sheared through a stone-armored limb, sending it clattering to the walkway. He moved like the storm he was named for, a whirlwind of controlled fury, smashing opponents, rallying faltering lines, a king defending his home with his very bones. He was a beacon, but even a beacon can be overwhelmed. A Solarii warrior, larger than the others, its form etched with more complex golden tracery, broke through near him. It ignored the guards, its blank golden eyes fixed on Thorne. It raised a massive crystalline fist to smash down. "No!" The scream was torn from her throat, useless against the distance. But it wasn't useless to the bond. In that moment of pure, primal terror, she didn't reach for her absent light. She threw her will, her love, her desperation down the golden thread that connected her soul to his. Thorne, mid-parry against another foe, flinched. He didn't look up. He simply knew. He dropped into a roll as the crystalline fist shattered the stone where he'd stood. Coming up, he drove his sword not at the body, but at the intricate golden tracery on the giant's chest. The star iron point pierced the glowing line. The giant froze,
A web of light crackled from the puncture. Then, with a sound like a mountain sighing, it dissolved, not into sand, but into a pile of dull, gray, lifeless gravel. Thorne spared a single glance towards the sun tower, his eyes finding hers across the chaos. The message was clear. I felt you. I'm here. But the revelation was small comfort. The lower city walls were being lost. The order to retreat to the second tier, the inner bailey guarding the ascent to the keep itself, was sounded. It was a fighting withdrawal, bloody and slow. Down in the sitting room, Lyra began to cry in earnest, great heaving sobs. "The stones are hurting, Mama! The big ones are making them scream!" Kalen put a stiff arm around his sister. "Don't cry, Lyra. Papa will beat them." Zara held them, her mind racing, the strategist she had become warring with the terrified mother. The enemy's weakness was there, in the glowing tattoos. They were channels, a power source. Disrupt them, and the forms became inert. But how? Her light was gone. The wolves were crippled. Their weapons were mostly useless. The answer came not from battle, but from memory, from her lessons with Lyra the Elder in the deep cavern. Our power is of the earth, child, slow, patient. It is in the resilience of the root that cracks the stone, not in the hammer that shatters it. The earth, the stone the Solarii wore as skin and weapon. She looked at her daughter, who heard the song of the stones. She looked out the window at the enemy, creatures of borrowed, fiery sun energy encased in dead rock. An idea, desperate and mad, began to form. The retreat to the inner bailey was successful but costly. The gates were sealed, but the Solarii now held the entire lower city. Their strange drums echoed up the mountain, a mocking victory beat. The eclipse was passing, the sun's edge blazing back into view, but the suppression on wolf-shifting remained, a lingering poison in the air. In the war room, the mood was bleak. Thorne, streaked with soot and someone else's stony dust, leaned over the map. Conventional defense is failing. Their forms are too resilient. Our only successes came from targeting the energy lines with enchanted weapons or immense force. He looked at the assembled captains, at Yoren, at Rylan. We have perhaps a day before they test the inner gates. Their artillery will melt the portcullis given time. "We must sally," growled a captain from Frostfall, his arm in a sling. "Meet them in the open, break their formations before they bring the engines to bear." "And be cut down on the slopes?" Yoren countered. "They have the range and the high ground of our own lower walls now." "Then what? We wait to be baked in our shell?" The arguing spiraled. Thorne listened, his face granite. Zara spoke from the doorway. All eyes turned to her. She had left the children with Marin and a double guard. She wore a simple gray dress, her crown absent. She looked like what she was, a queen in a besieged fortress with no magic to call upon. "They are creatures of fire and borrowed light, bound into stone," she said, her voice cutting through the debate. "Our strength is of the earth and moon. The moon is silent for me, but the earth is still here. It is the very stone they defile with their false sun." Thorne's eyes narrowed. "What are you thinking?" "I am thinking we do not break their stone. We reclaim it." She moved to the map, pointing to the narrow, steep switchback road that led from the lower city gate to the inner bailey gate. "They will come up here. It's the only path for their engines. The cliffs on either side are solid rock." "And?" the Frostfall captain asked, impatient. "And rock can be persuaded to fall," Zara said, her silver eyes glinting with a hard, new light. "Not with force, with persuasion, with the right song." "A rock slide?" Yoren mused. "We've set traps before. It's risky. Timing is everything." "Not a trap we set, one we ask for." Zara looked at Thorne. "I need to get to the cliffside, above the road. I need Lyra."
The room erupted. The princess? Absolutely not. My queen, you cannot risk yourself, let alone the child. Thorne held up a hand, his gaze locked on Zara. He saw it, not desperation but strategy, the same fierce intelligence that had unraveled Cedric's plots and conceived the Moonbloom initiative. He trusted that mind more than any sword. Explain. She hears the stone, truly, hears it. The Solari's presence is a screeching wrong note to it. I believe with her to listen and with me to focus the intent, we might convince the mountain itself to reject them, to start a cascade that doesn't just block the road, but buries their advance. It's witchcraft, a traditionalist lord muttered. It's Silvani magic, Zara corrected coldly, the oldest magic of this land, the same magic that grew the forest and raised these mountains, and it is the one thing the Solarii, with all their stolen sunfire, do not understand and cannot counter. Silence stretched. The plan was insane. It relied on the perceptions of a 4-year-old and the dormant connection of a queen whose power was bound. Thorne broke the silence. Rylan, pick your 5 best climbers. You will get the queen and princess to the overlook at the serpent's back. He pointed to a jagged spine of rock that jutted out over the switchback road. You will protect them with your lives. The rest of us, he looked around the table, his expression transforming into that of the Storm King once more. We will give them a reason to hurry up that road. We will make a show of reinforcing the inner gate. We will make them commit their best. It was a gamble of monumental proportions, but as Zara met his eyes, she saw the same conviction she felt. They had built this kingdom on defying the impossible. They would defend it the same way. As night fell, the Solarii drums fell silent. Their campfires in the conquered lower city glowed with that same sickly greenish light. In the unnatural quiet, a small dark group slipped from a sallyport high in the keep's side, invisible against the cliff face. Rylan led, a rope around Zara's waist, another around a small bundled form he carried on his back, Lyra, wrapped in a dark cloak, her eyes wide but dry. Behind came the silent guards. They traversed a treacherous, near-vertical path, fingers and toes finding purchase in the dark. Zara's arms burned, her breath came in short gasps. Fear for her daughter was a sharper agony than the physical strain. After an hour of heart-stopping climbing, they reached the serpent's back. It was a narrow, wind-scoured ridge with a dizzying drop on one side to the road far below, and on the other a sheer face rising to the stars. They were behind the Solarii lines, above them. Rylan secured them in a crevice. We have until dawn, my queen. They will likely attack at first light.
Zara nodded, unwrapping Lyra. The little girl was shivering, but she looked at the pale moonlight on the cliffs with a kind of recognition. The song is sad here, Mama. It's scared and angry. I know, my heart, Zara whispered, settling against the cold rock and pulling Lyra into her lap. We're going to help it. I need you to listen. Listen to the mountain's song. And when I ask you, I need you to show me where it's holding its breath, where it's tense and ready to shrug. Lyra looked up at her, those ancient silver eyes full of trust. Like when Kale hides and holds still and then jumps? Exactly like that, Zara said, her throat tight. She closed her own eyes. She had no light to give, but she had the memory of it. She had the love for this land, this kingdom of stone and forest she called home. She had the Silvani blood in her veins. She reached not for power, but for connection. She pressed her palms against the living rock of the cliff and thought of roots, deep and patient. She thought of the slow heartbeat of the earth Aldrich had told her of. She imagined her will not as a command, but as a suggestion, flowing into the stone like water seeking a crack. Time lost meaning. She became a conduit for intention, for a deep resonant need. Protect. Reject. Cleanse. Beside her, Lyra's small hand rested on the rock too. Her breathing slowed, syncing with Zara's. The child began to hum, a tuneless, vibrating sound that seemed to harmonize with the faint, subaudible groan of the mountain. Zara felt it then, not her magic, but an awareness, a vast, slow attention turning towards the irritation, the burning, screeching presence of the Solarii defiling its lower slopes. Through Lyra's perception, she could feel the stress points in the cliff face above the road, ancient fault lines, shelves of rock undercut by time, masses of stone held in precarious balance. The mountain was not a weapon to be wielded, it was a living thing, and it was being attacked, and it was willing to defend itself. As the first hint of gray touched the eastern sky, Zara opened her eyes. She knew the spot. A massive, overhanging ledge of granite, 300 feet above the third switchback. Its bond to the cliff was a thread, strained by the weight of the Solari's fiery presence below. She looked at Rylan and nodded. Far below, as dawn broke, the Solarii drums began again. Their army formed up at the base of the road. The stone-formed warriors began their relentless march upward. Behind them, the glowing siege engines were hauled into position. Right on cue, from the inner bailey gates, a defiant horn blast echoed. The gates swung open and a phalanx of Stonehaven's best, led by Thorne himself, marched out onto the wide landing at the road's top. A clear, defiant challenge. Come and take us. The Solari's advance accelerated. Zara held Lyra close, pointing to the overhanging ledge. There, my light. Show the mountain that spot. Help it, let go. Lyra focused, her little brow furrowed. Her hum rose in pitch, becoming a clear, piercing note that somehow didn't carry on the wind, but sank into the stone. Zara poured every ounce of her will, her love for her people, her fury at the invader, into that single point of tension. Now. For a second, nothing. The Solarii vanguard rounded the third switchback, directly below the ledge. Then a deep, grinding shiver ran through the serpent's back. A crack sharp as thunder split the dawn air, and the mountain shrugged. The entire overhanging ledge, thousands of tons of granite, sheared away from the cliff face. It didn't just fall, it plunged, turning over in the air with devastating slow-motion grace before it struck the road directly on the Solarii phalanx. The impact was cataclysmic. Dust plumed in a gigantic cloud. The sound was a world-ending crunch that echoed off the peaks. The road and everything on it for 100 yards simply vanished under a newly born scree field of house-sized boulders. The Solari's advance was not just stopped, it was annihilated. Their siege engines were buried, their perfect ranks were shattered. On the ridge, Lyra slumped against Zara, exhausted. Zara held her trembling daughter, her own body weak with spent effort. She hadn't used magic, she had used empathy, will, and her child's unique gift. She looked down through the clearing dust. She saw Thorne standing before his troops on the landing, looking at the devastation, then up at the serpent's back. Even at this distance, she saw the fierce, blazing triumph in his stance. They had struck a blow, a mighty one. But as the dust settled, she could see movement further down the road, more Solarii regrouping. Their prophet was not here, but their army was vast, and they had just been angered. The war was not over, it had only just begun, and they had revealed a new, fragile weapon, one that depended on a queen with no light and a little girl who could hear the earth weep. The victory at the serpent's back was a stone and a pond. The initial splash was tremendous, but the ripples that followed were complex and treacherous. The mountain's shrug had bought Stonehaven time, not peace. The lower city remained a glittering, hostile camp of the Solarii, their greenish fires a constant malevolent glow in the night. The road to the inner bailey was now a chaotic, impassable slope of shattered rock, but the enemy was not deterred. They simply changed tactics. Reports from scouts watching from the highest peaks told a grim story. The Solarii were digging in. They were constructing a fortified base among the ruins of the lower city, using their heat weapons to fuse stone and metal into strange angular structures. More disturbingly, they were sending out hunting parties, not for game, but for wolves. Any patrol, any scout, any poor soul caught outside the walls was captured, not killed. They were dragged back to the camp, and none were seen again.
They are studying us, Thorne growled in the War Council, his face etched with new lines of fatigue and fury. And the eclipse, Master Aldrich, looking older than his years, spread a sheaf of ancient vellum on the table. My colleagues and I have been scouring every text. The celestial lock was not just an event, it was a ritual, timed perfectly. It created a field, a persistent damping effect on magic tied to the moon's cycle. Your inability to shift, my king, the queen's bound power, it is not a temporary ailment, it is a cage they have built around this land. Can it be broken? Zara asked. She sat beside Thorne, her hands clasped in her lap to hide their trembling. The effort at the cliff, the psychic strain of connecting with the mountain through Lyra, had left a deep, hollow ache. She felt more human, more frail than she had in years. Every lock has a key, Aldrich said, but he sounded uncertain. According to these myths, the lock is anchored. The energy sustaining it must flow from a source. Find the anchor, break it, and the natural order may reassert itself.
The prophet, Ryland stated flatly. This Solarius, he is the source. He must be here, somewhere, conducting this ritual. Then we find him and kill him, General Yoren said, slamming a fist on the map. He is not in the camp below, reported a weary scout captain. We've watched. Their leader is a military commander, a legate. The prophet is elsewhere. His location is their highest secret. The council dissolved into frustrated speculation. Thorne listened, his gaze distant, fixed on the map of their kingdom. The coastal reach, now occupied. The trade routes, severed. The outlying packs, out of communication. They were the heart, but the body of the kingdom was being systematically isolated and paralyzed. Zara's mind, however, was elsewhere, on the children. Kalen had taken to shadowing the guards, his small face a mask of solemn duty, driving Marin to distraction. Lyra had not spoken since their return. She would eat when prompted, sleep fitfully, but her luminous eyes were fixed on some inner horror. She flinched at loud noises and spent hours curled by the silver fern in the garden, her tiny fingers stroking its leaves as if for comfort. It was Althea, the healer, who put words to Zara's fear. The child is in shock, my queen. What she did, what she felt through the stone, it was a trauma. The earth's pain is her pain now, and the silence where your light should be, children sense these things. Her anchor is adrift. The words were a knife to Zara's heart. She had used her daughter's gift as a weapon. However necessary, the cost was etched in Lyra's silent tears. 3 days after the rock slide, a new horror arrived. It came not with drums, but with silence. A single Solarii warrior, unarmed, walked calmly up the rubble-choked slope until it was in arrow range of the inner gate. It stopped, held up a hand in a clear signal of parley, and placed a small, dark object on the ground before retreating. A brave guard retrieved it. It was a box, made of the same dark, light drinking material as their ships. Inside, on a bed of black silk, was a collection of stone fragments. Not just any stone, they were faintly luminous, holding a fading, familiar silver glow. Moonstone, chips from the sacred altars of the Moon Temple in the lower city, which had been among the first structures the Solarii destroyed. And nestled among the chips was a single withered finger, pale and human, a signet ring with the crest of a minor coastal alpha. One of the delegates who had been staying in the city was still on it. The message was clear. Your gods are rubble. Your people are ours to dissect. Your defiance is meaningless. Fury, cold and purer than any she had known, crystallized within Zara. This was not a war of strategy or territory. It was a war of annihilation, of ideology. They sought to erase not just their lives, but their very identity. That night she went to the observatory, Elio, the astronomer, was there, his face gaunt with lack of sleep, surrounded by charts. "The field, my queen," he said, pointing to a complex diagram of intersecting lines. "It's not uniform. It pulses, weakens slightly under the full moon, strengthens at the sun's zenith, and there are thin places, frayed spots in the net, here over the old Heartstone mine, and here," his finger landed on a remote northern point on the map, deep in the frozen wastes beyond even Frostfall's territory. "The Icefang expanse. The readings are strange. The lock's energy is turbulent there, as if hitting a wall or feeding into something. The Heartstone mine, a place of such profound corruption her pure light had been needed to cleanse it, and the Icefang expanse, a place of legend, said to be where the world's oldest ice held memories of the first moon. Two anomalies, two threads in the dark. She found Thorne in their chamber, staring into the fire. The bond hummed with his simmering rage and a profound, weary responsibility. "We cannot sit here and be bled dry," he said without turning. "We must strike back. But how? A direct assault on their camp is suicide. Our wolves are crippled. Your power is bound." "We don't assault the camp," Zara said, her voice quiet but firm. He turned to look at her. "We find the anchor. We break the lock." She told him of Elio's findings. "The Heartstone site is a wound. The Icefang is a mystery. One of them is connected to the prophet's ritual. We must investigate both." Thorne's eyes narrowed. "Send scouts." "Scouts with my eyes and Lyra's ears would be useless," she countered. "The Heartstone site responds to my energy, or my lack thereof. The Icefang, if it is a place of primordial memory of the first moon, it may hold a key to understanding this sun magic, or a way to counteract it. I must go, Thorne." "Absolutely not." The words were flat, final. "It is beyond reckless. You are the queen. You are... And I am the one whose magic is the specific target of this war," she shot back, her composure cracking. "I am a symbol, yes, but right now I am a symbol in a cage. I am a mother whose daughter is reeling from the earth's agony. I cannot just sit here and wait for them to perfect their method of scraping the wolf from our souls. I have to do something." He crossed the room in 2 strides, gripping her shoulders. "And if you walk out there and they capture you, what then, Zara? You are not just my wife. You are the hope of this kingdom, the proof that our way works. If they take you, if they break you on some altar to their son, it's not just a loss, it's the end of everything we fought for." Tears of frustration stung her eyes. "And if I stay here safe and useless, and we slowly starve and watch our children's spirits fracture, is that not also an end? You taught me that a king does not just defend, he acts. I am a queen, Thorne, let me act." The silence between them was charged, fraught with love and fear. The bond sang with the conflict. Finally he sighed, resting his forehead against hers. One of the threads, not both, and not alone. "The Heartstone mine is closer, a smaller party. I can be there and back in 5 days with hard riding, if we can get past their lines." "We can," a voice said from the doorway. Ryland stood there, having approached with his characteristic silence. "The silent paths, the old smugglers' and hunters' trails through the mountains, they won't be watching them all. A group of 4, 5 at most, we can get through." Thorne looked from Ryland's determined face to Lyra's resolute one. He was outnumbered by the 2 most stubborn people in the kingdom. "Who?" "Rylan, one of his best trackers, Althea, if there is sickness or corruption we will need her, and Goran." "Goran, he's a hammer, not a scout. He is a man who was broken by the pits and remade himself in the light we offered him. His loyalty is absolute, and his strength,
We may need to move more than just mountains."
Thorne held her gaze for a long, agonizing moment. Then he gave a single, sharp nod. 5 days. If you are not back by the dawn of the 6th, I will lead every able-bodied soul out of this keep and down that mountain to find you. Kingdom be damned. It was both a promise and a threat. She kissed him, pouring every ounce of her love and determination into it. I will come back, with answers. Preparations were made in utter secrecy. At moonrise, a small, dark group assembled in a hidden courtyard near the postern gate. Zara wore practical riding leathers and a dark cloak, her hair braided tightly. She carried no crown, only the small, smooth Sylvani pendant hidden under her shirt. Rylan, a shadow. Althea, her healer's bag stocked with poultices and antivenoms. A wiry, sharp-eyed silent named Kale, and Goran, a mountain of quiet menace, a heavy pickaxe slung across his back beside his usual axe. Zara had said a tearful, whispered goodbye to the children in their sleep, kissing their brows, promising to return. Leaving them was an amputation. Thorne stood by the gate, the king once more, but his eyes held the man's terrible fear. He pulled her into a final, crushing embrace. Follow Rylan's lead, trust your instincts, and come home to me. He pressed something into her hand, a small star-iron dagger, just in case. Then they were gone, slipping through the gate and into the encompassing dark of the mountain night. The silent paths were not paths, they were suggestions of passage over scree slopes, behind waterfalls, across narrow rock ledges that dropped away into nothingness. They moved in single file, Rylan a ghost in front, Kale a wraith behind. Goran's bulk was a liability in the tight spaces, but his strength was invaluable when a rope needed anchoring or a boulder required shifting. Althea moved with a sure-footed grace that belied her age. They saw evidence of the Solari's reach even here. Once, from a high perch, they saw a patrol of 3 stone forms moving through a valley below, their greenish light bobbing like will-o'-the-wisps. Another time, they found the remains of a wolf, a scout from Frostfall by the markings, half buried under a rockfall that looked too neat to be natural. His body was desiccated, as if all fluid and life essence had been sucked out, leaving only dry hide and bone. No one spoke. The horror of it was a 4th companion. On the 2nd night, as they camped in a hidden cave, Zara felt it, a familiar sickening pull, the same void-like resonance she'd felt the night of the green glow. It was stronger here, a magnetic wrongness tugging at the empty place where her power had been. They were getting close to the Heartstone mine. The following afternoon, they reached the edge of the blight. The forest here was dead or dying, but not in the natural way of the reclaimed woods healing. This was a recent, violent death. Trees were bleached white, as if scorched by a cold fire. The ground was brittle and cracked, and the air held no scent of life, only a dry, metallic odor, and that greenish glow pulsed faintly from ahead, through the skeletal trees. Rylan signaled a halt. The mine entrance is just ahead, in the clearing. There is activity. They crept forward to the tree line. The clearing around the old mine shaft was transformed. The Solarii had been busy. A structure had been erected over the shaft, not a wooden hoist, but a complex arch of that same dark, fused stone, inscribed with pulsating golden lines that matched their tattoos. The arch hummed with power, a low, discordant thrum that set Zara's teeth on edge. Tendrils of sickly green light, thick as vines, crawled up from the shaft and wound around the arch, feeding into it. And standing before the arch were 2 Solarii in their stone forms, standing guard, but they were not alone. Around the clearing, tethered to posts with chains of glowing energy, were a dozen wolves, not in shifted form, in human form. Men and women, naked, shivering, their eyes wide with a terror beyond panic. They were from different packs. Zara recognized a tanner from the lower city, a young warrior from the Dawn Guard.
They were alive, but barely, their skin pale and drawn. The greenish light from the arch seemed to siphon something from them, a faint silver mist that was pulled from their bodies and into the structure. "Moon's grace," Althea breathed, her hand over her mouth. "They're draining them, using their connection to the moon, their life force to power that thing." The arch was the anchor, or part of it. It was using the captured wolves and the residual corruption of the Heartstone site to amplify and project the lock's damping field. Rage, white-hot and clean, burned through Zara's fear. This was an abomination. "We must free them," Goran rumbled, his hand tightening on his axe. "And destroy that arch," Rylan added, his eyes calculating the distance, the guards. "The guards first," Cale whispered, knocking an arrow to his bow. A shot to the energy lines on the neck, quick and silent. It was a plan, a desperate one. Zara nodded, her heart a drum in her chest. Rylan gave the signal. Cale's bow thrummed. One guard's head snapped back as the arrow found a glowing seam. It crumbled into gravel. The second guard turned, its blank golden eyes scanning the trees. Goran was already moving, a surprising burst of speed for his size. He didn't roar, he was a silent avalanche. His pickaxe, swung with all his might, struck the second guard in the center of his chest, shattering the core of golden tracery. It fell, but the silence was already broken. From within the mineshaft, a piercing, crystalline alarm tone sounded. "Go, free them," Rylan yelled, drawing his swords and facing the shaft. Goran and Althea rushed to the prisoners, Goran smashing the energy chains with his axe, and Althea pulling the weak, stumbling wolves towards the tree line. Zara ran to the arch. The humming was a physical pressure here. The green light writhed, sensing her presence, the void where her power had been. It reached for her, tendrils of cold malice. She stumbled back, drawing the star iron dagger Thorne had given her. "My queen, we must go!" Rylan shouted, backing towards her as two more stone forms emerged from the shaft. But Zara couldn't leave it. This thing was a poison well. It was hurting her people. It was silencing her soul. With a cry of pure defiance, she didn't attack the emerging guards. She lunged forward and drove the star iron dagger, a metal born of celestial purity, into the base of the dock arch, into a nexus of the crawling green light. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The arch didn't crack, it screamed, a psychic shriek of rage and pain that tore through the clearing. The green light flared blindingly bright, then recoiled from the dagger as if burned. The hum became a shattering dissonance. The golden inscriptions flared hot white, then began to fracture. The two new Solarii guards convulsed, their forms destabilizing. Rylan cut them down as they stumbled. But the arch was collapsing in on itself. A vortex of corrupted energy swirled around it, pulling at everything. The freed wolves screamed, clinging to the ground. Goran planted himself like a tree, holding on to Althea and two others. "Zara!" Rylan leaped for her, but a whip of green energy lashed out from the disintegrating arch, wrapping around her ankle. It yanked her off her feet, dragging her towards the consuming vortex. She slashed at it with the dagger, severing the tendril, but she was too close. The pull was immense, sucking the air from her lungs. She saw the mineshaft, now a maw of churning darkness and angry light. This was it, not a battle, but being swallowed by the very corruption she had once cleansed. Then, through the roaring in her ears, she heard it. Not a voice, a feeling, a tiny, distant silver echo from the pendant against her chest, a memory of cool, deep earth stability, of roots that held fast. She stopped fighting the pull. Instead, she focused everything she was, not on light, but on connection, on the land beneath her, on the Sylvani blood in her veins. She imagined herself not as a person being dragged, but as a seed being planted. She threw her will into the earth, begging it to hold. The ground beneath her hands softened, not much, just enough. The rich, dark soil of the forest floor, buried under the blight, responded to the daughter of the green heart. It parted, then clenched around her wrists, her arms, anchoring her. The vortex gave one final furious shriek. The dark arch imploded with a soundless blast of force that flattened the remaining dead trees. Then, silence. The green glow was gone. The oppressive wrongness was less. Not gone, but fractured, diminished. The lock had not been broken, but one of its main anchors had been shattered. Goran and Rylan pulled her free from the earth, her arms muddy to the elbows. She was shaking, covered in dust and splinters, but alive. The prisoners were safe, huddled with Althea. But as they turned to flee, a new figure emerged from the mineshaft. Not a stone-form warrior, a man. Tall, clad in robes of white and gold, his head bare. He had the same sun-baked skin, but his golden eyes held not blank disdain, but fierce, intelligent wrath. In his hand he held a staff, topped with a crystalline orb that pulsed with captured sunlight. "The Moon Witch," he said, his voice resonating with power. It was the legate from the camp. "You are more resilient than projected. You have damaged a sacred node. This merely proves the prophet's thesis. Your corruption is a weed with deep roots. It requires not just pruning, but scorching the very earth." He raised his staff. The orb blazed. Zara felt a heat that had nothing to do with fire, a metaphysical radiation that sought to unravel her, to reject her very existence. Rylan pushed her behind him. Goran stepped forward, raising his axe. But before the legate could unleash his power, a howl echoed through the shattered woods. Not a Solarii tone, a deep, resonant, familiar wolf's howl. Then another, and another. From the tree line behind the Solarii, shadows detached themselves. Wolves, dozens of them, in shifted form. Their eyes glowed with a weak but unmistakable lunar silver. At their head was a massive frost-gray wolf with a scar across his muzzle, Alpha Gris of Frostfall. The destruction of the arch had weakened the lock's field just enough, just here. The legate hesitated, his calculated wrath shifting to tactical reassessment. He was outnumbered, and his primary weapon, the suppression field, was now unreliable. With a final venomous look at Zara, he slammed the base of his staff on the ground. A flash of blinding white light enveloped him. When it faded, he was gone, leaving only a circle of scorched earth. Gris shifted back to human form, striding forward. He looked at the devastation, the freed prisoners, then at Zara, covered in mud and defiance. A grudging, fierce smile split his bearded face. "Well, lass, looks like you started the party without us. We heard the scream of that damnable thing shattering from miles away." He looked toward Stonehaven, his smile fading. "But the main show's still there, and now they're angry, and they know you're out here." Zara looked at the freed wolves, at her loyal companions, at the allies who had come. They had struck a blow. They had weakened the enemy. They had proof the lock could be damaged. But Gris was right. They had also revealed their hand. The prophet now knew the Moon Witch was not just a symbol in a tower. She was a threat in the field, and the hunt for her would begin in earnest. The race was no longer just about survival. It was about finding the source of the sun before the sun found them and burned them all to ash. The trek back to Stonehaven was a gauntlet run through a changed world. The shattering of the Heartstone Arch had not broken the celestial lock, but it had torn a hole in its fabric. The effect was patchy, unpredictable. One valley would be clear, the wolves with them able to shift with only a faint ache. The next ridge would be a dead zone, the suppression field crushing down like a physical weight, forcing them to move as weary, vulnerable humans. It made them prey. The Solarii were hunting. They had not expected their anchor to be attacked. Now their discipline was sharpened by fury. Patrols of stone forms, moving with grim purpose, swept the forests. They used the greenish light from their own forms and strange floating orbs that emitted a piercing hum to scan for lunar energy, for the faintest spark of wolf magic or Sylvani resonance. Twice they were forced to hide in icy streams or buried under leaf litter as search parties passed within feet. The freed prisoners were a blessing and a burden. Their strength was sapped, their spirits broken by the draining ordeal. Althea moved among them, administering stimulant herbs and words of quiet hope, but their hollow eyes spoke of a trauma that went beyond the physical. They had felt their very essence being siphoned away to fuel the machine of their own suppression. It was a violation that left the soul scarred. Alpha Gris and his Frostfall warriors were their salvation. The old Alpha's loyalty, forged years ago at a solstice feast, was ironclad. His pack knew these mountains like the scars on their own paws. They guided the ragged group along hidden trails, set false tracks, and used their own still partially restored shifting ability to scout and mislead the pursuers. Gris walked beside Zara for a long stretch, his voice a low rumble. "The field's weaker near the old wild places," he grunted, his breath pluming in the cold air. "Places the moon touched before the first wolf howled. The Icefang expanse you spoke of, my grandsire told tales, said it was a mirror for the moon, that the ice held memories older than mountains. If there's an answer to this sun sickness, it would be there, or a damn quick death from cold. Either way."
Zara nodded, her mind churning. The Heartstone anchor was destroyed, but the lock held. The source was elsewhere, likely at the other point of turbulence Elio had identified. The Icefang, a place of myth and death. The legate's words echoed, scorching the very earth. To break a lock, you needed the key, or a greater force. Was the first moon's memory a key? Or was the prophet's power simply feeding on something in the expanse, using it as a lens to magnify his ritual? They reached a hidden defile a half-day's hard march from Stonehaven. From here, Gris and his warriors would turn back to their own besieged lands, to harry the Solari's flanks and supply lines. "We'll keep 'em busy. Give your king some breathing room," Gris said, clasping forearms with Goran and Rylan. He turned to Zara, his frosty eyes serious. "You did a brave thing, Queen. A damn fool thing, but brave. Don't let it be for nothing. Find your answer. And when you're ready to end this, Frostfall will answer the call." He gave a sharp jerk of his head, a northern bow, and he and his wolves melted back into the trees, silent as ghosts. The last leg of the journey was the most tense. They were so close to home, yet the Solarii presence was thickest here. They moved by night, slinking through shadows. Finally, they saw the high walls of Stonehaven's inner keep, illuminated by familiar torchlight, a sight that brought a choked sob of relief from one of the freed prisoners. They were spotted by a watchful sentry. A prearranged signal, 3 flashes of a covered lantern, was returned. A small, heavily guarded sally port creaked open, and they stumbled into the safe, cold embrace of stone. Thorne was there. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days. His eyes found Zara instantly, scanning her for injury, the bond flooding with a torrent of fear, rage, and overwhelming relief so potent it nearly buckled her knees. He didn't embrace her, not in front of the guards and the bedraggled survivors, but his hand shot out, gripping her arm, his fingers trembling slightly. "Althea, see to the prisoners. Rylan, Goran, debrief with Yoren, now." His voice was the king's, hard and commanding, but his gaze, locked on Zara, was purely the man's. In their chambers, the door barely shut, he pulled her into a crush that threatened to break her ribs. He buried his face in her hair, his whole body shuddering. 5 days, he counted every hour. When we felt that scream in the air 2 days ago, a wave of wrongness, then a sudden ease, I thought, "I'm here, Thorne. I'm here," she whispered, clinging to him, drawing strength from his solidity. "We damaged them, Thorne. We hurt the lock, and we have a direction." Over hot wine, she told him everything. The draining prisoners, the arch, the legate, Griss's arrival, his words about the ice fang. Thorne listened, his face growing grimmer with each detail. When she finished, he paced before the fire, a caged wolf. So the Heartstone site was an amplifier. The source is elsewhere. This ice fang. He stopped, staring into the flames. A journey into the dead north, in the heart of winter, with an enemy that controls the skies and the lowlands between here and there. It's a suicide mission. "Staying here is a slow suicide," Zara countered softly. "We have a respite. The field is weaker. Our wolves can shift, if painfully. We must use it. A small, fast group, just like before. You are not going to the frozen hell at the top of the world, Zara." "Who else can?" she demanded, standing. "If it is a place of primordial moon memory, who will understand it? A warrior? A scholar? It has to be me. My blood remembers what my mind does not. And I will not take Lyra," I added, seeing the protest in his eyes. "What she did at the cliff, it wounded her. I cannot ask that of her again. This is my path." Thorne's jaw worked. He knew she was right. The same brutal logic that had sent her to the Heartstone mine now pointed north. Who then? Rylan and Goran are exhausted. Althea is needed here with the wounded. "I'll go." The voice came from the doorway. Kaelin had slipped past the guards with a child's quiet persistence. He was dressed in a tiny version of a guard's tunic, his face pale, but set with an expression that was heartbreakingly like his father's. "I'm fast, and I can be quiet, and I'm not scared of the cold." Thorne's face spasmed with a mixture of anger and gut-wrenching love. "Kaelin, no, this is not a game." "I know it's not a game," the boy cracked, his voice cracking with a passion beyond his years. "They hurt Lyra. They make everyone sad and weak. I'm the prince. I have to help." Zara's heart shattered. She knelt, taking his small, serious face in her hands. "Oh, my brave wolf, your duty is here, to protect your sister, to learn from your father, to be strong for our people. This journey, it is for older wolves." "But I can help," he insisted, his silver tears now mingling with the fierceness in his gray eyes. It was Thorne who found the compromise, his voice softening. "You can help by being my right hand here, Kael. While your mother is away, I will need a prince I can trust to watch the eastern wall, to help with Marin, to be my ears among the guards. That is a warrior's duty too, a harder one, because it means staying." Kaelin's shoulders slumped, but he absorbed his father's words, the weight of the new responsibility settling on him. He gave a stiff nod, a miniature soldier accepting orders. "I will guard the wall, every day." After he was led back to bed by a worried Marin, Thorne let out a long, weary breath. "We cannot send you alone." "She will not be alone." Lady Alara glided into the room, as timely and unflappable as ever. She carried a rolled parchment. She has been consulting the oldest archives, cross-referencing with the scouts' reports and Elio's star charts. The turbulence over the ice fang, it is not where the lock is strongest, it is where it is conflicted, as if two powers are wrestling, the prophet's sun magic and something else. She unrolled the parchment. It was a map, but not of geography. It was a tracing of ley lines, ancient energy flows, based on Sylvani lore and druid scraps. A single silvery line, faint and broken, ran from the heart of the reclaimed woods, past Stonehaven, and vanished into the northern wastes. The moon's tear path, a theoretical conduit.
If it exists, it would be a river of pure, undiluted lunar energy, buried deep. The Ice Fang, if it is a mirror, would be its, wellspring. She looked at Zara. You are the only one who might be able to sense such a thing, to follow the whisper in the ice. But you will need a guide who knows the mortal paths, and a protector whose strength does not rely on a shift. Her gaze shifted meaningfully. Goran, the man whose strength was born of suffering and will, not lunar gift. And one other.
Me, said a quiet voice from the shadows of the antechamber. Althea stepped forward. The healer's lore of the north speaks of ice that burns and snow that remembers. If you are to navigate a place of memory and energy, you may need a mender of bodies and spirits. And my skills are of earth and herb, not moon. They may still function where others fail. The team formed itself. Zara, the seeker, Goring, the unbreakable strength, Althea, the healer and lore keeper, and for the mortal path, a volunteer from the Dawn Guard, a silent, hulking woman named Brenna, who had been a hunter in the northern marches before the pits and who knew the taiga's edge better than anyone. Preparations were frenzied and secret. This was no 5-day foray. This was an expedition into a myth. They took the best cold-weather gear, furs, treated leathers, climbing spikes. Althea packed medicines for frostbite, snowblindness, and a dozen northern ailments. Goran carried a pack that would have felled a horse, laden with tools, ropes, and a small portable stove. Brenna checked and rechecked her gear, her eyes constantly flicking to the north, as if reading a map on the wind. 2 nights after their return, they left. The farewell was even more wrenching than the last. Lyra, still mostly silent, clung to Zara's neck, her small body trembling. Kalen stood stiffly at attention, but his lower lip quivered. Thorne's goodbye was a kiss that held the chill of the north and the fire of his fear. "Follow the whisper," he murmured, "and come back to the warmth." They slipped out the same postern gate, but this time turned north, away from the Solarii-held lowlands, into the steep, trackless peaks that formed the kingdom's frozen spine. The world narrowed to white, wind, and pain. They climbed passes choked with snow so deep Goran had to break trail like a plow horse. They crossed glaciers that groaned underfoot, their blue depths hiding bottomless crevasses. The cold was a living entity, a beast that gnawed at exposed skin and seeped through layers of fur. The suppression field was a constant nagging pressure, a headache that lived behind the eyes. Zara could not call a spark of warmth from her Sylvani blood. She was as vulnerable as any of them. But she felt it. The deeper they went, the stronger the tug. Not a void of the heartstone, but a faint singing pull. It was in the way the moonlight glinted on a particular ice formation, in the sigh of the wind through a narrow tanyan. It was the whisper. She led them not with certainty but with intuition, following a trail only her blood could sense. Brenna's skill was miraculous. She found shelter in blizzards, a leeward rock face, an overhang. She hunted sparse mountain game with silent efficiency. She warned them of thin ice and avalanches with an almost prophetic sense. After a week of brutal travel, they reached the edge of the known world. Before them stretched the Ice Fang expanse. It was not a field of snow, it was a vast frozen plain of ancient pressured ice, sculpted by eons of wind into surreal ridges, spikes, and dunes. The air was so cold it hurt to breathe, and so clear the stars looked close enough to touch. The silence was absolute, a physical weight. And at the center, visible as a darker blue smear on the horizon, was a structure, not built but grown, a mountain of ice, but unlike any other. It spiraled upward in a perfect, graceful corkscrew, its facets catching the weak sun and the strengthening moon in a complex play of light, the spire of the ancients, the heart of the turbulence. The whisper was a chorus here, a beautiful, mournful song of immense age and loneliness. It called to Zara, vibrating in her bones. But they were not alone. At the base of the spiral ice spire, a camp was set, not Solarii darkstone, but simple, sturdy tents of treated hide, and moving among them were figures, not stone forms, wolves, in human form, bundled in furs. "Who?" Goran breathed, his hand going to his axe. Brenna narrowed her eyes. "No pack marks I know, but they're not Solarii, they're living here." As they watched, a figure left the camp and began walking deliberately towards them across the ice plain. A single man, unarmed, holding his hands out to his sides. He moved with the steady, rolling gait of one born to ice. They waited, weapons ready but not drawn. The man stopped 20 paces away. He pushed back his fur hood. He was old, his face a mask of wind-carved wrinkles, his eyes a pale, milky blue that saw everything and nothing. His hair and beard were pure white. "You hear the song," the keeper said, his voice like the crackle of ice. It wasn't a question. "We felt the lock weaken. We felt the corruption at the heartstone break. We knew the child of the lost daughter would come." Zara stepped forward, her heart hammering. "Who are you?" "The keepers of the first reflection," he said. "The last of those who stayed when the Sylvani went into the deep earth. We guard the mirror," he gestured to the spiral ice spire, "and we have been waiting for you. The sun that burns seeks to use the mirror as his lens, to turn the moon's own memory against all her children. You must come. The prophet's agents are already inside." The keeper's name was Isar. His people, he explained as he led them across the blinding white expanse towards the camp, were descendants of a schism. When the ancient Sylvani, reeling from some forgotten cataclysm, chose to retreat into the deep earth to protect the green heart, a small faction believed their duty was to the sky, not the soil. They followed the moon's tear path to its source, this spire of ice, which acted as a natural focus, a recorder of celestial light. They became its guardians, living in harmony with the brutal cold, their magic attuning to reflection and memory, rather than growth and life. "We are mirrors," Isar said, his milky eyes seeing paths Zara could not see. "We hold what is and what was. The sun that burns, his power is of consumption, of erasure. He seeks not to reflect, but to bleach, to use the spire's purity to amplify his cleansing fire across the world, scouring the stain of the moon from existence." The camp was a small village of ice block huts and skin tents, inhabited by perhaps 50 people. They watched Zara's group with a reserved, ancient curiosity. Their children had the same silver-sheened hair as Lyra. They were her kin, a branch of her family tree she never knew existed. Isar took them to the entrance of the spire. It was not a cave, but a vertical slit in the ice, like a pupil in a great frozen eye. The air that whispered from it was not cold, but strangely neutral and hummed with power. The song was loudest here, a symphony of crystalline notes.
"The prophet's agents," Isar said, pointing to tracks in the snow. Not boot prints, but the smooth, melted grooves of something hot. 3 of them. Sun-touched, not the stone warriors. They went in 2 days ago. They seek the heart chamber, the central focus. We cannot follow. The spire's memories, they are overwhelming to those not of the direct line. They would unravel our minds. But you, he turned his blind-seeming eyes to Zara. You are of the blood, the lost daughter's child. The spire will know you. It may show you what you need. Goran hefted his axe. "We go with you." Isar shook his head. "Only she. The spire is a labyrinth of memory ice. Your presence would be a discordant note. You would be lost forever in echoes of your own past, or worse, drawn into the memories of others. You must wait here,
guard the entrance. If the sun-touched emerge with what they seek, you must stop them, or all is lost." Zara looked at her companions. Althea's face was etched with worry, Brenna's with grim resolve, Goran's with furious reluctance. "He's right," she said, her voice steady despite the terror coiling in her gut. "This is my path, alone." She embraced Althea, clasped Goran's massive forearm, nodded to Brenna. Then, taking a deep breath of the humming air, she stepped into the slit in the ice. Inside, the world transformed. It was not a tunnel, but a passage. The walls were not opaque ice, but clear as the finest glass, and within them images swirled and danced. She saw forests that had never known an axe, watched from the perspective of a gliding owl. She felt the pang of a mammoth's loss as its herd moved on. She heard the first tentative howl of a wolf under a young moon. The Spire was not just a recorder of light, it was a library of lived experience, a billion moments frozen in time. And it was aware of her. The moment she entered, the whispering song focused, becoming a guide. A path of slightly softer luminescence appeared underfoot, leading her inward, downward in a gentle spiral. The memories in the walls shifted as she passed. She saw glimpses of Silvani with hair like hers, tending glowing plants in subterranean groves. She saw the schism, a bitter argument under a cold sky, one group turning towards a cave mouth, the other towards the rising moon. The deeper she went, the more intense the memories became. They began to press against her mind, not as images but as emotions. The joy of a successful hunt, the crushing grief of a stillborn child, the awe of a first shift. She was walking through the collective soul of a world, and it was vast, beautiful, and terrifying. And she also felt the other presence, a scorching, discordant heat that marred the perfect, cold recall. The sun touched. Their passage was a burn scar on the memory ice. She followed the path of melted, refrozen fractures, her heart pounding. After what felt like hours, the spiral path opened into a chamber. It was the center. The walls here were not clear, but were composed of countless faceted planes, each a perfect mirror reflecting and refracting the soft, sourless light in a dizzying infinity. In the very center of the chamber, suspended in the air, was a single, perfect drop of liquid silver. It hung, motionless, pulsing with a gentle, timeless light, the first reflection, the original imprint of the moon on the world. And standing before it, their backs to her, were 3 figures. They wore robes of gold and white, but they were not stone-formed. They were human-shaped, but their skin glowed from within with a dangerous furnace light. The air around them wavered with heat. One held a complex brass and crystal apparatus, aiming it at the silvery drop. The other 2 were chanting in a language that crackled and hissed, their voices trying to impose a new, harsh frequency onto the chamber's eternal song. They had not yet noticed her. They were too intent on their blasphemy. Zara didn't think, she acted. She had no magic, no weapon but the star-iron dagger at her belt and the blood in her veins. She stepped into the chamber, her boots silent on the smooth ice. "Stop!" The word was not loud, but in the resonant chamber it rang like a bell. The chanting ceased. The 3 sun-touched turned as one. Their faces were handsome, austere, their eyes solid pools of molten gold. They showed no surprise, only a cold, academic interest. "The anomaly," the one with the apparatus said, his voice sizzling. "The Moon Witch, you are persistent and foolish to come here. This place will drink your fractured soul and leave an empty shell." "This place is not for you," Zara said, forcing her voice not to tremble. "Leave." The lead sun-touched smiled. It was a cruel, pitying expression. "We are the physicians. This world is sick with your shadow. We are here to administer the light." He nodded to his companions.
Secure her. The prophet will wish to study the source of the corruption directly. The other two sun-touched moved towards her. They didn't run, they flowed, heat radiating from them in waves. Zara backed away, drawing her dagger. The star iron gleamed dully in the multifaceted light. One lunged. She sidestepped, slashing at his arm. The dagger connected, and the sun-touched hissed, a sound of steam escaping, as a line of darkness scored his glowing flesh. Not a deep wound, but a proof. Their power had a physical form that could be hurt. Enraged, he backhanded her. The blow was not of muscle, but of concussive heat. It flung her across the chamber. She hit a mirrored wall, the impact driving the air from her lungs. The world swum. She saw the other sun-touched advancing, his hand outstretched, his fingers beginning to glow white-hot. This was it. She was going to die in this beautiful frozen tomb, and the sun-touched would take the moon's first memory and turn it into a weapon to destroy her children. No. The denial was not a thought, but a surge from the very core of her being. It was not her lost lunar light. It was deeper. It was the will of the mother who had bound her power to save her. It was the love of the queen who had planted a fern in a courtyard. It was the stubborn, earth-deep resilience of the Silvani. As the sun-touched reached her, she didn't try to stab him. She slammed her palm and the star-iron dagger it held flat against the mirrored wall behind her. And she pushed. Not with power, but with identity, with memory. She poured into the ice all that she was, Zara, the broken one, the moon-wolf, the queen, the mother, the Silvani child. She poured her love for Thorne, her fear for Kaelin and Lyra, her grief for the drained prisoners, her fury at the Solari's arrogance. She poured it into the Spire, into the billion memories held within. The Spire answered. The wall behind her didn't break, it activated. The facet she touched blazed with light, not silver, but a cascade of colors, a specific memory. It was her own, the moment in the arena, the terror, the eruption of light, the image projected into the chamber, life-sized, vibrant.
The advancing sun-touch flinched, his fiery eyes wide. The memory light wasn't harmful, but it was a shock, an alien sensation in this place of ordered, stolen sun. Zara staggered to her feet. She touched another facet, another memory. Thorne's face the first time he saw her shifted form, awe and stormy wonder. The image filled another part of the chamber. She was weaponizing her life, using the Spire's nature as a reflector, a recorder. She was showing them what they sought to destroy, not an abstract corruption, but a person, a story. She moved along the wall, touching facet after facet. Lyra's birth, Kaelin's first sword lesson, the planting of the silver fern, the rock slide at the serpent's back, seen from the cliff, the shattered Heartstone arch. The chamber became a riot of light and emotion, a swirling collage of a life lived in defiance of darkness. The song of the Spire, usually serene, rose into a crescendo of shared experience, her experience. The sun-touched were disoriented. Their ordered, puritanical minds couldn't process the chaotic emotional onslaught. Their internal heat fluctuated. The one with the apparatus cried out, dropping the device as a memory of Goran's roar of liberation from the pits flashed before him. The lead sun-touched snarled, his composure breaking. "Enough! This sentiment is the disease." He raised both hands, gathering a sun-bright sphere of annihilating light between them, aiming not at Zara, but at the central, silvery drop, the first reflection. He would destroy the source rather than let it be defiled. Zara did the only thing she could. She threw herself not at him, but at the drop itself. She didn't know what would happen. She only knew she had to put herself between the memory of the moon and its would-be destroyer. As she crossed the chamber, the sphere of sunfire left the sun-touched's hands. It flew, silent and deadly.
Zara reached the drop. She turned, spreading her arms, a feudal human shield. The sphere hit Zara. There was no pain. There was absorption. The silvery drop pulsed. The moment the hostile, erasing sun energy touched Zara, the living shield who was both of the moon's children and the earth's, the first reflection reacted. It didn't fight the fire, it reflected it, but it reflected it through the lens of Zara's being, through the cascade of memories she had just imprinted on the spire. The sunfire rebounded, transformed. It washed back over the three sun-touched not as cleansing flame, but as amplified, concentrated emotion, the full, terrifying, beautiful weight of a single mortal life. The love, the fear, the joy, the loss, the defiance. They had no defense against it. Their bodies, vessels for pure, impersonal energy, were not built to contain such a thing. They didn't scream, they unraveled. Their glowing forms flickered, the gold in their eyes dissolving into a storm of stolen color and sensation. They collapsed, not into sand, but into puddles of warm, inert, glass-like material, their consciousnesses obliterated by the humanity they despised. Silence returned to the heart chamber, broken only by Zara's ragged breathing. The projected memories faded. The central drop of silver hung, serene once more, but somehow warmer. It had a connection now, to her. She sank to her knees, trembling with exhaustion and shock. She had won, not with power, but with her own story. The mirror had shown the sun its true face, and the sun had broken upon it. Izar's voice echoed down the passage, laced with awe. "Child of the lost daughter, what have you done?" She looked up at the drop of moon memory, then at the glassy remains of the sun-touched. She whispered, "I showed them that the light they want to destroy is the only thing that makes the dark worth fearing." She had protected the mirror, but as she knelt there, a new understanding dawned. The spire was not just a recorder or a focus, it was a conduit. And now, through her, it was attuned. The lock was a cage built by the prophet's sun magic, but what if the moon's oldest memory, reflected through a living heart, could become a key? The answer wasn't here in the ice, it was back at Stonehaven. The prophet was the lock, and she, Zara, with the echo of the first reflection now singing in her soul, might just be the key to breaking him. The return from the Ice Fang was a blur of cold and grim urgency. Izar and his keepers saw them off with a new, solemn reverence. The old blind man had taken Zara's hands before they left, his milky eyes seeming to see the new connection thrumming within her. "You have woven your thread into the tapestry of first light," he said, his voice full of ancient gravity. "The mirror remembers you. When the time comes, you will know how to call upon the reflection. But beware, the sun that burns will have felt the loss of his agents. He will know his lens is denied to him. His focus will turn to you with the fury of a scorned god." They carried that warning with them like an extra weight of ice. The journey back through the mountains was a forced march, driven by the certainty that the clock was ticking down to a final, desperate hour. The solace was that the celestial lock was weaker. The destruction of the Heartstone anchor and the spire's deflection had frayed the net. Their shifting abilities returned in stronger, longer-lasting bursts. They moved as wolves when they could, eating up the miles with loping strides. When the high peaks of Stonehaven came into view, a new sight greeted them. The sky above the fortress was no longer clear. A bank of peculiar yellowish cloud had gathered, tinged with that same sickly green from the Solarii camp. It churned slowly, ominously, centered over the keep. "He's not waiting," Goran grunted, his face like thunder. They were challenged at a hidden watchpost by dawn guards who nearly wept with relief to see them. The news they brought was dire. The Solarii had not been idle. The legate, enraged by the failure at the Spire and the weakening of his field, had begun the final phase. They call it the cleansing, a young guard told them, his voice shaking. They've brought up their biggest engines from the coast. They're not aiming at the walls anymore. They're firing into the sky, into those clouds. And the clouds, they're growing. And when they get heavy enough, they rain down not water, but fire. A slow, burning rain that sticks on stone and flesh. We've lost the outer watchtowers on the south ridge. Anyone caught in it— He didn't need to finish. Zara could see the blackened, still smoking scars on the mountain flanks. They were admitted through a heavily fortified sallyport. The inner bailey was a scene of organized chaos, but a new grim purpose had replaced the earlier fear. The sense of a cornered animal was gone, replaced by the hardened resolve of warriors preparing for a last stand. They saw Althea's apprentices triaging burns with poultices that smelled of aloe and mint. They saw smiths working furiously, not on swords, but on reflective shields and suits of layered, fire-resistant leather.
They found Thorne in the armory, not the war room. He was helping to coat shields in a slurry of wet clay and crushed moonstone. He looked up as they entered, and the transformation on his face was profound. The worry lines eased for a fraction of a second, replaced by a blaze of relief so intense it stole Zara's breath. He crossed the room in 3 strides and caught her up, burying his face in her neck, his arms trembling. The bond roared to life, a conflagration of love, fear, and a fierce, proud joy. "You're alive. You're here." "The children?" was the first thing she gasped into his shoulder. Safe, in the deepest vault with Marin, frightened but safe. He pulled back, his hands framing her face, his stormy eyes drinking her in. "You did it. The field, it's like a fog lifting, painful but lifting. Our wolves can fight." "Not for long," Zara said, pulling the warmth of him into her bones before delivering the blow. "He's making his final move, Thorne. The cleansing. He's going to burn Stonehaven off the mountain, from the sky down." Thorne's expression hardened back into the king's. "I know. We have perhaps a day before that cloud is ripe. We cannot stop the rain, so we must stop the man making it." He led them to a map table. "Our scouts, the ones who can still slip out, report the prophet is here." He pointed to a location on the coast, south of the occupied lower city, a promontory they've dubbed Sun's Altar. He's conducting the final ritual there, channeling power into the sky. He's protected by his entire remaining force. A direct assault is what he wants. He'd slaughter us on the open ground. "Then we don't assault directly," Zara said, her mind, honed by the ice and the memory mirror, working with a cold, clear certainty. "We draw his forces away, and we send a knife to his heart." Thorne's eyes narrowed. "A diversion." "The biggest one we can muster," Zara agreed. "We take every wolf who can still shift, every warrior who can hold a spear, and we attack his main camp in the lower city. We make it look like a desperate all-or-nothing breakout. We make so much noise, cause so much chaos he'll have to respond. He'll pull his elites from the altar to defend his foothold." "And while his eye is on the city," Rylan said, catching on, "a small team goes up the coast, over the cliffs, to the altar." "Who?" Thorne asked, though his gaze was already on Zara. He knew the answer. "It has to be me," she said quietly. "The lock is tied to me. The Spire's memory is in me. I am the flaw in his perfect design. I am the key. Goran comes, Rylan, Brenna for the climb, and—" she took a deep breath. "Kyle." Thorne recoiled. "No, absolutely not." "He is our son," Zara pressed, her voice fierce. "He carries both our bloodlines. He is the future we are fighting for. The prophet's magic is about purity, about extinguishing lines. To have our child there, at the moment of his defeat, it is the ultimate rebuke. And," she added, her voice softening, "Kylin needs to see that courage isn't just about staying behind walls. Sometimes it's about walking into the dragon's den to cut out its heart. He is a prince,
Let him be a part of saving his kingdom. The argument that followed was the most brutal of their lives. It was king against queen, father against mother, protector against strategist. But in the end, Thorne was swayed by the same brutal logic that had sent Zara north. This was not a war they could win by hiding their young. This was a war for their children's souls. Kyelan, when asked, stood straight-backed, his gray eyes holding his father's storm. "I'm not scared," he lied bravely. "I want to help Mama beat the Sun Man." The plan was set. It was madness layered on madness, but it was the only move left on the board. The diversionary force was massive. As dusk fell, the inner gates of Stonehaven creaked open not for a sneak attack, but for a roaring, howling tide of fury. Thorne led them, a shifted king wolf of midnight and silver, his howl a challenge that shook the stones. Behind him came every able-bodied soul, warriors in shifted form, Dawn Guard volunteers with burning torches and gleaming steel, even civilians with makeshift weapons, driven by the desperate need to take back their home or die trying. They poured down the rubble-choked road and hit the Solarii perimeter in the lower city like a tsunami. After weeks of suppression, the wolves fought with a frenzied, joyous rage. Fire was set to the strange angular buildings. The Stonehaven forces fought not to hold ground, but to cause maximum havoc, to be an undeniable, shrieking threat. It worked. Green signal flares shot into the sky from the Solarii command post. Drums pounded an urgent recall. As planned, contingents of the stone-formed warriors began to disengage from the coastal promontory and stream back towards the city, drawn by the colossal distraction. On the treacherous sea cliffs south of the city, a different kind of climb was underway. Led by Brenna, Zara, Goran, Rylan, and a determined, wide-eyed Kyelan made their way across sheer rock faces lashed by cold spray. They were 5 shadows against the dark stone. Above them, on the flat top of Sun's altar, a fierce actinic glow pulsed, staining the low clouds. They reached the top as the battle in the city reached a fever pitch. The altar was a wide, flat space of fused black stone. At its center stood the prophet Solarius. He was not what Zara expected. He was not a giant, nor a figure of radiant beauty. He was an old man, frail-looking in simple white robes, his hands raised to the chaotic sky. But the power radiating from him was immense, a crushing pressure of absolute conviction. The air around him crackled with golden energy. Lines of force streamed from his body into the churning clouds above, feeding the cleansing. Before him, on a pedestal, sat the source of his power, a jagged, brilliant shard of crystal that burned like a captured piece of the sun itself. He was not alone. A ring of a dozen Solarii elites in their most ornate, luminous stone forms stood guard around the perimeter, and at his feet, chained with bonds of light, knelt a row of captured alphas and elders, including one Zara recognized with a jolt, the portly lord who had toasted her at the first feast. They were being used as living batteries, their dwindling life force being siphoned to fuel the ritual. The prophet's eyes were closed in concentration. He spoke, his voice not loud, but echoing in their minds as much as their ears. The impurity rebels. It gathers for a final feudal spark before the eternal dawn. So be it. Let their defiance be the kindling for their own purification. Rylan gestured. Now. Goran let out a roar that was pure, undiluted fury from the pits and charged the nearest elite guard. His axe was a blur. Rylan flowed like smoke towards another, his swords aiming for the glowing seams. Brenna put an arrow through the eye lens of a third.
The guards reacted with disciplined lethality, engaging them, their stone forms clashing against star iron and northern steel. The battle on the altar was joined, a desperate, brutal fight to buy seconds. Zara, holding Kaelin's hand, walked forward through the chaos. She ignored the clashing warriors, her eyes fixed on the frail old man and the burning crystal. The prophet's eyes opened. They were not golden, but white, the white of a sun that has burned away everything, even color. They fixed on Zara, and a smile of terrible, serene welcome touched his lips. "The keystone of the corruption," he mind-voiced. "You have come to me, to be unmade at the source, to give your stolen light back to the sun." His gaze flicked to Kaelin, and a flicker of something like disgust crossed his face. "And you bring the seedling of the blight. Efficient. I will prune the line at its root." Kaelin flinched, but held his ground, gripping Zara's hand tighter. "You call it corruption," Zara said aloud, her voice steady, carrying over the din of battle. "I call it life. You call it impurity. I call it love, memory, choice. You want to burn away the shadows, but you don't understand. The shadows are what give the light its shape. Without the night, the dawn is meaningless." "Sentiment, the clinging weakness of a dying paradigm," the prophet projected. He gestured, and a whip of solidified sunlight lashed from the crystal towards Kaelin. Zara didn't think. She pushed Kaelin behind her and raised her arm. The star iron dagger was in her hand. The sun whip struck it, and shattered. Not just the whip, the connection. For a split second, the stream of energy from the prophet to the clouds flickered. The prophet stared, his serene certainty cracking for the first time. "That metal, it should not—" "It is star iron," Zara said, advancing step by step, Kaelin a small, fierce shadow at her back. "Born in the void between suns and moons, it belongs to neither. It just is, like we are. You are an error." The prophet's mental voice rose, tinged with fury. He raised both hands. The crystal blazed. The chains on the prisoners glowed white-hot, and they screamed as their essences were ripped from them. The energy gathered into a sphere between his palms, a miniature sun, blinding, perfect, annihilating. This was it, the final, purifying fire. Zara stopped. She sheathed the dagger. She closed her eyes. She reached not for power within, but for the connection behind her, to the spire in the ice, to the first reflection, to the billion memories held in the mirror of the world. And she reached for the bond, for Thorne fighting in the city below, for Lyra silent in her vault, for Kaelin breathing hard beside her, for every laugh, every tear, every scar, every act of kindness and defiance that made up their flawed, beautiful, mortal lives. She was the keystone, not of corruption, but of a story. She opened her eyes, which now glowed not with silver light, but with a calm, reflective sheen, like moonlit ice. "You want to see my light, prophet?" she said, her voice echoing strangely. "Then see it." She didn't attack. She showed him. She channeled the Spire's memory through her own soul. She projected not an image, but an experience. She showed him the warmth of a child's hand in hers, the fierce pride in a warrior's eyes, the quiet dignity of an old man sharing his truth, the desperate, saving love of a mother's sacrifice, the stubborn growth of a fern in a courtyard, the shared purpose of a kingdom being built, stone by forgiven stone. It was the same weapon she had used in the Spire, but magnified 1,000-fold by the life and death stakes, by the presence of her son, by the bond thrumming with Thorne's distant, supporting fury. The prophet's miniature sun wavered. The pure, impersonal energy of it recoiled from the chaotic, emotional torrent. His white eyes widened with something that was not understanding, but recognition of a power his philosophy had no name for, a power that could not be cleansed because it was the fundamental noise of existence. This is chaos," his mind voice gasped, full of a terrible, dawning horror. Not fear of death, but fear of being proven wrong. "It's life," Zara whispered. And she took Kaelin's hand, and together they took one final step forward into the radiance of the failing miniature sun. The prophet screamed, a raw psychic sound of shattered dogma.
He tried to push the energy forward, to consume them, but it was like trying to hold back the tide with a broom. The reflected weight of a world of feeling crashed through his defenses. The burning crystal on the pedestal let out a shriek like fracturing reality. A web of cracks shot across its surface. The streams of energy to the clouds snapped, recoiling back into the crystal. And then, with a silent inward suck of light and sound, the crystal imploded. Not an explosion, a vanishing. A tiny, perfect point of darkness appeared where it had been, swallowed the excess energy, and winked out. The prophet Solarii stared at the empty space, his hands still raised, his white eyes empty. The golden light fled his skin. He aged a century in an instant, his body withering to a husk before collapsing into a pile of fine, white ash that the sea wind scattered in a moment. On the altar, the elite stone forms, cut off from the source of their power, froze mid-motion. The glowing tattoos on their bodies flickered and died. Then, one by one, they simply crumbled like sandcastles in the wind, leaving the warriors of Stonehaven panting amid piles of dust. The chains on the prisoners dissolved. The ominous, glowing clouds above churned once violently, then began to dissipate, the stolen energy bleeding harmlessly into the vast sky. In the city below, the Solarii legions, their command severed, their purpose extinguished, fell into disarray. Their stone forms became inert rock, tripping up the living. Their discipline shattered. The tide of the battle turned with shocking speed. On the altar, silence fell, broken only by the gasp of the freed prisoners and the sigh of the wind. Zara sank to her knees, utterly spent, the reflective glow fading from her eyes. Kalen wrapped his small arms around her neck, burying his face in her shoulder, his brave facade crumbling into the shudders of a terrified, relieved child. She held him, looking at the spot where the prophet had been. He had not been defeated by a greater power. He had been unmasked by a deeper truth. His son had broken on the mirror of a single, stubborn, loving life. The cleansing was over. The dawn, their dawn, flawed and beautiful and hard-won, still was here. And as the first true, untainted rays of the morning sun broke over the horizon, illuminating the sea and the scarred but standing walls of Stonehaven, Zara knew the war was finally, truly over, not with a bang of magic, but with a whisper of memory and the unbreakable strength of a family's love.
Victory tasted of salt, ash, and exhaustion. The silence that descended over Stonehaven in the days following the prophet's fall was not the quiet of peace, but the profound hush of a world holding its breath, waiting to see if the wound would close or fester. The Solarii legions, bereft of their central will and the power that animated their stone forms, had collapsed into chaos. Some fled into the wilderness, their strange armor now dead weight. Others, the human-born fanatics, fought to the last with a desperate, cornered fury before being subdued or cut down. The lower city was a ruin of fused black stone, crumbled statues, and the lingering ozone scent of vanished magic. Thorne moved through the aftermath like a force of nature tempered by grief. He organized the clearing of debris, the identification of the dead, on both sides, a kingly duty that sat heavy on him, and the secure containment of the few surviving Solarii leaders for questioning. His bond with Zara was a constant, weary thrum of shared relief and shared burden. They had won, but the cost was etched in the soot on the walls and the hollows under the eyes of their people. Zara's own exhaustion was of a different kind. It was spiritual, a deep ache in the place where her power had been and where the echo of the first reflection now resided. She was not empty, but reconfigured. The celestial lock was broken, the damping field was gone, blown away like the malignant clouds. Yet her own light did not come roaring back. It was a faint, tentative glimmer, like the first star in a twilight sky. It was no longer a separate, blazing force she could command. It felt integrated, woven into the fabric of her being, part of her breath, her heartbeat, her love for her children. She could still heal, but it was slower, a persuasion of cells rather than a command of light. She could still sense the earth, but it was a conversation, not a summons. She found Lyra in the walled garden, still by the silver fern. The little girl was not humming. She was tracing the veins of a leaf with one finger, her silver eyes distant. Zara sat beside her, not speaking, just offering her presence. After a long while, Lyra whispered. The screaming stopped. The bad screaming, Zara confirmed softly. The earth song is still there. It's just healing, like a bruise. Will it sing happy again? Lyra asked, a tremor in her voice. In time, Zara said, pulling her close. It needs quiet and sun and rain, just like us. Kaelin, in contrast, was a storm of kinetic energy. The experience on the altar had forged something in him. The fear was gone, replaced with a solemn, fierce sense of duty. He followed his father everywhere, a tiny, silent shadow, absorbing lessons of kingship written in rubble and ruin. He no longer played at being a guard. He stood watch at his sister's door, his wooden sword held with deadly seriousness. The boy who had fought shadows was gone. In his place was the prince, tempered in a fire far too hot for his years. The political aftermath was a minefield. The captured Solarii legate, under guarded interrogation, revealed the scope of their crusade. The prophet's homeland was a distant, sun-scorched continent across the eastern sea, a theocracy built on the worship of solar purity. The invasion of Stonehaven had been a holy expedition, the first step in a planned great cleansing of the entire moon-touched world. With the prophet dead and his flagship artifact destroyed, the immediate further invasion was low. The logistics of crossing the sea were immense, but the ideological enmity remained. They had made an enemy of a distant, powerful empire whose very reason for being was now to see their corruption extinguished. "We have traded a war for a cold war," Thorne said grimly in the first council meeting after the liberation. The room was full of weary alphas and shell-shocked lords. "We must rebuild everything. The lower city is uninhabitable. The coastal trade is shattered. Our granaries were looted. We faced not just a winter of recovery, but a decade of it." It was Lady Alara who, with her usual cool pragmatism, offered the first stitch to bind the wound. "We do not face it alone," she said, her voice clear. "Alpha Gris and his warriors bled for us. The coastal packs suffered under occupation. The reclaimed woodsfolk were terrorized. Our strength was in our unity during the war. It must be our foundation for the peace." She proposed a Compact of the Dawn, a formal, binding alliance at pooled resources, shared labor for rebuilding, and created a unified standing guard drawn from all packs to watch the Eastern Sea and the recovered lands. It was a radical shift from the old model of a dominant Stonehaven and tribute-paying vassals. It was a partnership. Thorne, after a long look at Zara, who gave a slight nod, agreed. The old ways left us vulnerable to division. The new dawn rises on shared ground, or it does not rise at all. The compact was drafted, debated, and signed in a ceremony held not in the scarred Great Hall, but in the inner courtyard, under the open sky. Zara stood beside Thorne, not in glittering regalia, but in a simple gray gown, the star-iron circlet on her brow. She did not speak. Her presence was her statement. The Moon Wolf Queen, who had lost her mythic light but had found a deeper strength, was the living symbol of this new, pragmatic hope. As the lords and alphas swore their oaths on a blade made from melted-down Solarii metal, Zara felt a shift. The kingdom's heart, battered and bleeding, gave a single, strong beat. It was a beginning. But peace, she was learning, was not a passive state. It was active. It was the daily, unglamorous work of hauling stone, replanting fields, and sitting through endless meetings about irrigation and timber quotas. Thorne immersed himself in it, his strategic mind now focused on supply lines and crop rotations. Zara found her place in the healing, not just of bodies, but of spirits. She visited the survivors of the draining at the Heartstone mine, sitting with them as they trembled in the sunlight, offering not magic but a listening ear and a hand to hold.
She walked the new, burgeoning settlements in the reclaimed woods, where freed prisoners and displaced families were building homes from the ground up, her presence a quiet reminder that the crown had not forgotten them. She worked with Althea to establish a new collegium of healers, combining Sylvani earth lore, northern herbalism, and the hard-won medical knowledge from the war. One evening, a month after the victory, Zara found Thorne on the battlements staring east, towards the sea where the enemy had come from. The bond hummed with a restless tension. "He's out there," Thorne said without turning. "Not the prophet, the idea of him, the next one who believes the sun should burn away the night. We have bought time for our children, Zara, perhaps for their children, but not forever." She came to stand beside him, leaning into his solid warmth. "No, not forever, but we have given them a strong wall to stand on and a reason to stand together. That is all any generation can do for the next." She took his hand, lacing her fingers with his. "We fought for a dawn, now we have to build a day worth living in." He looked down at her, the storm in his eyes calming into a weary, determined affection. "And what does my queen plan to build tomorrow?" She smiled, a true smile that reached her eyes for the first time in weeks. "Tomorrow, I believe I have a meeting with the Stonemasons Guild about the new orphanage, and then I promised Cale I would help him train his new pup, the one from Griss's latest litter, and Lyra wants to try to make the fern grow a new frond." She squeezed his hand. "A day of small, good things, the kind of day we almost lost." He brought her knuckles to his lips. "The most important kind." As they stood watch over their recovering kingdom, the wind carrying the scent of turned earth and new growth from the fields below, Zara knew the story of the Moonwolf and the Storm King, the epic of survival and war, was truly over. A new story was beginning, the story of the builders, the healers, the parents, and it was a story with no end, only the constant, hopeful work of tomorrow. 5 years passed, not as a river, but as the patient growth of a forest. The scars remained. The fused black stone of the lower city was too stubborn to remove, so they incorporated it, building a memorial garden of stark beauty amidst the dark slabs. The hollows in people's eyes gradually filled with the light of ordinary worries and joys. The memory of the Solarii became a ghost story told to children, a warning about the dangers of too pure light. Stonehaven and the kingdom it led was transformed. The compact of the dawn was more than parchment, it was the skeleton of a new body politic. Trade flowed along rebuilt roads, guarded by mixed patrols of Frostfall wolves, Dawn Guard veterans, and Stonehaven soldiers. Disputes were settled by regional councils, with final appeal to the King and Queen's court, which now traveled a circuit, bringing justice and the crown's presence to the farthest reaches of the realm. Zara's power never returned to her former blazing glory, and she found she did not miss it. What lived within her now was subtler, more profound. She was a harmonizer. In a council dispute between miners and foresters, she could feel the tension in the room, the unspoken fears, and guide the conversation to a resolution that acknowledged both needs. In the healing wards, her touch brought not miraculous cures, but a deep, steadying calm that seemed to let the body's own strength work faster. She could stand in a blighted field, and by placing her hands on the soil and listening, truly listening, understand if the sickness was in the water, the seed, or the spirit of the farmer. Her magic had become wisdom. Lyra, now 9, was her greatest student and mystery. The silent, traumatized child had blossomed into a quiet, observant girl with an eerie connection to the living world. She didn't command plants, she conversed with them. The silver fern in the garden, under her care, had grown into a small, shimmering tree, its leaves chiming softly in a breeze no one else could feel. Animals trusted her implicitly. She was the heart of her mother's legacy, but it flowed through her as naturally as breath. She had also inherited her father's stubborn sense of justice, often mediating disputes among the castle children with a terrifying, quiet fairness. Kaelin, at 10, was his father's shadow in training. He had a mind for strategy and a deep, protective love for his people that sometimes overwhelmed his still boyish frame. He had his mother's empathy, which tempered his father's fierceness, making him a thoughtful, if intense, young prince. His greatest friend, to everyone's amusement, was Goran's son, a boisterous boy named Tarek, whose idea of play was wrestling bears, or the closest approximation, the castle's large hounds. Thorne ruled with confidence born from surviving the abyss. He was no longer the young king proving his strength, but the seasoned ruler who had earned his people's faith through shared fire. He delegated more, trusting the structures they had built. He spent his days judging cases, reviewing infrastructure projects, and, his favorite duty, training with Kael in the yards. The storm in his eyes was still there, but it was a storm that had learned its boundaries, one that protected the calm within its circle. The threat from the east was not forgotten. Watchtowers were built along the coast, manned by compact forces. Ships occasionally spotted strange, dark vessels on the far horizon, but none approached. The Solarii Empire was licking its wounds, perhaps fighting internal battles over the failure of their holy war. The Cold War persisted, a quiet background to their lives. It was during the annual gathering of the Compact, a week-long festival and council held in a rotating location, this year in the rebuilt coastal town of Seabridge, that a delegation arrived from beyond the northern mountains, from a pack so remote they were barely part of the Compact. Their alpha, a severe woman named Anya with eyes the color of glacier ice, sought a private audience with the king and queen. In the quiet of the seaside keep's solar, Anya came straight to the point. "We have a situation in the high northern valleys near the eaves of the Ice Fang, a sickness, not of body but of place. The streams run slow and thick, the game is litless, their eyes dull. The earth feels weary. Our healers are useless. Our wolves' senses are clouded there. It is a small area, but it is spreading, a slow, gray death." She looked at Zara, her gaze piercing. "We have heard tales of the queen who hears the earth's song. We are not people who ask for help lightly, but we ask, 'Come and listen. Tell us what the land is saying.'" It was not a summons to war, but a call to a different kind of duty. Thorne wanted to send scouts, healers, anyone else, but Zara knew as soon as Anya described the gray death what it was. She had felt a whisper of it in her own bones for months, a faint, dissonant note beneath the kingdom's growing harmony. It was the echo of the Solari's corruption, not their fire, but the void they left behind. The Heartstone mine's poison had been purged, but the violent sundering of natural law, the prophet's ritual, had left a scar on the world itself, and scars could fester. "I will go," Zara said, "with Althea and a small guard. Lyra will come too."
Thorne's protest died on his lips. He saw the recognition in her eyes. This was her domain, the deep, silent sickness of the world. "Kaelin stays with me," he said, "a father's compromise. He needs to see the gathering's political workings." The journey north with Anya's band was swift. The Grey Death Valley was a place of heartbreaking beauty turned sinister. It was as if all color had been leached out, leaving everything in shades of ash and slate. The air was still and soundless, not even the buzz of insects. The evergreens stood, but their needles were a dusty gray, unmoving. A creek meandered through, its water clear but viscous, like cold syrup. Lyra, the moment they entered the valley, went pale. She didn't speak, but tears welled in her silver eyes. She reached for Zara's hand, her grip painfully tight. Althea took samples of water, soil, and a limp hair one of Anya's hunters brought. Her face grew grave. There is no poison, I know, no blight. It is as if the life has been sucked out of them, the essence. Zara walked to the center of the valley, to the bank of the thick flowing stream. She knelt, ignoring the damp seeping through her trousers. She removed her gloves and plunged her hands into the cold, syrupy water. She closed her eyes. She did not search for a specific malady. She opened herself, as she had in the Spire of the ancients. But this time she sought not memory, but absence. She listened for the missing song. And she heard it. Or rather, she heard the silence where a note should be. It was a hollow, hungry silence. It was the echo of the celestial lock, of the prophet's sunfire that had sought to erase rather than transform. This land had been under the Heartstone Amplifier's shadow for too long. When the lock shattered, the natural order had not fully snapped back here. A wound in the world's fabric had been left open, and through it, not corruption, but a profound nullity was seeping in, draining the vital energy, the very will to live from the land. This could not be healed with poultices or light. It needed to be rewoven. She stood, her hands numb. "It is a wound in the tapestry of this place," she said to Anya, her voice soft but sure. "The great war we fought, it was not just against soldiers, it was against an idea that violated the balance. This valley bears the scar. To heal it, we must remind it what it is to be alive. We must give it a thread to grasp." She had no grand ritual in mind. She thought of the compact, of unity. "We need people," she said, "many people, from every pack in the compact, not warriors, farmers, weavers, potters, singers, people whose hands and hearts are tied to the making and nurturing of things. We need them to come here, to live here for a season, to till a field, even if nothing grows at first, to build a hearth and keep a fire, to sing songs, tell stories, bring children to play. We must pour the ordinary, stubborn energy of life back into this silence. We must fill the void with our noise." Anya looked skeptical. "You propose a festival while the land dies?" "I propose a seeding," Zara corrected. "We are the seeds. Our laughter, our labor, our simple presence, that is the medicine. The land has forgotten how to be. We must show it." It was the most unqueenly, unmagical solution imaginable, and it was the only one that had the ring of truth. Word was sent, the call went out through the compact network, and people came, not out of royal command, but out of curiosity, duty, and the new spirit of shared kinship. A contingent of farmers from the fertile south arrived with tools and hardy seed. Weavers from Frostfall brought looms and bright wool. Minstrels from Seabridge came with lutes and drums. A group of Stonehaven's cooks arrived with massive pots. They set up a temporary village at the edge of the Grey Valley, and then, led by Zara and Lyra, they walked into the silence. They did not try to fight it, they inhabited it. They broke the hard, listless ground, singing work songs as they did. They built simple, sturdy lodges. They lit fires whose smoke carried the scent of cooking and pine pitch into the dead air. Children, hesitant at first, were brought in to run and shout. Lyra moved among the gray trees, placing her hands on their trunks, not to heal them, but to whisper to them of the sun on leaves, the taste of rain. At first, nothing changed. The work felt hollow. The songs fell flat. It was dispiriting, but they persisted, day after day. Then, a week in, a cook noticed the soup seemed to boil faster over one of the new hearths.
a child found a single struggling wildflower of the palest yellow pushing through the gray soil near where the musicians practiced each evening. The creek, one morning, seemed to run with a faint, almost imperceptible gurgle instead of a thick slide. The life was not returning from outside, it was being kindled from within by the collective, stubborn will of the people. They were not healing the land, they were reteaching it to be alive. By the end of the season, the gray was receding like frost before a determined sun. Green, tentative but real, was returning to the grass. The creek ran clear and fast. Birds, long absent, began to be heard. As the temporary village packed up, Anya stood with Zara, looking at the valley now touched with color and sound. The severe alpha's eyes were bright with something like awe. "You did not bring an army, you brought a community. That," she said, with deep respect, "is a power I understand." Zara smiled, watching Lyra laugh as she tried to teach a squirrel to dance. "It's the only power that lasts." They returned to Stonehaven as autumn painted the mountains. The success in the north was a different kind of victory, celebrated not with feasts, but with a deep, quiet satisfaction that permeated the kingdom. The queen who listened found a new way to lead. That winter, during the longest night, Zara stood again on the rooftop with Thorne. The kingdom below was a tapestry of hearth-fire lights, stronger and more numerous than ever before. The Solarii thought they could burn the tapestry because they didn't like the pattern, Zara murmured, leaning into his side. They didn't understand that the strength isn't in the pattern, it's in the countless individual threads, all holding together. Thorne wrapped his arm around her, his gaze on their children below, Kaelin demonstrating a sword form to an attentive Tariq, Lyra showing a sprig of green from the revived valley to a fascinated Marin. "We've given them good threads to work with," he said, his voice thick with love and pride, "and a sturdy loom." The story of the hero and the monster was done. The story of the kingdom, of the family, of the slow, patient work of building a world worth passing on, that story had no end. It was a tapestry still being woven, thread by ordinary, glorious thread, under the watchful eyes of the moon and the warming light of the sun they had made their own.
10 years after the cleansing, Stonehaven was no longer just a fortress, it was a capital. The lower city had been reborn not as a mirror of its former self, but as something new. The memorial garden of black stone was now surrounded by sprawling, sunlit campuses, the Healer's Collegium, where Althea's methods were taught alongside Sylvani lore, the Strategium, where veterans like Rylan and Yoren taught the art of war and, more importantly, the art of peacekeeping to cadets from every pack, and the Archive Hall, where Master Aldrich's lifetime of knowledge was being meticulously copied and expanded by scholars, including a particularly sharp-eyed young prince who preferred maps and treaties to swords. Kaelin, at 15, was a poised, intense young man. He had his father's commanding presence and his mother's thoughtful silences. He was Thorne's official heir apparent and his most trusted advisor on matters of logistics and law. His friendship with Tariq, now a bear of a young man leading a contingent of the Dawn Guard, was a bedrock of his life. Kaelin understood power as responsibility, a lesson etched into him not by lectures, but by memory, of his mother walking into silence, of his father's shoulders bearing the weight of a broken city. Lyra, at 14, was the kingdom's quiet wonder. She had eschewed the traditional roles of a princess. She was the keeper of the queen's garden, a title she took with fierce seriousness. Under her care, the walled garden had become a semi-wild sanctuary, a place where rare herbs thrived, wounded animals came to recuperate, and the silver fern tree now stood 20 feet tall, its chiming leaves said to soothe fevered minds. She was Zara's closest confidant in matters of the land, her sensitivity to the subtle flows of life an indispensable tool for diagnosing ailing fields or troubled water sources. She spoke little in councils, but when she did, her words carried the weight of the earth itself. Thorne and Zara had settled into the rhythm of mid-reign. The frantic rebuilding had given way to sustained growth. The Compact of the Dawn was a living entity, its annual gatherings a vibrant mix of commerce, courts, and cultural exchange that strengthened bonds more effectively than any treaty. The threat from the east remained a distant cloud, monitored by the coastal watch, but the kingdom's confidence was now its own best defense. They were no longer just survivors, they were architects. Zara's role had evolved into that of a touchstone. She traveled the realm less now, but her influence was woven into its institutions. The community seed method, developed in the Grey Valley, had become a standard response to blighted or war-scarred land across the Compact. Her emphasis on healing the spirit as well as the body had transformed the Healer's Collegium. She was less a queen who ruled, and more a queen who guided, her authority stemming from a profound understanding of the interconnected whole. One spring afternoon, a messenger arrived, not from the east, but from the southwest, from a pack that dwelt in the shimmering, arid canyons beyond the known borders of the Compact. Their alpha, a pragmatic man named Jarek, sought an audience. He brought a gift, a basket of strange, luminous fruits that tasted of honey and spice, and a problem. "The rivers in the deep canyons are shrinking," Jarek explained, his voice raspy from dry air. "They have for generations, but now it is swift. Our oasis lands are dying. We have dug, we have prayed, but the earth gives less each year. We are not part of your compact, we have always been a part, but we have heard stories of a queen who listens to the earth's song. We have come to ask not for soldiers or silver, but for your ear. Come and listen to our dying land. Tell us what it says." It was an echo of Anya's request years before, but from a new direction, from a people outside their alliance, a test not of strength, but of principle. The council was divided. Lord Haldor saw only the cost and risk of a long journey for uncertain gain. Some military advisors saw a potential new ally in a strategic location. Thorne listened, his expression neutral, but Zara could feel the bond's hum of consideration. He was weighing the precedent. Zara stood. "We built the compact on the idea that strength is in connection, that a sickness in one part of the land is a concern for all. These people are not asking us to fight for them, they are asking us to listen with them. If we refuse because they are not on our map, then our compact is just a bigger cage. Its purpose is to expand the circle of care, not draw a line around it." She looked at Kaelin, who was watching intently. "A king's duty is to protect his people, but a queen's duty," she said, her eyes finding Lyra in the corner, "is to nurture the ground upon which all people stand. I will go." Thorne's decision was swift. "Then we go. Not just the queen, the compact goes. A delegation. Healers, engineers, miners, trackers. We answer a request for wisdom with a sharing of skills. We show that our strength is not a wall, but an open hand." It was a bold move, a royal progress into unknown territory with a cohort of experts. Kaelin was to come, his first major diplomatic mission. Lyra would go as well, her unique senses crucial. Rylan, older but no less sharp, would lead the guard. Goran, his hair now gray but his strength undiminished, would come for the heavy work. The journey to the sun-dappled canyons was long and revealed a breathtaking, harshly beautiful land. Jarek's people, the Karim, were wary but respectful. Their problem was immediately apparent. The Great Canyon River was a pathetic trickle between vast, stained banks that showed where it once flowed. The oasis settlements clung to life, their date palms wilting.
Zara and Lyra spent days walking the dry riverbed, sitting in the silent oases, their hands on the parched earth. The song here was not of nullity, as in the Grey Valley, but of thirst, a deep geological thirst. Lyra, her brow furrowed, finally spoke. It's not that the water is gone, it's that it's hiding. The song goes deep, deep down. The bones of the earth shifted, long ago. The river's old path is closed. The engineers and miners conferred. They mapped the canyon. They found evidence of an ancient seismic fault that had, over centuries, subtly tilted the bedrock layer, diverting the underground aquifers that fed the river away from the canyons towards the inhabitable salt flats to the east. The solution was not magic, but labor, a monumental labor. To rechannel the water, they would need to dig a series of deep strategic trenches and shafts to intercept the diverted flow and guide it back. It would take years. It would require the labor of the Karim and the technical knowledge of the compact. Jarek was devastated. We do not have the numbers, the tools.
You have the need, Thorne said, practical as ever, and we have the tools and the hands willing to learn. The compact will provide engineers, supervisors, and initial supplies. Your people will provide the labor, the knowledge of the rock, the will to see it through. We will sign a new compact, not of dominance, but of shared enterprise. You will have your water, and we will have a new sister people in the south, and a shared achievement that reminds us all what we can do together. It was the essence of their reign distilled into a single offer. Not conquest, but partnership. Not taking, but building. The agreement was signed under the blazing canyon sun. As the first teams began surveying, Zara took Kaelin and Lyra to the highest canyon rim at sunset. The world was painted in fiery hues. This, Zara said, gesturing to the vast landscape, the tiny figures of engineers and Karim workers below beginning their collaboration, is your legacy. Not the throne in Stonehaven, not the crown. This, the ability to see a need, to share a strength, to weave a new thread into the tapestry, to grow the circle. Kaelin nodded, his young face serious, already seeing the logistical plans, the treaties, the long-term benefits. Lyra smiled softly, feeling the tentative, hopeful shift in the land's song beneath the thirst. Years later, when the first truly free-flowing water in generations gushed from the new channel into the revived riverbed, the celebration was not just the Karims, it was the compacts. The success cemented the alliance, turned a distant dying land into a thriving, loyal partner, and proved the founding principle beyond doubt. Back in Stonehaven, as Zara and Thorne grew older, their hair touched with silver, they watched their children take up the loom. Kaelin, with Tarek as his steadfast beta, began to shoulder more of the day-to-day rule, his justice tempered by the wisdom of his parents and the gentle, grounding influence of his sister. Lyra remained the heart, her garden a pilgrimage site for those seeking peace, her understanding of the living world an ever deeper well of guidance. The story of the Moonwolf and the Storm King had long since passed into legend, sung by bards at the gatherings. But the people living the reality knew the truth. The legend was just the prelude. The real story was the one they were all writing together, day by day, the story of a kingdom that learned to listen, to share, to heal, and to grow. On the last day of his life, many years later, Thorne sat with Zara in their garden, now Lyra's magnificent chiming forest. He was an old wolf, his storm spent, but his eyes were clear. He held her hand, the bond between them a quiet, profound hum of a lifetime shared. "We gave them a good dawn," he murmured, his voice a whisper of wind. Zara smiled, the lines on her face a map of laughter and love and worry overcome. "We gave them the tools to build their own day," she corrected gently, "and they are building it well." He closed his eyes, a contented sigh escaping him.
The Storm King's final breath was not a gust, but a gentle exhalation mingling with the scent of blooming night flowers and the soft silver chime of the leaves above. Zara sat with him for a long time, until the moon rose, bathing the garden in its gentle, forgiving light. She felt no devastating break in the bond, only a gentle loosening, a thread completed, woven perfectly into the tapestry. She looked up at the sound of footsteps. Kaelin, now king in his own right, stood at the garden entrance. His own son, a boy with Thorne's gray eyes and Zara's silver hair, clutching his hand. Lyra was beside him, her presence a serene comfort. The loom of tomorrow was in good hands, the pattern was secure, and as the moon climbed higher, Zara, Queen Mother, keeper of the first reflection's echo, felt not an end, but a serene, deep continuity. The story had no end, it simply changed hands, thread by resilient, hopeful thread, under the watchful, loving light of the moon and the enduring warmth of the sun they had all learned to call their own. The tapestry of their reign, woven with threads of resilience, compassion, and shared purpose, hung rich and complete. Yet a loom once set in motion does not cease. It is the weavers who change. In the years following Thorne's passing, a profound stillness settled over Zara. It was not the silence of absence, but the deep, resonant quiet of a symphony after its final, perfect note. She remained in Stonehaven, a beloved fixture, but her presence shifted from the active center of the circle to its peaceful circumference. She was the root from which the great tree had grown, now feeling the sun through the vibrant canopy of her children's rule. King Kaelin I ruled with a steady, innovative hand. The lessons of his youth, the memory of collapse and the patient work of reconstruction, shaped his vision. He focused on sustainable systems, granaries that shared surplus automatically with struggling regions, a rotating citizen council that brought common voices directly to the throne, and the formalization of the Community Seed Corps as a permanent peacetime force for environmental and social healing. His bond with Tarek, now the formidable captain of the Royal Guard, remained the cornerstone of his strength. Together, they were not just king and protector, but brothers who had seen the worst and chosen to build the best. Lyra remained the heart, her garden a pilgrimage site for them seeking peace, her understanding of the living world an ever deeper well of guidance. The silver fern tree, now a colossal chiming giant, was said to hold the collective memory of the kingdom's joys and sorrows in its rustling leaves. Zara watched it all from her solar, her windows overlooking Lyra's Harden. Her power, that faint, integrated glimmer, had settled into a tranquil, all-encompassing awareness. She could feel the kingdom's heartbeat as her own, the bustling markets, the quiet forests, the rhythmic work in the Karim canyons, now lush and green. The echo of the first reflection within her was no longer a separate thing. It was the lens through which she saw the exquisite, interconnected web of life. One autumn morning, as the light lay gold and sharp on the stone, she felt a subtle pull. It was not a sound, but a completion, a gentle tug on a thread that had been left loose for decades. She knew, with a certainty that required no explanation, that it was time. She summoned her children. Kaelin came, concerned by the unusual request, with his young son Corin trailing behind. Lyra arrived, her silver eyes immediately softening with understanding. She felt it too.
"Do not look so solemn," Zara said, her voice still clear, touched by the gravel of age. She sat in her chair by the window, a shawl around her shoulders. "A tapestry is not meant to be viewed only from the front. The back, with all its knots and tied-off ends, is just as important. It is the work that holds the beauty together." Kaelin knelt before her, taking her hands. "Mother." "Hush, I am not leaving, not in the way you fear." She smiled, touching his face, the face of the boy who had stood against shadows, now a king etched with the cares and loves of his people. I am simply going to see the other side of the weave, to check the knots. She turned to Lyra, who had tears streaming silently down her cheeks. My quiet heart, you have always heard the truest song. Keep listening and keep teaching others to hear it. Finally, she looked at young Corin, a boy of 7 with a serious, curious gaze. And you, little thread, your pattern is just beginning. Weave it with courage and kindness. She leaned back, her eyes drifting to the window, to the majestic, chiming tree in the garden. She saw not just the tree, but the sapling it had been, the little girl who tended it, the love that fed it. She saw the black stone memorial, now embraced by flowers. She saw the distant, healed valley in the north and the thriving canyons in the south. She saw the strong, invisible threads of the compact, humming with shared purpose. The final feeling was not of an end, but of a seamless join, the last thread of her mortal life, spun from love, loss, war, peace, and an unyielding hope, was gently tied off and woven in. Her breath slowed, and then simply became part of the garden's breeze. A great stillness filled the room, but it was a stillness brimming with presence. Kaelin bowed his head, a sob catching in his throat. Lyra placed a hand on the sun-warmed stone of the windowsill and felt a wave of pure, peaceful energy radiate outwards, a gentle sigh that passed through the leaves of every plant in the garden, through the very stones of Stonehaven, and out across the land. In the garden, the silver fern tree gave a single, resonant chime that echoed not in the air, but in the hearts of every person in the capital. It was a note of gratitude, of release, and of enduring continuity. Zara, the last moon wolf, was gone, but the moon still rose that night, as it always had, as it always would, and the people of the compact, from the frost-kissed peaks of the north to the sun-dappled canyons of the south, felt a curious thing. In their moments of quiet, in the peace of a forest, in the resolution to mend a broken thing, they felt a whisper of guidance, a faint, comforting hum of harmony. It was as if the land itself remembered her touch and had learned to replicate it. The legend said the queen had become one with the kingdom. The people, living their simple, complex, glorious lives, knew the truth. She hadn't become the kingdom. She had simply helped them remember that they always had been. And so the story continued. King Kaelin and Keeper Lyra, side by side, guided a realm at peace. New threads were spun. Corin's generation, born into a world where the Solarii were a cautionary tale, and the compact was the air they breathed. New challenges arose, as they always do, a plague among the deer, a philosophical dispute in the collegiums, the slow, patient dance of diplomacy with distant empires across the sea. But the loom was sturdy, the weavers were skilled, and in the quiet moments, if they listened, they could hear the soft, reassuring click of the shuttle and feel the gentle, guiding touch of the hands that first taught them how to weave. It was a story with no end, only the eternal, beautiful, unfolding work of tomorrow. The loom of Stonehaven never fell still. It thrummed with the rhythms of generations, the shuttle passing from hand to steadier hand. The story, as all true stories do, ceased to be about a single hero, a single queen, or even a single family. It became the story of a way of being, a pattern so deeply woven into the fabric of the land that it was indistinguishable from life itself.
20 decades after Zara's passing, the realm entered what the archivists would later call the Silent Spring. It was not a season of war or blight, but of a profound, almost eerie natural harmony. Crops flourished with minimal tending, predator and prey populations balanced with uncanny precision. Storms broke around populated areas, and gentle rains fell on schedule. It was as if the land itself had taken a deep, contented breath and held it. King Kaelin, his own hair now streaked with silver, viewed this perfection with a strategist's unease. He stood with his sister Lyra on the highest balcony of the renewed Spire, looking over a kingdom that seemed to run itself. "It feels tailored," he murmured, the wind catching his cloak. "A gift, certainly, but who is the giver, and what is the price?" Lyra, her face still serene, but her eyes holding the deep knowledge of the rooted thing, placed a hand on the sun-warmed stone of the windowsill and felt a wave of pure, peaceful energy radiate outwards, a gentle sigh that passed through the leaves of every plant in the garden, through the very stones of Stonehaven, and out across the land. It feels not a giver, but an echo. Mother's harmony, the compact's unity. The land has learned the pattern. It is weaving itself now. "A loom that runs without weavers is a dangerous thing," Kaelin countered. "Complacency is a subtler enemy than the Solarii. If the people forget how to struggle, how to adapt, they forget how to be strong." His concern proved prescient. The children born in this era, Corin's generation, now coming of age, were called the blessed unburdened. They knew want only from history, conflict from bard's tales. Their innovations were in art and philosophy, not survival. A gentle disdain grew for the old ways of hard labor and communal drills. The Dawn Guard, once a proud symbol of unity, struggled to recruit. The test, when it came, was not from an external enemy, but from within the pattern itself.
In the heart of the reclaimed woods, a phenomenon began. A circle of trees, oaks that had witnessed the war with the Solarii, began to grow at a phenomenal rate. Their bark took on a metallic sheen, their leaves a permanent, vibrant autumn hue. The animals within this circle became docile to the point of languor. Birds built intricate, beautiful nests but laid no eggs. It was a pocket of stunning, sterile perfection. Lyra felt it first, a dissonant chord in the land's symphony, not a scream of pain, but the hum of a held note that refused to resolve. She traveled there with Corin, now a thoughtful young man of 25, who served as his father's liaison to the Healer's Collegium. "It's beautiful," Corin whispered, awe in his voice as he touched a leaf of impossible copper. "It is stagnant," Lyra corrected, her voice sharp with a rare alarm. "It is the land trying so hard to be harmonious that it has ceased to be alive. Life requires friction, growth requires struggle. This is a memory of peace, calcified." The phenomenon, dubbed the Gilded Glade, began to spread, slowly but inexorably. Where it spread, diversity faded. Only the perfect specimens of any plant or creature thrived, and even they ceased to reproduce. It was the ultimate peace, the peace of the museum, of the portrait. It was the land loving them so much, it was trying to preserve them in amber. Kaelin saw the strategic and existential threat. An enemy you could fight was one thing. An enemy that was the manifestation of your own deepest wish for a safe, perfect, unchanging world was another. "We must fight peace?" Corin asked, bewildered in the council chamber. "We must fight stasis," Kaelin boomed, his father's storm rising in his eyes for the first time in years. "Our strength was never in perfection. It was in resilience, in the ability to bleed, to heal, to adapt. This guilt is a parasite on that idea.
It offers a cage of gold instead of a field of wildflowers. The old methods were useless. Swords could not cut it. Fire would not burn it. Community gatherings within the glade only seemed to accelerate its spread as the land sought to preserve the happy moment. The answer came from the most unexpected quarter. Tarek's daughter, Ilara, a fierce, restless captain in the Dawn Guard who chafed under the inaction of the Silent Spring, had been studying the oldest archives. She found fragmented references in Master Uldric's notes to the first discord, the necessary chaos from which the first reflection song had first brought order. "We don't need to fight the harmony," Ilara declared, her voice ringing in the council. "We need to remind the land of the music that comes before harmony, the raw, wild, unpredictable song of becoming. We need to reintroduce a controlled chaos." It was a terrifying proposal, to deliberately introduce disorder into a system seeking perfect order. But Lyra, after a long night of listening to the silent glade, agreed. "The loom is trying to weave a tapestry with only one color. We must give it back its full palette, even the dark and messy hues." The operation was called the Seed of Storm. They did not send in farmers or healers. They sent in artists, mad inventors, and wild-hearted explorers. They sent in debate teams to argue philosophy loudly within the glade. They introduced competitive games. They brought in breeding pairs of competitive, noisy animals. Ilara herself led a team of engineers who built a magnificent, ridiculous water clock that deliberately malfunctioned in spectacularly unpredictable ways. At first, the gilded glade resisted. The metallic trees seemed to shudder, the perfect leaves wrinkled. But they persisted. They played dissonant music. They staged plays with tragic, unresolved endings. They planted random, fast-growing, imperfect weeds. They reintroduced story, not the finished, polished legend, but the messy, uncertain middle of it. For weeks, nothing seemed to happen. Then a crack appeared in the metallic bark of the central oak, not a flaw of decay, but a fissure of growth. From it, a wild, ordinary green shoot emerged. A bird, confused by the noisy debates, finally laid a small, speckled egg. The held note began to dissolve into a complex chord once more. The gilded glade did not vanish. It receded, transforming. The metallic sheen softened to normal bark. The permanent autumn faded, and the trees began to cycle through seasons again. The area became known as the Grove of Becoming, an exceptional creative energy and natural diversity, a living monument to the idea that true peace is dynamic, not static. King Kaelin, watching the reports, felt the storm in his heart settle into a satisfied calm. He looked at his son Corin, who had helped coordinate the artistic assault, and saw a new understanding in his eyes. "You see," Kaelin said, "the tapestry must have its dark threads, its tangled knots on the back. It is what gives the picture on the front its depth. A perfect smooth surface shows nothing at all." As the years layered upon years, Kaelin and Lyra, the last direct inheritors of the Great War's memory, grew old. Tarek passed first, a warrior's death in his sleep, and Kaelin felt a part of his own foundation crumble. Not long after, Lyra's silver eyes, which had seen so deeply into the heart of the world, began to cloud over a gentle physical blindness. She took it not as a loss, but as a shift in perception. "I do not need to see the leaf to feel its life," she told Corin, now a seasoned healer and his father's right hand. "Now I must listen even closer." She moved permanently to her garden, her sanctuary now a vast whispering forest that filled the entire eastern bailey of Stonehaven. The silver fern tree was its majestic center, but it was surrounded by a thriving, singing ecology of plants from every corner of the compact, each brought as a living tribute. Lyra, blind and frail, would walk its paths unerringly, her hands brushing leaves, her bare feet feeling the moss. She became an oracle of sorts, not predicting the future, but diagnosing the present health of the kingdom through the health of her garden. One still evening, as the first star appeared, Kaelin joined her. He was weary, the weight of the crown a comfortable but heavy mantle. The bond he shared with his sister was different from the one their parents had known. Not a merge of power, but a confluence of understanding. "The Eastern envoys come next week," he said, his voice rough. "They speak of trade, but their eyes are hungry. They see our peace and wonder if it is softness."
Lyra smiled, her sightless eyes turned toward the chiming leaves above. Let them walk the grove of becoming. Let them see the water clocks of Seabridge, which are always wrong in fascinating ways. Show them the debates in the strategium where low-born cadets challenge generals. Our strength is not in our seamless perfection, brother. It is in our glorious, unending conversation. That is a thing no empire that demands silence can ever understand or conquer. Kaelin chuckled, a dry, warm sound. You sound like Mother. I have had a long time to listen to her, Lyra replied softly. Not long after, Lyra the Keeper laid her hand upon the trunk of the ancient silver tree, sighed a sigh of deep contentment, and simply ceased to breathe. Her body, as was her wish, was buried at the tree's roots. The next morning, a new species of flower was found blooming throughout the garden, a small silver blossom that opened only at dawn and dusk and was said to carry the faint, clean scent of understanding. Kaelin ruled for one more year, a solitary, majestic figure ensuring the final passing of authority was smooth. On the day he named Corin his official successor, he removed the star iron circlet, the one Zara had worn, that he had worn, and placed it on his son's head. It was not in the grand hall, but in Lyra's garden, under the chiming tree. Do not wear it to be a king, Kaelin instructed, his voice strong. Wear it to be a weaver. Your thread is yours to spin. Make it strong, make it kind, and do not fear the tangles. That night, the Storm King, son of Thorne and Zara, went to his rest. In the northern mountains, a brief, fierce, and cleansing storm swept through the passes, scouring the peaks clear, before blowing itself out to sea. If you enjoyed this journey through the world of Stonehaven, a like is the modern warrior's salute. Hit subscribe to swear your oath to the compact of stories, and tapping that bell is the ancient ritual to ensure the next scroll, fresh from the archive, is delivered directly to your keep.